Chapter 523. After Sister Zhang left, news of Su Jiao's decision to leave Royal Entertainment spread throughout the company. For a time, it attracted all kinds of discussion. Ever since the news came out on Weibo, all the employees in the company paid attention to this matter. They were nervous, angry, and expectant. Su Jiao was the mainstay of Royal Entertainment. At her peak, she could be ranked in the top 5. Now, she could be ranked in the top 10. And now, she was about to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. This was undoubtedly a blow to the company's employees. For example, if a few of the company's executives suddenly jumped ship, the ordinary employees would definitely have thoughts, and it would greatly affect their morale. So many times, when you resigned, the boss didn't really want you to stay, but considered the feelings of the other employees. Royal Entertainment quickly responded by condemning Su Jiao on Weibo. They also posted a lawyer's letter to Su Jiao. Royal Entertainment had already filed a lawsuit for breach of contract, demanding 100 million renminbi in compensation. Royal Entertainment's post pushed this matter to the climax. The 100 million renminbi breach of contract replaced the topic of Su Jiao joining Tianfeng Entertainment as the headline and trending topic. Countless people looked forward to seeing how Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao would respond. Busybodies muttered that Su Jiao was done for. Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao remained silent and ignored Royal Entertainment. The rumors on the internet were rampant, but Su Jiao, who was in the middle of this matter, stepped into Tianfeng Entertainment amidst cheers of welcome. At night, Qin Zhe held a welcome banquet for Su Jiao. Almost all the company's executives were present. Tell the legal department to get ready. Whatever Royal Entertainment does, we'll deal with it. Qin Zhe said, let's try to settle this matter as soon as possible. It's too much of a loss if we don't serve such a great Buddha. Everyone roared with laughter. Su Jiao glared at him and raised her wine glass. Xiao Qin, a toast to you. She was wearing a graceful and elegant black dress with 2 shiny platinum earrings. She was bright and beautiful. The marketing manager asked, CEO Qin, aren't you going to say something online? Royal Entertainment's Weibo. Qin Zhe shook his head. What do I say? Do I have to prove myself offline? You tell me how, it's meaningless. Just ignore it. When the contract dispute is over, we'll post on Weibo and announce that Jiao has officially joined Tianfeng Entertainment. Entertainment companies were used to such lawsuits and disputes, and they were all experienced. However, Qin Zhe still asked, are you confident? I've heard of a case before where a certain celebrity had a falling out with his company and sued the company in court. However, he didn't win the case and the court ruled that the contract was not allowed to be terminated. I saw it a long time ago. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, it's already dead now. The manager of the legal department was well informed and immediately guessed which case he was referring to. He explained, I've studied that case before. At that time, it caused quite a stir. According to the court's judgment in the past, they would order the payment of liquidated damages, but allow both parties to terminate the contract. At that time, the court considered the interests of the management company for the first time. There were 3 main reasons why the artist lost the case. First, the contract was not a simple entrustment contract. The artist and the management company did not have the right to terminate the contract. Secondly, the artist bypassed the management company to take on private jobs for a year. Thirdly, 3 of the charges against the management company are not valid. Our legal department has already studied Su Jiao's contract. It's an ordinary commission contract, and the artist herself doesn't violate the contract, except for unilateral termination. Therefore, the main point of this lawsuit wasn't whether Su Jiao could terminate her contract with Royal Entertainment, but the issue of compensation. We will try our best to reduce the company's losses. The manager of the legal department said, CEO Qin, how much do you estimate the compensation in your heart? Qin Zhe joked, within 2 million. Everyone laughed. The manager of the legal department nodded solemnly. We will try our best. Qin Zhe laughed. I'm joking. Let's see how the first trial goes first. But the manager of the legal department said, CEO Qin, please believe in our professional standards. A lawsuit is like a puzzle game. The law is only a set of rules. There is no justice or evil. It just depends on who has a deeper understanding of the rules. Xianxia laughed. Let's drink, let's drink. F***C, don't say any more. If I continue, I'll be taken care of by God River Crab. Xianxia understood the logic. When he was young, he remembered watching a certain lawyer-themed TV series. The main actors were all decent people, and the core idea of the whole series was to uphold justice and strike down evil. At that time, he had a beautiful vision of being a lawyer. When he grew up, he realized that something was wrong. If all lawyers were so righteous, then what was up with the criminal's lawyer? Xianxia felt that his IQ had been brutally ravaged. He had a bottom line in his heart for compensation. It was within 5 million. Could it be that he really had to pay $1 billion to the dynasty? That was impossible. Throughout the years, artists' contract termination cases were at most a few million, depending on the artist's net worth. They often saw a certain company arguing with a certain company or a certain person, asking for compensation of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In fact, that was an exaggeration. As for how much compensation should be paid, it depended on how the lawyer argued and how the court decided. A few million was nothing to Hei's king. General Manager Zhang Fu laughed. CEO Qin, would you like to write a song to celebrate Jiao Jiao's joining? When everyone heard that, they followed suit. Xianxia waved his hand. How can it be so easy to write a song? Forget it. A manager laughed. CEO Qin, who doesn't know that you're a fast shooter? The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone cast admiring looks at him. The manager, who had drunk until his face turned red, looked embarrassed. He had drunk too much and spoke without thinking. He regretted it so much. Xianxia laughed. I drank too much and lost my inspiration. Little Ming, get out of here. Everyone laughed dryly and changed the topic. Zhang Fu said, Royal Entertainment must hate us to death. In fact, before Journey to the West, the two companies still had some business dealings. But business is business. They can't blame us for fighting back if they mess with us. Later, we'll draft a new contract and let the company's artists with potential sign it again. We have to prevent them from poaching. These words were not appropriate at the dinner table. Everyone present was in management, but Su Jiao was not. Everyone laughed and naturally skipped the topic. Su Jiao said, Actually, there's another reason why I'm determined to leave Royal Entertainment. When everyone looked over, she continued, Huang Yuting's contract is about to expire. He decided to jump ship to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment contacted him in private a long time ago. Probably in July or August last year, when Huang Yuting participated in I Am a Singer. His current entertainment company is quite capable, but it can't compare to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment can give him more resources, so it's normal for him to choose Royal Entertainment. If he comes over, as we're both singers, and my reputation just happened to be damaged, the company will definitely put him ahead of me and give him more resources. Xianxia was taken aback. Who did you hear that from? Su Jiao pursed her lips. I've been in Royal Entertainment for so many years. Of course, I have my ways to know about the company's operations and information. The banquet ended, and everyone dispersed. Walking out of the hotel, the stuffy air hit them in the face. Xianxia drank a little and walked side by side with his sister. They went to the small plaza behind the hotel to get their car. Qin Baobao took out the car keys from Xianxia's trouser pocket, unlocked the car, and got into the driver's seat. At the banquet, she didn't drink and asked the waiter for 2 cans of coconut juice. Watching the men chatting and bragging, she felt like a wife accompanying her husband. Demure, gentle, and obedient. I think what Zhang Fu said at the banquet is very thoughtful, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao looked at him with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to continue. They chatted too much at the banquet, and her mind wasn't on other men, so she didn't remember. It's time to change the contracts of our artists. It's common for artists to jump ship. It's too frequent. This isn't good, but there's nothing we can do about it. Leaving after becoming popular is a risk that all entertainment companies have to face. Our company is the same. If we do this, others can do the same. When Su Jiao becomes popular in the future, can you guarantee that she won't be poached by other companies? There's also Feng Rui, who just became popular in the company. That little girl with big boobs and perky buttocks. Someone might have already contacted her in private. Because our country's entertainment companies are generally a combination of film and TV and management. For an entertainment company, take Star Art for example. How many movies do they produce in a year? How many TV series do they produce? This isn't enough to split among their artists. Artists want to stand out and become famous, but they can't get too many resources. At this time, when someone promises them high salaries and resources, jumping ship is the inevitable result. But this is our country. Hollywood's system is more complete and healthy. They separate the two major businesses, film and TV, to promote the positive and healthy development of the entertainment industry. But there's a prerequisite. The labor unions in America are very powerful. There are labor unions in every industry. They're very impressive and powerful. What about our country? Take the Writers Association for example. What's that? It's just a false reputation. Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at him. It's a good idea to bind them with contracts, but it's hard to guarantee that the artists won't make conditions. They'll have to make promises, or else they won't agree to change the contract. Don't mess it up. Qin Zhe chuckled. Then promise them that we'll film a few more movies and TV series and strive to give them more opportunities. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes charmingly. You say it as if it's easy to film and TV series. Qin Zhe smiled proudly. Who am I, a fast shooter? Before he could finish, his sister beat him to it. After saying that, she held her stomach and laughed. She leaned on the steering wheel and hit it with her little hands. Qin Zhe, one day, I'll King change this ridiculously low nickname. I want to poach Huang Yuting, Qin Zhe suddenly said. Qin Baobao turned her head. He was lying on the seat with his eyes closed. His face was slightly red, and the intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted out between his breaths. That's too much. We've only just poached Su Jiao. You have to consider public opinion. Qin Baobao frowned. Hey, I didn't say that I'm going to poach Huang Yuting during the contract period. Su Jiao just said that Huang Yuting's contract is about to expire, and he intends to jump ship to Dynasty. We're on good terms with him. When his contract expires, he can just join our company. Qin Zhe grinned, his eyes clouded with a layer of drunkenness. He might not be willing to join our Tianfang Entertainment, Qin Baobao said. Want to make a bet? Qin Zhe said. A bet where we can do whatever we want? Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Forget it. He took out his phone and found Huang Yuting's private number in his contact list. Chapter 524. He dialed Huang Yuting's number. After waiting for a moment, the phone was connected. Looking for me? What's the matter? Huang Yuting's voice was accompanied by strong panting. What are you doing? Qin Zhe frowned. I'm doing exercising. Huang Yuting's tone was panting. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. If you're doing exercise, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. If you're doing exercise, then I'm sorry to disturb you. Huang Yuting said angrily, Why would I do exercise in the middle of the night? Wait a moment, I'll call you back later. He hung up. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister, embarrassed. His sister turned her face to the side, and her crystal earlobes seemed to be red. Qin Zhe lowered the car window and bit a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he turned his head and asked his sister, Can I smoke a cigarette? Qin Baobao said softly. The air conditioner was blowing in the car, and the hot wind outside the window blew in. It felt like ice and fire. Qin Zhe lit the cigarette and puffed. Qin Baobao also lowered the car window. She didn't like the smell of cigarettes very much, but she wasn't like other women who frowned and waved their hands as soon as they smelled cigarettes, showing extreme disgust. But if Qin Zhe finished smoking, she wouldn't kiss Qin Zhe. So every time she went home, she would smell his mouth to see if there was any smell of cigarettes. Although they didn't practice kissing much, what if they had a whim? He thought that it would only take a few minutes, but in the end, 15 minutes had passed. A little bored, Qin Zhe turned his head and admired his sister's graceful side curve. She was dressed more casually today. She was wearing a black close-fitting t-shirt that clung to her small waist. It was so thin that he felt like he could wrap his hands around it. There was no belly and it was tight. Xianxia had experienced it before. It was a pleated short skirt, light blue in color, which was Xianxia's favorite. She wasn't wearing any stockings. Her legs were fair, straight, and slender. He wore a pair of white running shoes. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao glared at him. "What are you looking at?" Huang Yuding's phone call made her feel weird. Why was her brother staring at her after the phone call? What was he trying to do? Xianxia looked around. "I'm looking at the scenery." He was suddenly startled when he saw that someone was secretly taking pictures of them in the darkness outside the car window. At a distance of 30 to 40 meters, using the green belt and darkness as cover, ordinary people couldn't see it, but Xianxia could. As his practice of times are calling deepened, Xianxia's various senses and skills became more and more perfect. In the future, he would be able to *ck a bird in the sky, a turtle in the sea, or even a hole in the ground. Realization dawned on him. It should be the paparazzi or something. He and his sister were big shots, and many paparazzi dreamed of digging up their secrets. Whether it was exposing them or demanding a huge sum of hush money. In recent days, Su Jiao's sky-high compensation for jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment and Royal Entertainment had become a hot search and headline. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching and how many people were looking forward to the aftermath of this incident? It was normal for him and his sister to be targeted by the paparazzi. They were probably followed when they left the house. Then, this welcome banquet couldn't be hidden. Entertainment News would probably report tomorrow. Tianfang Entertainment's top management invited Su Jiao to a banquet. It didn't matter, and there was no need to hide it. Su Jiao jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment was already an established fact. Paparazzi were very annoying. No celebrities would like them, but they were like annoying little demons that couldn't be shaken off. The best way was to treat them like air and try not to do anything private in public, such as kissing his sister. Xianxia pretended not to see the paparazzi taking pictures. He waited for another 5 minutes. He finished his second cigarette. He waited for another 10 minutes. He finished his third cigarette. After waiting for a total of more than half an hour, Xianxia got impatient and dialed Huang Yuding's number again. What's going on? Huang Yuding also has a low-level system? *ck, it's almost going to last longer than me. At a certain high-end residence. Huang Yuding was lying on a spacious double bed. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, and there was only a table lamp emitting an orange halo at the head of the bed. A woman with wavy curls was lying on the bed, revealing her snow-white, round, and fragrant shoulders. She blinked her languid eyes. "Yuting, why aren't you returning my call?" When Xianxia called just now, they were already almost done. In the end, Huang Yuting leaned against the headboard and stared at his phone for a long time without returning her call. Huang Yuting glanced at the time and shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. He had a girlfriend, and it was the woman on the bed, a young model born in the 90s. That was not right. Young models born in the 90s were already approaching their 30s. Only young models born in the 90s could be considered young models. Xianxia called you. Maybe it's about a song? His girlfriend urged. Hurry up and return his call. Don't you always want him to write songs for you? Huang Yuting was silent. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He could not compromise. He waited for another 10 minutes. I still want to love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't thoroughly and vividly. A loud voice sounded. Caller, Xianxia. Huang Yuting took a deep breath and picked up the phone. He was panting. Well now, didn't I say I'll call you back? There was a long silence. *C, my waist is not convinced. Huang Yuting panted. Hee, I'm gifted. There's nothing to be surprised about. His girlfriend, I'm not convinced either. Then you continue. We'll talk another day. Don't. Since you called, I'll stop for a while. Stop for a while? Is that okay? Hey, it's not a critical moment. It's okay to stop for a while. I'm still early. Xianxia screamed in his mind. Hey, low-life system, what's going on? You're selling fake kidneys, aren't you? The system ignored him. Huang Yuting was full of arrogance. What's the matter? Did you agree to my request for a song? Xianxia said, asking for a song is a small matter. Let me ask you, is your contract about to expire? Huang Yuding said, it'll expire next month. Xianxia, you don't plan to renew your contract and jump ship to Royal Entertainment? Huang Yuding was shocked. How did you know? Don't spread this. Xianxia said, Su Jiao told me. So what if it spreads? It's not jumping ship. You and the company both know this, don't you? Huang Yuding said, my company is not big. If I stay here, my prospects are definitely not as good as Royal Entertainment. There was a company in the capital that wanted me, but it's too far away. I don't want to fly between two places and settle in the capital. There's nothing to stay in that shabby place. And the music director of Royal Entertainment is my classmate. He has been persuading me for a long time, so I plan to go there. Xianxia said. Huang Yuding continued, originally, I wanted to ask you for a song in the future and shamelessly ask for a few more songs. But you and Royal Entertainment have a feud. I'm afraid there's no chance now. He said in a tentative tone. Xianxia snorted. Definitely no chance. I won't give you a single song. Huang Yuding said dryly. Don't be like this. After all, we're friends. If he listened carefully, he could actually guess Xianxia's intentions. But when a man vented, not only was his body drained, his mental acuity would also decrease. Xianxia said, it's actually very simple to ask me for a song. As long as you promise me one thing, not only will I give you a song, I can do it every year, just like Su Jiao. This time, Huang Yuding understood. He was not surprised, not excited, nor did he refuse. A moment later, you want to poach me? Xianxia corrected him. I'm not poaching you. I'm waiting for your contract to end. But I feel that other than songs, Tianfeng is inferior to Royal Entertainment in all aspects, Huang Yuding said cautiously. That was in the past. Xianxia said disdainfully, Tianfeng's current scale is indeed not as big as Royal Entertainment. They also don't have as many artists under them. But an entertainment company's prospects are not based on its scale, but on its potential. Look at the movie Tianfeng made this year, If I Become Memories. The domestic box office was 2.8 billion and the overseas box office was 800 million. As for Journey to the West, the two movies combined have already exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the album. If you don't count Su Jiao, my sister has broken the record again. This is potential, brother. Tianfeng is flourishing now. It's inevitable that it will surpass Royal Entertainment. You entering Tianfeng now and in the future are two completely different concepts. What can Royal Entertainment give you? They can only help you take on more commercials, commercial performances, and give you more work to earn money. Tianfeng can give you the same. I'm not afraid to tell you that we don't have much work. Instead, we have too few artists, so there's no need to fight for resources for now. Moreover, in terms of career, singers still rely on their works. You know what it means if I write songs for you. Just look at Su Jiao's choice. Believe it or not, in at most 3 years, her position in the music industry will be on par with yours, or even surpass yours. And you, don't you want your celebrity to live longer and have a better reputation? It's the age of little fresh meats now. How many more years can you stay popular? Believe it or not, once the number of outstanding works decreases, your reputation will plummet. Finally, funds. You'll never know how much money I have. Let's not talk about Tianfeng. Guess how much I earn every month from Baoza Investment? Have you forgotten my title last year that was more famous than the fast shooter? God of Stocks. A God of Stocks even more awesome than Xing Beach's Little God of Stocks. There's also my antivirus software. It's not as profitable as Baoza and Tianfeng for now, but it's not a problem to earn tens of millions every month. Huang Yuding pushed away his girlfriend who had leaned over to listen to the phone call. He pulled open the curtains in his pajamas. How many songs will you write for me every year? You're more famous than Su Jiao, and we're friends. At least 2 songs a year, at most 4. Singers usually release 2 albums a year. 4 songs is enough to make up a single album. If you take them apart, 2 songs from each album are mine. You've tasted the sweetness of love even when you die, right? Huang Yuding said, okay, I'll go to your company tomorrow. Xianxia smiled. Wise, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really that King Long? Huang Yuting laughed out loud. This is considered long? Sit down, sit down. It's basic. He faced the window and didn't see his girlfriend curling her lips in disdain behind him. Xianxia, CK, he didn't believe that Huang Yuting was so powerful. He must have taken a little blue pill. He hung up the phone. Qin Baobao asked timidly, Hey, do all men take this long? Although she rarely came into contact with filthy things on the internet and had never watched any Japanese educational films, it didn't mean that her sister was a primary school student. She knew everything she needed to know in that aspect. She just lacked practice. Think about it, if she had to be stabbed for half an hour to an hour, would she be able to take it? Under the dim light on the car roof, her sister's delicate face was dyed with a layer of orange, like a piece of flawless yellow jade with a faint blush. Xianxia snorted. Don't be surprised. Men should be this long. Men should be this long. And men should be this long. Actually, they had different meanings. Qin Baobao was stunned. You must be lying. She expressed her disbelief. Xianxia thought to himself, so what if I'm lying? Can we still talk about it? Do you want to continue poaching people? Qin Baobao changed the topic and talked about that with her brother. No matter what, she was excited and embarrassed. She crossed out the excited part. Xianxia nodded. But Qin Baobao asked the question in her heart. Forcing the system to force me. Xianxia sighed. I can't stay in Tianfang forever, and I can't really become a star. So let's develop Tianfang as soon as possible. It'll save me and you a lot of trouble. I haven't spent so much effort on Baozi and Amethyst. But Tianfang is my gift to my sister. No matter how tiring or troublesome it is, I will make it a top entertainment company. My sister should have the best. Sit down, sit down. Coaxing his sister was routine. Coaxing his sister was too easy. Every time he coaxed her, his sister would be happy for a while. This time, the effect seemed to be even better. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. In that instant, she was like the incomparably enchanting Daji, but also like the bright and adorable Xiao Moxian. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck. Hey, do you want to eat the rouge on my lips? Yes. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp went numb. He suddenly remembered that there were paparazzi outside. Chapter 525. If he guessed correctly, the high-powered camera with night vision function was focused on the inside of the car. At this time, his sister had put her hands around his neck, her pretty face flashed with shyness and joy, and her thin mouth was slightly open. In the next scene, if the paparazzi were not dead, then the sister and brother would be dead. The paparazzi may be extremely excited, stimulated, and surprised, leading to cardiac arrest and death from shock. No matter how he thought about it, the sister and brother were more likely to be dead. At this moment, if he told his sister that there were paparazzi secretly taking photos, his sister would definitely pull back from the cliff and make a move to distance herself. But in the eyes of outsiders, it would be even more strange, and those with a big brain hole would probably have a bad association. How to smoothly eliminate the ambiguous action into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Swamp King had an idea. He first extended his left palm and pressed it on his sister's chest, giving himself a buff that turned his chest into bliss. Then he swung his right hand and chopped his sister's head. Qin Baobao was stunned on the spot. What are you doing? She covered her head, pursed her small mouth, frowned, and looked aggrieved. That chop just now was a bit heavy. One chop, one chop. Xianxia shouted and made 3 consecutive chop. It seemed to be a big move, but the strength was actually very light. After being hit by a series of blows, Qin Baobao launched a counterattack and hit Xianxia's chest with 2 fists. Xianxia also clenched his fists and fought back. Qin Baobao's advantage was revealed. If it were Wang Zijin, she would confront him with an aggrieved look and wait for Xianxia to take the initiative to admit his mistake. If it were Su Yu, she would pretend to be heartbroken and accuse Xianxia of being heartless. Not far away, The paparazzi hidden behind the green belt saw the sister and brother fighting in the car through the camera with night vision function. So naive. The paparazzi murmured. Just now, Qin Baobao was going to hug Qin Zhe's neck, right? That posture was very ambiguous, and he was stunned at that time. The two of them were siblings, right? They weren't a celebrity couple, right? Soon he found that he thought too much. The fast gunman waved his hand knife and shot Qin Baobao 3 times in a row. Qin Baobao angrily fought back. The siblings punched each other for half a minute. So, Qin Baobao was going to strangle Qin Zhe's neck instead of hugging his neck? As expected of a female celebrity who was known as a natural seductress, her every move was ambiguous and seductive. The paparazzi watched from the camera as the siblings messed around for a while. Then they stopped, drove the car, merged into the traffic, and disappeared. Today, they still didn't manage to dig up any explosive news from the siblings, but they managed to capture the scene of Su Jiao and Elysium's higher-ups attending the banquet, so it wasn't a loss this time. In the car, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Baobao said, "Are there really paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. Which day hasn't there been paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us? I saw them when I was smoking just now. They were sneakily hiding behind the greenery. This bunch of paparazzi who are like plasters, I am willing to spend a good night with your mother." Qin Zhe was drenched in cold sweat just now, and he was quite frightened. Qin Baobao, only a ghost would believe that there's a bosom friend in the sea. Qin Zhe, luring grass on the plains, forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Baobao was stunned. So awesome? She didn't have any more poems in her stomach, so she sulked as she drove. After driving for a while, Qin Zhe said seriously, "Let's be more careful in the future, especially in public places. You can't mess around like you do at home. If you get photographed, it won't be good for your reputation." Qin Baobao pulled a long face. "I know, it's all because sister can't be seen in public." Qin Zhe hesitated and said, "If you feel that it's unfair, you can put yourself in my shoes. It's actually not good for my reputation. If I get photographed, I won't be able to face anyone. Both of them would be finished for this kind of thing, all right?" And no matter how you looked at it, Qin Zhe was more at risk. The old master would beat him to death. Qin Zhe counted the B-list artists in the company. Li Wei, Su Jiao, Huang Yuding, and the 2 B-list artists who starred in A Journey to the West, there were exactly 5 of them. There were 9 C-list artists, and they were currently short of 2. Qin Zhe immediately thought of Guling and Ding Lixin, a female singer duo, but he immediately rejected that idea. There were too many singers in the company, and it would cause an imbalance in the ranks of the artists. In a truly healthy and powerful entertainment company, film and television stars must be the mainstream, followed by singers. Also, he had promised Huang Yuding and Su Jiao, so the other singers would definitely make requests, or else they would feel unfair. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao added up to 5 or 6 songs a year, so it didn't matter. But this couldn't become a routine, or else everyone would use this as a condition. There were countless songs in the store, but Qin Zhe's points were limited. Once again, Guling kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, showing that she wanted to seduce him. This violated sister's taboo. Sister had never liked her. If he poached Guling and they were under the same roof, Guling would definitely pursue him in a more daring way. Her mentality would probably explode. Right? Xianxia and Yi Lu. Xianxia was cheerful, lively, petite, and cute. Qin Zhe quite liked this kind of personality. However, her acting skills weren't top-notch. She had acted in many dramas, but after being scolded a few times by haters online, she changed her main occupation to variety shows. As for Yi Lu, she was a rather interesting woman. She was tall and beautiful, and claimed to be his fan. Last time, when he accompanied sister to a reality show, he was in the same team as her. During this period, they would occasionally message each other. When it was a festival, they would send a few blessings. "Hello, Qin Zhe?" After dialing Xianxia's number, it rang for a while before the other side picked it up. "You're sleeping so early?" "It's only 10:30, Qin Zhe said in surprise. "I slept at 10, Xianxia said lazily. "Boss Qin, Why are you calling me? Do you want me to warm your bed? Sure, come on, come on. I have something to talk to you about, Xianxia said. What is it? Say it quickly. Women who stay up late will age, Xianxia said. I want to invite you to join Tianfeng. Xianxia went straight to the point. Ha! Xianxia's tone suddenly rose. Come to my Tianfeng, Xianxia said. Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia, who was sleeping soundly, flipped over and sat up. With her messy hair, she touched her forehead and smoothed her hair back. Boss Qin, don't tease me. I'm not teasing you. Really. I was watching you and Royal Entertainment quarrel the day before yesterday with relish. Now you're calling me and saying that you want to poach me? I'm a slut in the capital. I've never thought of settling in Shanghai. I don't care if you're a slut in the capital or in the northeast. As long as you're not a slut, I won't eat you. Besides, don't you have property in Shanghai? You spend almost half of your time in Shanghai every year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known each other. As an artist who doesn't travel all over the country, it's normal to be away for a few months for a drama. How much time do you spend at home? Don't talk to me about this, Xianxia said. Xianxia was a cheerful and soft girl. When talking to her, there was no need to be too polite. Just banter and joke like friends. Xianxia said, not only has Su Jiao joined my company, Huang Yuting's contract has also expired. He has decided to join our Tianfeng. Xianxia was shocked and speechless for a long time. In a soft and cute voice, she said, Are you for real? You're lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Boss Qin, what are you trying to do? You can't be so ruthless, right? Poaching so many artists at once. Can the company digest them all? It's very troublesome with lawsuits. Xianxia felt that he was too crazy. People did business and ran companies step by step. But he was moving too fast. What do you think? Xianxia asked. I'm not coming. Xianxia said, I'm doing well here. Why would I come to your company? Send me a boyfriend? I'm not a singer. It's useless even if you write songs for me. I'm not cut out for singing, so your Tianfeng is not attractive to me. I don't want to be entangled in lawsuits. It's so troublesome. Time will pass. Think about it, Xianxia said. Xianxia burst into laughter and said coquettishly, No. She changed the topic and teased, Do you have a girlfriend? Xianxia looked at his sister and said without hesitation, No. Salted fish knew how to choose. Xianxia giggled and said, Then be my boyfriend. I'll come over. How should he answer this? It should be a joke, but if he rejected it directly, it would appear that his EQ was low. If he agreed, the jealous lover beside him would act up again. Allow me to ponder for a while, Xianxia said. Yes, can't afford it. Pes. Xianxia did not react and thought that he was casually changing the topic. She smiled and said, All right. I'm just joking. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Xianxia sighed and said, I'll talk for a few more minutes. Listen carefully. When it's done and you still don't want to come, we'll treat it as if it never happened. Xianxia was stunned and said, Wait a moment. She got out of bed and went to the living room to pour a cup of warm water. She took a sip and said with a serious expression, Go ahead. I remember that you used to be a movie star, but after filming a few years of television dramas, you were criticized for your poor acting skills. Unable to take the blow, you gradually faded out of the film industry and became active in variety shows, Xianxia said. Why are you stabbing me in the heart for no reason? Xianxia said angrily. Actually, I've watched your television dramas in the past and quite liked you. You're beautiful and your acting skills are good. Why were you criticized to this extent? Indeed, your acting skills aren't top-notch, but there's nothing wrong with it. Why were you criticized as an actress with no acting skills who would never become popular? Xianxia asked. Yes. I also think that my acting skills are not bad. Xianxia felt the same way. But it's not up to the artist to decide what kind of show to film. Back then, all kinds of film companies would help me accept. There were many lousy shows, but I just gritted my teeth and acted in them. What could I do? I was helpless too. However, I'm doing quite well now. Variety shows are much more relaxed and cheerful. Xianxia said, no matter how popular variety shows are, you're just like that. Xianxia was silent. Xianxia guided her patiently. I can give you a chance. I can give you a chance to return to the film industry. Don't you envy those celebrities who become popular overnight? Don't you want to prove yourself? Are you really willing? Stay in variety shows forever and never leave? How many years have you been in the industry? Have you won the Best Actress award? You haven't even won the Best Supporting Actress award. How many red carpets have you walked? You even feel embarrassed to walk the red carpet, right? That's because you're not filming anymore. You're just slacking off in variety shows. Chapter 526. Xianxia pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Mr. Qin, you really have a glib tongue. But we're friends, right? Don't paint a big picture for me. Variety shows are useless, but at least it's comfortable and there's no risk. If I agree, what if I lose the bait and lose the bait? How many years can you stay in variety shows? As you get older, there will be fewer and fewer shows looking for you. Xianxia said calmly, do you know why Su Jiao agreed to jump ship? It's not just because of the song. Our Tianfang will also take care of the lawsuit, compensation, and one-stop service. As long as you agree, we'll leave the rest to Tianfang. You just have to obediently rest at home for a while and then happily come to my embrace. You won't believe me even if I tell you. We can sign a contract. Tianfang guarantees that we won't give up on you and will help you settle these things. Xianxia didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about it. I know you're worried that you'll jump ship, or will it be the same as before? Don't worry, it won't happen. I promise to give you better film and television resources. It's not like you haven't seen my movies before. Which one of them isn't popular? Think about it, if you came over earlier, If I Became Memories and Journey to the West would definitely have a role for you. Those who became popular because of Journey to the West, like Feng Ru. Those whose fame rose again, like Li Wei. Can your current entertainment company give you such conditions? Xianxia was bewildered. You'll really give me better film and television resources? Xianxia, we can sign the contract first. Later, you'll officially join us and we'll write it in the contract. Xianxia, take care of the lawsuit? Xianxia, and Xianxia, hey, Xianxia, why are you doing this? First it was Su Jiao, then Huang Yuting, then me. How can you do this? I feel like you're just messing around. Xianxia, so I'm the big boss and you're a small artist. Xianxia said angrily, then I'll come to Shanghai another day. Let's talk business. You have to write those promises in the contract. Xianxia, no problem. Before hanging up, Xianxia suddenly said, what do you mean by A? Are you mocking me? Did I say that? I'm hanging up. I'm driving. Xianxia hung up. On the other side, Xianxia glanced at her phone screen, lowered her head, and looked at the outline of her breasts that were faintly discernible under her pajamas. She muttered unwillingly, I'm into B, okay? Neon lights illuminated the skyscrapers, and cars converged into a sparkling river. Qin Baobao straightened her back, clenched the steering wheel with both hands, and looked ahead attentively. She looked very cute when she was driving seriously. Did Xianxia agree? Sister asked. That's true. With me around, who can't handle it? Xianxia chuckled. Brother, you'll definitely have a bright future if you work in MM. You're also good at bewitching people. Qin Baobao said seriously. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with his sister. It's over now, right? Is there anyone else? Qin Baobao said. Also, I plan to poach Lu too. However, it's too late this year. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You still want to poach people? Are you crazy? Of course, Qin Baobao didn't know that her little brother was a cheater. She couldn't understand Xianxia's actions. Even if he wanted to make good food for her, he didn't have to do it like this. He was like a hungry ghost who ate 3 days' worth of food. If he didn't die of bloating, he would vomit. It's just a basic operation. Don't be surprised. Xianxia couldn't explain the reason to his sister, so he bragged, when have I ever done something that I'm not confident in? Qin Baobao chuckled. When have you ever been outstanding in anything since you were young? Qin Zhe's scar was exposed, and he said angrily, I'm a late bloomer. How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It will turn into a dragon once it encounters the wind and clouds. Yesterday I was already dead. Today, I'm Hei's king. Hei's king, what do you plan to do next? It's easy to poach people, but it's not easy to run a business. Writing songs isn't a problem. After all, my little brother is a fast shooter. I'm proud of him. I believe that you can satisfy Huang Yuting and Su Jiao. However, what you and Xianxia promised, is it really not nonsense? Don't go back on your word when the time comes. If you can't give them good resources, there will be disputes again, Qin Baobao said. She finally acted like a good wife and mother, a good wife and sister, a good sister and sister. Qin Zhe didn't criticize when he did things. He would always give careful warnings after the event. She was so virtuous, she must be an older sister. Because his girlfriend couldn't be virtuous. His girlfriends were all juicers. Don't worry, it's not a problem. As long as I complete this task, I can have as many movies as I want, Qin Zhe said. He could do whatever he wanted with points. In other people's eyes, Qin Zhe's actions were childish and stupid. To use a fashionable saying, if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls. However, Qin Zhe was a cheater. As long as he completed the task of Entertainment Circle's big boss, he would get tens of thousands of points. It wasn't a problem to exchange as many movie and TV scripts as he wanted. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Regardless of whether her younger brother was bragging or not, since it was already like this, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Ace, go online and see which movies have the highest box office recently. Let's go watch some other day and gain some experience. Qin Zhe turned on his phone and logged onto the ticket purchase website. He read from his phone, the box office is ranked first in America's Women's Federation. The second is Thailand's Wrestling I'm the Best. The third is our country's You're Embarrassed, I'm Embarrassed. Qin Baobao asked, what's your D? Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at his sister's proud and perky chest. Visually estimated to be 36D. Qin Baobao looked at him blankly. When she met her younger brother's gaze, she was both embarrassed and angry. She freed her right hand and hit his head. You're so annoying. You don't have to worry about the movie. I'll handle it myself. You just have to practice your singing or film and occasionally manage the company. As for the concert, I'm sorry. I'll probably be very busy in the next few months. The key is the issue of funds. The compensation for these celebrities and the acquisition of Purple Crystal's factory will all cost money. Qin Zhe said, when Journey to the West is taken off the shelves and the money comes in, we'll hold a concert. It's like a national tour, okay? Qin Baobao said in an indifferent tone, okay. Anyway, she wouldn't run if she could. It was enough for her to release albums. Wasn't it tiring to run around? She also had to worry about the intruder taking advantage of her absence and eating the pig she had raised for 24 years. It was only 3 kilometers away from the neighborhood. When the car passed by the 24-hour supermarket, Qin Zhe said, stop for a while. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes. The car stopped by the roadside. Qin Zhe opened the door and got out. You can only buy 1 pack, Qin Baobao shouted at his back. Qin Baobao limited his cigarettes to 1 pack every 2 days. He could only buy 1 pack at a time. If he bought too many, she would get angry and throw them away. It didn't matter during the day, but when she got home from work, she definitely couldn't let her brother smoke. She couldn't stand the heavy smell of cigarettes. Got it. Qin Zhe put on his mask and cap as he walked. When he entered the supermarket, there was a kid in middle school standing behind the counter. He had a childish face. Perhaps his parents had something to do, so he was helping to look after the store. Qin Zhe took out a 100 yuan note. Give me a pack of Chicken Lord. The kid's gaze swept across the glass cabinet and turned to look at the wall cabinet with cartons of cigarettes. He shook his head and said, Chicken Lords are sold out. Qin Zhe frowned. There's no Chicken Lord, then give me a pack of Chicken Lord. There's still Chicken Lord. The kid took out the cigarettes and handed them over, keeping the 100 yuan note. There was no need for change. Both Chicken Lord and Chicken Lord were the same price, 100 yuan. Xianxia put the cigarettes in his pocket. He only smoked Chicken Lords. Chicken Lords were strong, but pure. Chicken Lord was soft. Although it tasted good, it was too bland. Only sissies would sleep with women. Men should *ck men. For reference, only sissies would suck Chicken Lord. Men should smoke Chicken Lord. He would just be a sissy for a day. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the supermarket. The man stood at the counter and pointed at Chicken Lord. "Give me a pack." Xianxia thought, "Yo, your brother is also smoking Chicken Lord." "No, this is the shell," the kid replied. "Then give me a pack of Chicken Lord." The man took out a 100 yuan note and placed it on the glass counter. The kid held the cigarette in one hand and the money in the other. He turned around and put it through the money detector. The woman suddenly said, "Wait, you can pay with Bao, right?" Chapter 527. Sure. The young man took out the QR code and placed it in front of her. The woman took back the $100 bill and handed it back to the man. Then, she pointed her phone at the QR code and scanned it to pay. But then, the man changed his mind and insisted on paying with cash. He pushed the $100 bill to the young man. Xianxia saw that the man had been holding onto his wallet the whole time. He had secretly swapped out the $100 bill. He still had a fake bill in his hand, which had been blocked by his wallet. Through the woman's manipulation, he took out the fake bill and handed it to the young man. The young man was young, but he didn't know how sinister people were. He didn't suspect anything and took it. The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Just as the man reached for the cigarette, Xianxia was one step ahead of him. He pressed down on the packet of dummy cigarettes that cost $100. The man stared at him. "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" They looked at each other silently, trying to use their eyes to tell Xianxia not to meddle in other people's business. Xianxia retracted his gaze and pushed the packet of dummy cigarettes back to the young man. He said lightly, "Give the money back to him and let them scan the QR code to pay." The young man was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Everything was fine, but the man beside him suddenly interfered. "What does it have to do with you? We're buying cigarettes. Are you crazy?" The woman shouted. "Young man, give us the cigarettes. We're in a hurry." The man glared at Xianxia again with a strong threat. The young man handed over the cigarettes, but this time, Xianxia directly took the cigarettes away. The man was so angry that he cursed. A middle-aged man walked out of the supermarket. Perhaps he heard the noise outside and came out to check. "What's the matter?" He glanced at Xianxia and the other two. The young man was confused from beginning to end. He looked at his father blankly. He didn't know how to explain. The woman immediately said, "We're here to buy cigarettes. I don't know what's wrong with this person. He snatched the cigarettes and refused to give it to us. He probably doesn't want your family to do business." The man agreed. "This person is crazy." The fake bill was still on the counter. He reached out and quietly took it back. "We're going to scan the QR code to pay." The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia pointed at the money the man took out. "Boss, he used fake money to buy your cigarettes." The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, you know? This is real money. This kid checked it on the money detector just now," the woman shouted. Hearing this, the young man nodded. The man pulled out the real banknote without batting an eyelid. "Do you want to check it again?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No need, you can pay by scanning the QR code." The woman shouted, "What do you mean? We're here to buy cigarettes, not to be wronged. I'm not buying anymore. You don't know how to do business at all." As she spoke, she pulled the man out of the supermarket. The middle-aged man quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Xianxia. He said in a grateful tone, "Brother, thank you." Xianxia shook his head, took the cigarette, and put it on his ear. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and said with disdain, "I can tell from their accent that they're from another country." But Xianxia thought to himself, "Because of their accent, you choose to believe me?" The middle-aged man explained, "I've been running this shop for so many years. It's not like I haven't suffered this kind of loss before." He looked at his son. Did those two people buy cigarettes with real money first, then take it back and give it to you? The young man nodded. The middle-aged man scolded, "Little punk, grow a brain. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" The young man looked aggrieved. Xianxia left the supermarket. After a few steps, he was blocked by two men and a woman. Was this a form of revenge? Xianxia glanced at the man blocking the way and then looked at the man behind him. The two men were advancing and retreating. "What's wrong? You want to beat people up?" Xianxia said. "Change this 100 yuan for us and pretend that this didn't happen." The man took out a red Grandpa Mao note. "What if I don't want to?" Xianxia was very calm. "Then you don't want to live." The woman was full of vigor. "It's illegal to send fake money to the market. It's more serious than you beating me up. This is Shanghai, not your fellow countrymen in the corners of the country." The man who was in the supermarket with the woman said, "We didn't send fake money. We're the victims. Don't talk nonsense. Give us the money." Xianxia had seen similar reports on the news before. Many people used this method to quietly send fake money to the market. The woman sneered. "If you don't give us the money, we'll beat you up. It's your choice. Even if you call the police will only ask about such a small matter. They don't even need to file a case. It's pointless to take a beating." Before she finished speaking, the man standing in front of Xianxia was kicked in the stomach. He fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away, groaning in pain. After dealing with one easily, he turned around and swept his leg, sweeping the man behind him to the ground. He wondered if he should call the police and let the police handle it. A car horn sounded in the distance. His sister waved at him from the car. Xianxia walked in front of the woman and slapped her. "Liangchen is a local. I have 100 ways to make your life difficult, but you can't do anything about it." He jogged to the car, opened the door and got in. Qin Baobao looked at the three people in the distance. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. "What's going on? You got into a fight with someone again." "They're scammers." Xianxia briefly explained the situation. "It's something that was announced on the internet, the kind where fake money is exchanged for real money." "That's crazy. We actually encountered them." Qin Baobao was shocked. "Well, it's happening all over the country. It's not surprising." Xianxia said. "Many people who saw the news would scold the people for not being in the old days. Gangs, similar cases all over the country, the methods were the same. Considering the source of the fake money, it was terrifying. First, where did so many fake money come from? Ordinary people don't have many chances to see fake money. There must be a gang that makes fake money. Second, how did they train their hand speed? It was more like group training. Third, XX almost didn't crack down on such incidents. When encountering this kind of situation and he had the ability to do so, Xianxia didn't mind pulling out his blade when he saw injustice. For royal entertainment, Su Jiao's departure was undoubtedly a very bad thing. Losing money was a small matter. The key was that their reputation was greatly damaged. Hiring a water army to slander A Journey to the West was malicious competition. Although this kind of thing was common in the entertainment industry, tacit understanding and exposure were two different things. Boosting album sales and false hype. In the end, not only did it not succeed, but it also had a very negative impact on the company's image. After losing the company's money to boost sales, Su Jiao's album sales were very weak. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's album had been selling well. Then, the person involved, Su Jiao, suddenly jumped ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. It was even more absurd than a melodramatic drama. Royal Entertainment had lost all face. The face they had lost in the past few years was not as much as the face they had lost recently. Today, a few executives took advantage of the break after lunch to have a simple meeting. Tianfeng Entertainment has gone too far. We must fight back. Wei Tong slapped the table. Use all the connections that should be used. We must win the lawsuit. Even if we can't win, we must drag it out for a year or so. Actually, we don't have to go head-to-head with Tianfeng, someone said. No, I can't stand this grievance. Royal Entertainment can't stand it either. Wei Tong said, Contact Huang Yuding and let him announce the news of him joining Royal Entertainment as soon as possible. Su Jiao left, so be it. Huang Yuding is much more famous than her. Chapter 528. In the last meeting, the higher-ups had made a joint decision. Should we attack Tianfang Entertainment? The result was attack, ruthlessly. The experienced higher-ups even came up with a plan to beat them at their own game, in a very short period of time. After analysis, there were two reasons for the failure. First, Tianfang Entertainment had a lot of money and could afford to wage a war of trolls and sales. Second, the quality of Su Jiao's album was not as good as Qin Baobao's. This was an ironclad fact, so when the trolls from both sides fought, the audience was more willing to believe in their own feelings. This meeting was still discussing Tianfang Entertainment and how to deal with the relationship between both parties in the future. Most of the higher-ups thought that since the grudge had been formed, they would just wait and see. Sooner or later, they would get back at them. A small portion of the higher-ups thought that there was no need to harp on Tianfang Entertainment. They would attack when it was time to attack, and cooperate when it was time to cooperate. What if they couldn't defeat them? Wei Tong said, Huang Yuding joining Dynasty, the PR department must remember to publicize it. What's the big deal about Su Jiao leaving? Let the outside world know that our company doesn't lack talent. Our company is still a giant in Shanghai's entertainment industry. Also, have you poached any artists from Tianfang? Are there any who are willing to jump ship? Manager Zhang said, we've tried to contact artists from Tianfang Entertainment. There are a total of 6 of them. 2 of them are male stars with more potential who are willing to jump ship to Tianfang. There's only 1 female star for now. Also, they're all movie stars. It's too difficult to find singers. Those singers dream of Qin Zhe writing songs for them. If they continue to stay in Tianfang, who knows when the opportunity will come? Wei Tong said, what about that Feng Rui? Her potential is quite good. Manager Zhang shook his head. I didn't get a definite answer. After all, Tianfang personally made her popular, and it hasn't been long. If she leaves after becoming popular, it will have a very negative impact on her reputation. If Tianfang manages it well, they might even destroy her. So they must have this concern. Suddenly, Vice President Li Guangzhao's phone buzzed. Because it wasn't a formal meeting, he picked up the call. What did you say? Li Guangzhao shot up from his seat, his eyes wide and filled with shock and surprise. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Wei Tong asked curiously, what's the matter? Li Guangzhao said, I'll go take a look myself. He hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. He searched for Huang Yuding and quickly clicked in. The first Weibo that caught his eye was, my voice has always been there, just waiting for Su Qin to pick up your noble pen. Hashtag Qin Zhe. Welcome to Tianfang Entertainment, Guru Huang. I have good songs here, do you have a good voice? The Weibo post was posted 5 minutes ago. The person who called him was one of his employees. He said that Huang Yuding had posted on Weibo that he had officially joined Tianfang Entertainment. Li Guangzhao wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. He might not know if his ears were playing tricks on him, but his eyes were definitely not playing tricks on him. That was the truth. Li Guangzhao raised his head, pushed his glasses, and said with difficulty, something big has happened. What is it? Everyone started asking questions at once. Li Guangzhao said bitterly, Huang Yuding has been poached by Tianfang Entertainment. At first, there was silence, then a commotion broke out. Don't let it be some unreliable gossip. Give old Yao a call and let him communicate with him. No one believed this. They were shocked and doubtful. Li Guangzhao waved his phone. It's posted on Weibo. The executives hurriedly picked up their phones and logged into Weibo. What's going on? Didn't they say it was a done deal? Where's old Yao? Isn't old Yao his classmate? Is it reliable? Who did you hear it from? Ask him what he wants. Our royal entertainment will try our best to satisfy him. Seeing the truth, they were shocked and angry. Everyone started discussing. Wei Tong personally called the music director, old Yao, and asked him to communicate with him. 10 minutes later, old Yao helplessly called back. President Wei, Huang Yuding said it's a pity that he can't join royal entertainment. He's made up his mind. Wei Tong said angrily, Ask him to state his conditions. Anything is negotiable. Old Yao smiled bitterly. I did. I even played the card of being classmates, but it was useless. He said that what Xianxia can give him, Royal Entertainment can't. Although we're classmates, when it comes to our future, being classmates is useless. Even so, I still pestered him for 10 minutes before he hung up. Wei Tong punched the conference table. After a moment of silence, someone said in a low voice, then, regarding Tianfang, should we fight back? Everyone didn't know how to answer such a sad question. Inexplicably, things had developed to this point. From the most normal box office battle, to the album sales battle, and finally, Su Jiao's departure and Huang Yuding's loss. From a small loss, it had evolved into a huge loss. What exactly went wrong? Why did a rising newcomer in the entertainment industry make Royal Entertainment suffer again and again? Why did the Water Army lose again and again? Why did the celebrities get poached again and again? Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature behind all this? After pondering for a while, many higher-ups of Royal Entertainment came to a sad conclusion. They really couldn't go against Xianxia. Using their connections in the entertainment industry to ban Tianfang Entertainment? It wouldn't work. Tianfang's best-selling movies and albums were all independently produced. Unless Royal Entertainment could make director Guangming a scapegoat. After Huang Yuding and Xianxia's Weibo interaction, the internet was in an uproar. Secondly, before the popularity of Su Jiao joining Tianfang dissipated, there was another singer who was even more famous. From the album sales battle until now, Tianfang had participated in almost all the headlines and trending searches in the entertainment industry for more than a month. Huang Yuding joined Tianfang Entertainment? I'm shocked. Tianfang Entertainment suddenly exploded. In my impression, shouldn't Tianfang Entertainment be a third-rate entertainment company propped up by Xianxia and Qin Baobao? In half a year, how many second-rate stars does Tianfang have? Who can calculate? Their development is too fast. Xianxia is simply poisonous. We keyboard warriors can't see through the big shots world. Tianfang's fame rose to another level. In the past, Xianxia and Qin Baobao's fame had spread far and wide in the entertainment industry, but Tianfang had always been a nobody. Even though they had produced If I Become Memories and Journey to the West, there were still not many people in Tianfang Entertainment. It was just like when you watched a movie, you would never pay attention to the production company and would rarely find out who the director was. But starting from this period, Tianfang Entertainment had become an entertainment company that many people were familiar with. Even Xianxia's fame rose greatly. There were girls confessing their love for him everywhere on the internet. Sister Yi, I sincerely invite you to join us. Xianxia said, don't worry about the lawsuit. Tianfang will also take care of the compensation. I can write clearly on the contract for you. It's best if there's a movie or TV series every year for you to be the female lead. You're worth this price. Xianxia, don't paint a pie in the sky for me. I don't want to jump ship, Yi Lu said. Reality proved that it wasn't easy to poach people. Su Jiao and Huang Yuding both happened at the right time. Even Xianxia wasn't too immersed in her role, which was why she was poached by Xianxia. Yi Lu's development was very smooth. It wasn't flourishing, but it was very stable. In such an environment, she definitely wasn't willing to take the risk to jump ship. Also, my relationship with the higher-ups of Mei is pretty good. If I jump ship, it won't be good for my reputation, Yi Lu said gently. Stop bullshitting. I know you want to run out and open your own studio. I did my research before calling you, Xianxia said in annoyance. Then why did you still call me when you already knew? Yi Lu said. You can also set up your own studio if you come to my Tianfang Entertainment. Also, the resources will definitely be better than if you open your own studio outside. I can promise you that I'll let you be the female lead once this year. I don't need to repeat the results of Tianfang Entertainment's TV series, right? Once you've thought it through, remember to call me. Xianxia rubbed his temples and stared at the name list on the table in front of him. On it were the artists and phone numbers. Yi Lu wasn't his only choice. Xianxia would give her at most 3 days. If she didn't agree, he would look for other artists. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the mission. Salted Fish Zay's harem group chat. Su Yu, what's Qin Zay busy with recently? Baozi has a bunch of things waiting for him to settle. Qin Zay had been at Tianfang Entertainment for nearly a week. He was in a pair with his sister and the siblings returned home together. Su Yu was very angry, but thinking that there were indeed a lot of things happening at Tianfang Entertainment recently, she held it in and didn't call Qin Zay to make a fuss. Wang Zijin immediately agreed. Purple Crystal isn't coming either. I don't have a lot of management experience. He doesn't even know how to help me. Despise, Qin Baobao originally didn't want to bother with them, but they kept mentioning her. She said helplessly, he's crazy. He's still trying to poach people. Su Yu, is he trying so hard to expand Tianfang's scale? Baozi hasn't expanded in a long time. He doesn't care either. A series of despise emojis. Wang Zijin's tone was sour. Purple Crystal also needs to expand. A's will be staying at Purple Crystal for the next month. He's doing well. Don't worry about him. Qin Baobao, hee. Su Yu, hee. The three women were in a show. They bickered for a long time. Nan Man Pei suddenly came online. Recently, I've been preparing to hire a senior manager to help me manage the funds. My think tank suggested that I should personally come up with the questions. Think tank and whatnot. It sounded so high and mighty. She had to get A's to build a think tank one day. Qin Baobao thought to herself. Su Yu, sister man, are you sure the think tank isn't trying to slack off? Nan Man Pei, I think it's quite interesting. I plan to give it a try. But I've never been an interviewer before. I usually hire people based on their qualifications. Then I send people to work at the grassroots level. Those who are reliable will be promoted. This time, I plan to set up a management team directly. Su Yu, I'll help you think about it. Soon, she posted a large number of unique questions from the interviewers during the interview. Nan Man Pei, you have it all on the internet. Be serious. Qin Baobao, do you want to test ability or character? Nan Man Pei, both. Wang Zijin, ability is easy. Send a set of professional exercises. Finally, we'll look at the results. If it's character, I have a question that's quite interesting. Nan Man Pei, say it. Wang Zijin, if you were locked in a room with a naked woman, and you were only given 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin, this question is very deep. Those who answered courteously are hypocrites. Those who said that they wanted to do something were very lustful. If you want to write, you'll do it if you don't want money. If you want money, you won't do it. Those who are diligent and thrifty are able to hold on to their career. Those who talk about emotional exchanges first are far-sighted. Nan Man Pei, why do I feel that it's not reliable at all? Wang Zijin thought to herself. Of course it's not reliable. I just made it up. Nan Man Pei, let's see how Qin Zay chooses to Qin Zay. Chapter 529. Qin Zay heard a ding-dong from his phone, indicating that someone had at him. He clicked on it and almost peed in his pants. If you were locked in a room with a naked woman for only 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin's question might be accidental, but Nan Man Pei definitely had ulterior motives for letting him answer. Qin Zay couldn't be blamed for thinking this way because the night he had sex with Su Yu was almost like this. Su Yu took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Qin Zay couldn't resist the temptation. Nan Man Pei knew about his relationship with Su Yu. Su Yu told him that she confessed to Nan Man Pei about their intimate relationship. Big sister man, are you trying to beat me? Qin Zay thought. Then how should I answer? If I muddle through, big sister man will definitely be dissatisfied. Answer truthfully? God, I may not live past tonight. Nan Man Pei, Qin Baobao, is Qin Zay next to you? Qin Baobao, yes, he's looking at his phone. Since his sister said so, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Qin Zay took a deep breath and typed, I will use 19 minutes to shower, 55 seconds to flirt, and the last 5 seconds to let her know what a man is. Humph. Su Yu, Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, Nan Man Pei, this is very naughty. The group fell silent and Nan Man Pei lurked. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Big Sister Man was satisfied with this answer. In fact, he had already confessed. Because he had some connections in Shanghai, under Qin Zhe's operation, Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao's lawsuit quickly passed the first trial, which was already 2 weeks later. This was not the result that Dynasty Entertainment wanted. Their original plan was to complete the first trial within 3 months for the simple process and 6 months for the normal process. The second trial would be decided within 3 months. Adding up the first and second trials, it would take at least a year and a half, making Su Jiao go into hiding for half a year in disguise. But within 3 months, 2 weeks was also within 3 months. After sending people to find out, they found out that it was Tianfang's doing. The verdict of the first trial, Su Jiao compensated Royal Entertainment with 3 million. The lawsuit entered the second trial phase, and it was already mid-August by the time Su Jiao's case was settled. Tianfang Entertainment didn't stop there. Soon, news of Xianxia and Yi Lu joining Tianfang Entertainment was released. Once again, it caused a huge sensation on the internet. To Tianfang Entertainment, all they had to do was fight a few more lawsuits and lose a few million yuan. But to the onlookers, Tianfang Entertainment's continuous absorption of big shots and crazy expansion was simply insane. Everyone had a premonition that a huge capital of the entertainment industry was about to rise. Qin Zhe's mission progress had reached a bottleneck. Other than the number of artists, there was another requirement: 30 billion yuan in funds. Tianfang Entertainment could still take out 30 billion yuan, but their cash flow wasn't that terrifying. Various investments, such as albums and movies, hadn't been paid back yet. What should they do? Borrow from Purple Crystal and Bao Zhe and inject funds into Tianfang Entertainment. I need a month, really. I'll return the money after a month, Qin Zhe swore solemnly. After a month, the money will be cold. No, Su Yu replied. After a month, do you believe that Purple Crystal would have already gone bankrupt? Wang Zijin replied. The two women had the same firm attitude on this matter: no money, no life. Money? No scram. Even though Qin Zhe kept saying that he would return the money, as long as Tianfang Entertainment wasn't at the end of its rope, the two of them weren't willing to lend money. Because Qin Zhe's reason wasn't convincing. Why did Tianfang need so much money for no reason? Did they want to expand again? Not only did they want to expand, they even King used their money to expand. Could it be that Tianfang Entertainment was their biological son, while Bao Zhe and Purple Crystal were free gifts? At night, while his sister was bathing, Qin Zhe slipped into Wang Zijin's room. He gave her a flattering smile first. Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin was sitting at the head of the bed, reading a book. Under the light of the table lamp, her face was crystal clear. Wang Zijin ignored him. Qin Zhe slipped on the bed and chuckled. Wang Zijin still ignored him. Qin Zhe teased her with all his might, moving his hands up and down. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You want money again?" Qin Zhe said, "1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can you just give me 1 billion yuan?" Wang Zijin said, "No, scram." With that, she crawled under the covers and showed him the back of her head. Qin Zhe harumphed and said, "Hey, I'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for using the family law." Wang Zijin giggled. The family law of a little pervert? What kind of family law could a cowardly little pervert have? Other than that one time when he confessed to her and when they were intimate in bed, Wang Zijin had always considered herself as the big sister. She felt that Qin Zhe would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. In a woman's eyes, a capable man who was also henpecked husband could be said to be perfect. Wang Zijin held the initiative from beginning to end. Even in bed, she actually held the initiative. If she wasn't prepared, Qin Zhe wouldn't be able to get through. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "You've seen my family law. I often use it on Qin Bao." Wang Zijin was taken aback. What family law? Slap. A heavy slap landed on Wang Zijin's little butt. She screamed, covered her butt, and looked at Qin Zhe in disbelief. "He hit me?" He hit me. Such a beautiful and cute girlfriend. How could he do that? Wang Zijin said angrily, even if you kneel on the keyboard, I won't forgive you. Qin Zhe smiled and waved his hand. Slap, 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 slap. Accompanied by the loud slaps and Wang Zijin's screams, the bedroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Wang Zijin resisted at first, just like Qin Bao's fierce resistance, but the two best friends couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you. Wang Zijin pleaded. Qin Zhe stopped. Wang Zijin kicked him under the quilt and said angrily, Get out, you don't love me at all. Qin Zhe said with a straight face, You're sensible. I'll go out first. Go to sleep. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would soften again. Wah! I finally toughened up in front of Sister Ziwei. Women don't take a beating for a day. The ancients didn't lie to me. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. The chairman really didn't lie to me. Qin Zhe spent a little effort to coax and pester. In the end, there was no problem. Su Yu had always been in charge. Wang Zijin may be arrogant for a while, but Qin Zhe was confident that he could get money from Sister Ziwei. But occasionally think about it, I'm going to be the man of Heiai's king. It's not a good thing to keep being soft. It turns out that I'm really the man who can be Heiai's king. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his cell phone rang. Caller ID, Uncle. Uncle, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Qin Zhe answered. Hello, Uncle, what's the matter? Su Guang's voice sounded strange. Something happened on my side. What are you up to now? Qin Zhe raised his voice. Did this guy gamble with the hundreds of thousands and get into debt again? Su Guang hesitated for a long time as if it was hard to say. I was caught by the police when I was helping a poor woman improve her financial situation. There was a few sneers on the other side of the phone. Qin Zhe, damn it, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about prostitution in such a fresh and refined way. Qin Zhe's liver hurt badly. Qin Zhe suppressed his anger. Are you asking me to bail you out? Which police station are you at? Su Guang said, You can't do this, you have to ask your aunt. I don't have the face to call her. The other side lowered his voice. Ace, help me think of a way. If your aunt knows about this, she'll definitely divorce me. Can you bear to see your uncle's wife and children separated? Qin Zhe said angrily, You deserve it, it's all your own damn fault. Su Guang defended himself. I have a reason, it's because I helped you look after the factory. Some time ago, I found one in Xishan and inspected it a few times. The equipment is quite new. As for the other party, they're planning to finance it and don't want to sell it. I've had a lot of social engagements in the meantime, and I just wanted to take them out to have some fun tonight. Who knew I'd fall for it? I rarely did this kind of thing before, if not for you. Qin Zhe was speechless for a long time. Yes, you did it for me. Thank you for your hard work. I can't thank you enough. Su Guang said, Come quickly, I'm still locked in a small dark room, and the police aren't around now. I'll make it short, quickly ask your aunt to come and redeem me. I'm afraid the police station will inform your aunt later. Damn it. After Qin Zhe got the address of the police station, he silently hung up the phone. Fine, it's because of my factory, I can't just ignore it. But my aunt is a prideful and stubborn person. She's worked hard for the family all these years and feels that her husband owes her a lot, so she's naturally resentful. If she knows that my uncle is sponsoring a poor girl in the middle of the night, she'll explode. Qin Zhe thought for a while, then went into the toilet, closed the door, and dialed his aunt's number. Hello, Ace. His aunt's voice was calm, without any anger or irritation. Qin Zhe exhaled slowly. Fortunately, the police station hasn't informed his aunt yet. There's still a chance to develop. Qin Zhe activated his acting skills and said, Aunt, bad news, something happened to my uncle. His aunt almost peed when she heard her nephew's panic tone. She asked anxiously, What's wrong, what happened? Chapter 530. Auntie knew what kind of person her husband was. Her heart sank. What happened? Why did Ace call her? Didn't Su Guang say that he was helping Ace with his business? What happened? Could it be a car accident? Auntie saw that Qin Zhe did not say anything and asked, What happened? Ace, tell me. Xianxia said, Uncle drank some alcohol because of a business dinner and was arrested for drunk driving. He is currently at the police station. Not only will he face a fine, but his license will also be suspended. He might even be detained. Auntie panicked and said, How did this happen? Why did he drink? He is more reliable than this person. Xianxia comforted her. It's fine. I have connections at the police station and have already communicated with them. They plan to classify Uncle as a prostitute and fine him. There is no need to detain him or suspend his license. Later, the police station will call to inform you to go over to pay the money and collect the person. You just go over there with a peace of mind. When you get there, don't ask anything and don't say anything. Just admit that Uncle is a prostitute. Auntie asked, Will it work? Xianxia assured her. It will be fine. There is no car accident and no one is hit. It's not a big deal. Auntie calmed herself down. Okay, Auntie understands. Thank you, Ace. Xianxia said, It's fine. It's what I should do. Sigh, this is all I can do. After hanging up, Auntie waited for about half an hour before she finally received a call. A woman's voice said, Hello, is this Madam Li? Auntie replied, Yes, it's me. Is Su Guang your husband? Yes. He was arrested for prostitution. The address is XXX Police Station. Come over to pay the money and collect him. Okay. Auntie hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. Ace did not lie to me after all. Auntie took her bank card and told her mother, Mom, I have to go out to do something. Grandma was sitting in the living room with Su Yu and her brother on her left and right. They were watching TV with her. Grandma, what's the matter? It's so late. Auntie thought for a moment and said truthfully, Mom, don't worry. Ace has already made arrangements. I'll go over and pay the money, and I'll be able to get him back. Grandma stood up shakily and said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. His aunt responded and hurried out of the house. Grandma slapped her thigh, exasperated at her son's failure to live up to her expectations. There's not a single moment of peace throughout the year. What a sin! How could I have given birth to such a wilted child? Su Yu comforted her, Grandma, with cousin's help, it'll be fine. The younger brother added, When I grow up, I want to show off like my cousin. Su Yu's face darkened, and she reprimanded her younger brother, Where did you get those words from? Don't use them carelessly. The younger brother wasn't convinced. I didn't use it carelessly. Cousin is a pervert. His aunt hailed a taxi at the entrance of the neighborhood and went straight to the police station. The taxi driver was a chatterbox and talked non-stop. You don't sound like you're from Shanghai, the driver said. I'm from Suzhou, his aunt answered absent-mindedly. After about 10 minutes, his aunt looked at the time and said lightly, Sir, were you a racer in the past? The driver was stunned. No, I've been driving for more than 10 years, but my skills are no worse than a racer's. His aunt said unhappily, You're not a racer. I thought your habit of going in circles was a side effect of driving a racer. The driver was speechless. The chatterbox driver didn't say anything else along the way. When they finally arrived at the police station, his aunt told the police officer on duty the purpose of her visit. Oh, you're here. The officer on duty was a female police officer. She said lightly, I'll bring you in to sign the fine. After you pay the fine, you can get your husband back. Then, she added, Do you know what your husband did? Auntie insisted, whoring, river crab, prostitutes. The female police officer was stunned by her straightforward tone. After his aunt signed the document and paid the fine, she saw her husband being brought out of the small dark house by the police officers not long after. The male police officer who brought him over said, This is your husband's first time being arrested, so after paying the fine, it's fine. If there's a next time, he'll be detained for 10 days. You husband and wife go back and talk to each other. Don't let this happen again. The surrounding police officers looked over with interest. Prostitution was the best way to watch the show. Every time they caught such a person, after notifying their family members, they would definitely make a scene. The fiercer ones would even hit their husbands directly. Every time they encountered such things, the police officers would gloat and say, If you want to make a scene, do it outside. This is the police station. Su Guang became listless. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing to be caught for prostitution. His aunt glared at him. Why are you so careless? Be more careful next time. The police officer was speechless. In an instant, the way he looked at his aunt changed. How could there be such a broad-minded woman in the world? The female police officer reminded her, "Your husband is a prostitute," his aunt said. "Yes, yes, yes, I know. Thank you for educating him. I'll be more careful next time." The police officers looked at each other. What the F***CK? The couple left the police station and stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Su Guang stood silently at the side, ready to welcome the storm. After waiting for a long time, it was unexpectedly calm. Su Guang said weakly, "Xiao Ru?" His aunt said, "What's wrong with you? You drank and drove. You don't have any confidence at all. Where's the car?" "It's with the traffic police." "Also, where did you get the car from?" "Drinking, car, traffic police," Su Guang probed. "Ace told you?" His aunt said angrily, "Nonsense. If he didn't have connections and changed your drunk driving to prostitution, you can forget about driving this year and would have to stay in jail for 10 days to half a month." "Damn, my nephew is indeed not an ordinary person. He's as smart as me." Su Guang heaved a sigh of relief. "It's all because of him. I have to entertain clients. How can I not drink? If I don't drink, I won't drink and drive. If he doesn't help me, he's an ingrate." Su Guang was frantically cheering for Qin Zhe in his heart. Right, the factory executive that he entertained was still in the police station, waiting for his family to come and pick him up. Su Guang mourned for him in his heart. It was business entertainment. Drinking, eating, and playing with women was an ironclad culture in the business world. Otherwise, why would the big boss's secretaries be so beautiful? Although Su Guang had been doing nothing for more than 10 years, he was very experienced and had strong interpersonal skills. His aunt asked, "Where's the car?" Su Guang said, "Ace gave me the car. He'll take care of it himself. Let's not worry about it." His aunt said, "You're not young anymore. This time, Ace has something for you to do. You should do it honestly. It's better to follow him than to fool around outside. Maybe in a few years, you'll be able to save up a generous dowry for Yeye. You'll also be able to save enough money for your son's wife." Su Guang replied listlessly. Follow his nephew well. Hearing that hurt his self-esteem. Right? Give him a call and let him know that you're safe. His aunt remembered this. At home. Okay, I got it. Uncle, be careful in the future. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. What's wrong with him now? Qin Bao Bao sat on the bed with her legs crossed. She had just taken a shower. She used a towel to dry her hair. The best way to protect her hair was, first, don't dye it or perm it. Second, don't use a hairdryer. Having beautiful hair was a very important thing for female celebrities. After becoming a celebrity, Qin Bao Bao rarely used a hairdryer. Uncle got caught for drunk driving. But it's settled now, Qin Zhe said. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. My uncle was caught with a prostitute, and I managed to fool my aunt with a phone call. I can brag about this to my friends. But he couldn't brag to his girlfriend or sister. His image would collapse at any moment. You can't do anything right, Qin Bao Bao muttered. Whenever her uncle made a small mistake, she would feel extremely disgusted. Women and men were really different. They were emotional. If they liked someone, they would give up everything. If they hated someone, they would hate them regardless of the occasion. Hey, let's continue. Qin Bao Bao ran her fingers through her hair. What are you going to do with the money after you get it? Shoot a new movie? No. The money will stay in Tianfang for a month. I'll return it to them later, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Then what do you want the money for? Qin Zhe, I'm not telling you. Qin Bao Bao was speechless for a long time. She thought that this brother of hers would have some kind of grand feat. Was it just money transfer for fun? Just then Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller was Yuyu. Suyu? Qin Zhe picked up. Hello, cousin. Are you asleep? Su Yu's soft voice sounded. Yes, soon. I'm going to sleep with your cousin, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu, Qin Zhe, what's the matter? Su Yu said softly, I want to find a job during the summer break. Can you arrange it for me? Qin Zhe, no problem. Su Yu immediately said, then I want to go to Tianfang Entertainment. I can even run errands. If there's a show, I'd like to play a small role. Qin Zhe, you want to be a celebrity? Su Yu, no, I think I'm too introverted. I don't like to communicate with others and my interpersonal skills are bad. I want to train myself. Su Yu was indeed introverted. She was quiet and didn't like to talk much. Perhaps it was because of the environment she grew up in that she had low self-esteem and wasn't good at socializing. Smooth and slick people might not succeed, but those who succeeded were basically smooth and slick. Qin Zhe felt that it was good that his cousin had such awareness. No problem, but you can't say that you're my cousin. I won't take care of you too much. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu thought so too. Okay, thank you, cousin. Report to Tianfang Entertainment tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you. They ended the call. It was 10:30 p.m. Wang Zijin, who woke up at 5 a.m. every day for her morning jog, was already asleep. His sister was a little later and was yawning sleepily. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to sleep over here or in your own room? Qin Baobao quietly snuggled under the blanket. Since you're begging me to sleep over here, I'll reluctantly agree. Qin Zhe, then I'll have to thank you very much. Lights out. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. Everyone knows her when she's 26. When the waiter helps her up, she feels weak and weak. She doesn't regret it. Her kidney is haggard because of him. Chapter 5:31. Mom, I'm leaving. Su Yu was wearing a pair of running shoes, a woman's backpack, a white shirt, a woman's suit, and black shorts. Her outfit was not more than 500 yuan, but it was her latest and most expensive outfit. Wait a minute. Her aunt ran out of the kitchen and helped her flip out her collar and flatten it. Then she pulled down her shorts. You're just missing a pair of high heels. Your cousin owns a big company. Won't it be a little tight? She meant that it was not a good match. I can't wear high heels. No one knows about my relationship with my cousin. Su Yu grinned, showing her two small canine teeth. I'm leaving. Normal high school girls had already started to use cosmetics and high heels, but Su Yu did not have the qualifications, nor did she have the capital to compete with her. The 80-square-meter house was not small, but it was too cramped for a family of 5. She was 18 years old this year, but she still did not have her own room. She slept in the same room as her grandmother, but on different beds. She had never worn high heels, and the only cosmetics she used were Debao Sod honey. She bought at most 2 sets of clothes a year. Other than food expenses, her daily allowance was 10 yuan. What could she buy with 10 yuan in Shanghai? Her grandmother was most afraid of getting sick. Shanghai residents had better health care than residents in other areas, but it was not like they did not have to spend money. If she got sick, she would still go bankrupt. If she had to go back to before liberation, she would still go back to before liberation. There was no room for discussion. During the new year, her cousin gave her a bank card. Su Yu secretly went to the bank to check the balance. It was 500,000 yuan. The little girl was scared out of her wits. She did not even touch 500 yuan that many times. After that, she secretly called her cousin to return the money, but she was scolded. She did not dare to tell her parents. The bank card was still in her hand, and she had not touched a single cent. She did not know how to spend the money. Her family was not short of money now. Her aunt gave her mother a few thousand yuan every few days, saying it was for her grandmother's nutrition expenses. Her mother did not want it at first, but her grandmother said, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow him. She used to complain that her father was a burden to her aunt, but that was because her aunt's family was not rich and could not afford such torment. Her mother heard this and did not say anything. Su Yu faced the morning sun and stepped out of the neighborhood. She was like a thriving sapling, full of vitality and thriving. Life would get better and better, and she would work hard to get into a university. There was no hope for Fudan University, but there was still some hope if the University of Finance and Economics worked hard. Those who were more attentive could find an interesting pattern. When we were in primary and middle school, there were more female straight-A students than male straight-A students. Moreover, the female straight-A students were all beautiful and were the targets of the male students in the class. However, in high school and university, the number of male straight-A students would surpass the number of female straight-A students. At this time, it would be difficult for female straight-A students to find a delicate and beautiful flower. To sum it up, beautiful women don't have good grades. Su Yu was a little cabbage that countless people coveted. She couldn't be described as a little cabbage anymore. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be considered a natural beauty? He didn't have the right to call himself a cabbage. She was very beautiful, but her brain was indeed very ordinary. In Qin Zhe's life, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were not considered top students. At most, they were considered top students. After all, there were many female students in Fudan University and Peking University. The two of them were not outstanding among them, so they were not considered good-looking. The only one who can really be called a top student is probably Su Yu. After taking the subway, it took 40 minutes to arrive at Tianfang Entertainment. For the first time in her life, she stepped into an office building in the CBD area. Su Yu stood in front of the door and hesitated for a long time. Even if there was no access control in the office building, anyone could enter and leave at will. But for a high school student, it was a different world. She looked at it with fear. White-collar and gold-collar workers in formal suits were the elite class that she yearned for but also felt inferior to. Su Yu took a deep breath, tightened her shoulder bag, and resolutely stepped into the lobby. According to the address given by her cousin, she took the elevator and soon arrived at the floor where Tianfang Entertainment was located. Then Su Yu made a phone call. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably came out, stuck her head out, and stared at Su Yu for a moment. "Are you Su Yu?" "Yes." Su Yu responded crisply. "Come in," the middle-aged woman said. Su Yu was led to a small conference room, and the middle-aged woman handed her a resume to fill in. The little chick who just entered the society was ignorant step by step. The fashionable and coquettish woman didn't know that the little chick in front of her would be the cousin of the big boss. Probably only the ordinary-looking assistant knew about this matter, because Qin Zhe had given her the task of handling it. After writing the resume, there was actually nothing to write. What kind of resume did a high school student have? It was nothing more than the date of birth, the talent she was good at, and the name of the school she attended. For the time being, you can run errands in the backup artist team. You can listen to the teachers when they are in class. What you can learn is up to you. After all, you are just a summer worker. The middle-aged woman said, "But you look good. Remember to seize the opportunity when you encounter it. Maybe you will be rich." There was no lack of girls in the entertainment industry who were discovered when they were students and became famous. Su Yu entered the company with such an identity. "Can I be in a movie?" Su Yu asked. "Our company will indeed be shooting a new drama in a while. The specific time is not set. I also heard it from the leader. If you can be chosen, it is not impossible to choose a small supporting role." The middle-aged woman painted a picture of her. "Then can I act with Qin Zhe?" Su Yu was full of hope, and her eyes were shining. "Dream on," the middle-aged woman warned. "In the company, you have to call him Chairman Qin. Is the name of the big boss something you can call directly? Since you are out of school, it doesn't matter if you are real or fake. Put it all away. It is never wrong to have more wisdom in life. Okay, go upstairs and report." At the end of August, Tianfang Entertainment's crazy poaching incident came to an end. Xianxia and Yi Lu officially entered Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Zhe fulfilled his promise. Other than Xianxia, Huang Yuding and Yi Lu both had their own teams and studios under Tianfang Entertainment. If they were to use studios to classify artists, the head of Tianfang Entertainment would be Qin Baobao, and the three tiger generals under him would be Li Wei, Huang Yuding, and Yi Lu. The three of them all had their own studios. The next level was the ordinary second tier to third tier, and the number decreased by each level. The backup artists were probably the low-level minions that charged into the front lines. Su Yu had been among the low-level minions for half a month. Perhaps because there was no direct conflict of interest, she was pretty, delicate, and obedient, the backup artists all treated her quite well. They also didn't expect that the little girl who usually ordered them to serve tea would be the cousin of the big boss of the company. Today, Chairman Qin brought the big shot Yi Lu over to train the backup artists. Yi Lu talked about some of her thoughts and experiences in acting, as well as some of the troublesome things she would encounter on the set. She also told the female artists how to reject the unspoken rules that were hard to talk about. The entertainment industry was deep, but it didn't mean that the female artists who rejected the unspoken rules wouldn't have a bright future. People with ability, acting skills, and social skills could avoid the unspoken rules. At most, they would climb slower and miss some good opportunities. People with background and status could also avoid the unspoken rules. After class, Xianxia and Yi Lu left side by side, talking and laughing. "How about I tell you a joke?" Xianxia said. Xianxia had been close to Yi Lu recently. She was a woman with a high EQ, so they had a good time together. Qin Bao Bao once chewed on a potato chip sourly and said, "Ayaya, Ace is indeed infatuated with his sister. He can't get his sister, so he wants to seduce her." Xianxia chose to die when it came to his sister's shameless words. "Okay." Yi Lu nodded with interest. She was about 1.7 meters tall and was considered tall among girls. A tall woman with a pair of long legs was very invincible. She was a female artist with a decent reputation and image. She had debuted for many years without any negative rumors. This was one of the reasons why Xianxia liked her. He didn't want a female artist who was too flirtatious. She would bring bad influence to the company. Even though the entertainment industry was full of evil, Tianfang Entertainment wasn't absolutely clean either. Xianxia said, Tang Sanzang and his disciples passed by a village. Seeing the villagers' worried faces, they went up to ask. The village chief cried and complained, "A demon came to the village. He's very licentious. The women in the village were all ravaged and harmed. They can't walk on the ground." Tang Sanzang turned pale with fright and asked, "What demon is he?" Xianxia said, "Why don't you guess?" Yi Lu tilted her head slightly and her beautiful eyes turned. She had an answer. "Jubeiji." Xianxia shook his head. Yi Lu frowned. "What demon?" Xianxia chuckled. "Essential bomb." Yi Lu was stunned. Then she held her stomach and laughed. Xianxia also laughed, and the air around them was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. 1,000 cups are too few to drink with a bosom friend. Congratulations. I'm very comforted. Through the open door, the backup artists in the room looked at Yi Lu and Xianxia's back view as they chatted cheerfully. A charming girl said, "A fresh flower on a pile of cow dung." Su Yu was standing beside her. When she heard that, she was unhappy. How is So Chi not worthy of her? He's young, rich, talented, and charming. She hated it when people talked bad about her cousin. The charming girl said faintly, "I know. Otherwise, why would I say, fresh flowers stuck on cow dung? Can a woman do the verb, insert?" Su Yu was speechless. She didn't understand but thought it was awesome. Chapter 5:32. As soon as he returned to his office, he received Su Yu's message. After hearing those words, Xianxia threw his head back and laughed. Thinking back, even if it was half a year ago when he was famous, if he was with a beauty like Yi Lu, he wouldn't be able to escape being called a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Half a year ago, when he was with his sister, all the passers-by would say the same thing. A good cabbage was taken by a pig. In 1 year, Salted Fish Lake evolved, Hei's king. When he was with Yi Lu and his sister, the words of others became, Qin Bao Bao was lucky to have such a brother. Yi Lu was so lucky to hook up with Xianxia. This was the difference between Hei's king and Salted Fish Lake. Salted Fish Lake was listless while Hei's king was not only a dragon among men, but also a dragon among men. For men, the latter gave them more pride than the former. During this time, Xianxia was very satisfied. The mission was completed and there were piles of points in his account. He was satisfied just by looking at them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would pull out the points store and take a look. He looked at it again and again like a miser. He was scared of being poor. He was happier than when he earned a few $100 million. With points, Tianfeng Entertainment could develop further. For example, the TV series industry that the company had never entered before. The popularity of the TV series industry had decreased in recent years. In an era where everything was fast, movies were obviously more popular than TV series. Or else, how could fast shooters be so popular? But TV series had its advantages. They could make an artist famous more than movies. Also, TV series would always be more profitable than movies. If Tianfeng wanted to develop actively and healthily, it was impossible for them not to touch the TV series industry. Xianxia had already announced a long time ago that Tianfeng Entertainment was about to start producing their first TV series. This would be one of Tianfeng's most important moves in the second half of the year. It was because of this that the middle-aged woman said those words to Su Yu on the day she joined the company. Countless artists were waiting for this opportunity, dreaming of becoming famous in one TV series and becoming the next Feng Rui. As for what kind of TV series he wanted to film, Xianxia hadn't decided yet. To be precise, he hadn't had time to find a TV series he liked in the point store. Because they promised to let Yi Lu be the female lead this year, there was a limit to the drama they could choose. If it was a drama with the male lead as the first person, the female lead's presence and highlight would be greatly reduced. This was the battle between the male and female lead. If you don't believe me, why don't you flip through the male lead's TV series? Xianxia was more inclined to shoot a TV series with the female lead as the first person. Moreover, it had been proven countless times in the market that female TV series were more popular than male TV series, and they also saved more money. Sis, are you going to shoot a TV series? Xianxia asked. He was looking forward to seeing his sister's ancient dress fluttering in the wind. Qin Baobao looked up at him. The female lead? Xianxia, the female lead is Yi Lu. I promised her. Qin Baobao, no, get lost. Xianxia, don't be like that. You can be the second female lead or something. Qin Baobao, no, get lost. Xianxia, why? Qin Baobao, shooting a TV series takes at least a month and at most 3 months. There's even half a year for crazy ones. I won't be home for half a year. Don't give birth to a wolf cub with a wolf in the house. Xianxia, it's up to you whether you want to shoot it or not. He ignored his sister and opened the point store as if no one else was around. He searched for TV series and summoned the system to set up a rating function. Xianxia wanted to find good TV series that didn't cost too much, didn't look old, and had high ratings. The TV series could also be watched for free in the point store, just like listening to a song. However, Xianxia clearly didn't have that much time to watch TV series. He only watched a few TV series in a year in this world. It wasn't like he was Wang Zijin. Other than eating, drinking, and going to work, all he did was read and watch TV series. Hey, this TV series is not bad. Soon, Xianxia found a period TV series with high ratings. The title of this TV series was very naughty. It was so naughty that even Xianxia, who had won the second prize for his essay in junior high school, couldn't recognize this word. System, I don't read much. Can you mark it in pinyin? How do I pronounce this word? The system's voice sounded in his mind. Huan, drink 5 bowls of Huang. Yes. Xianxia suddenly realized, so it's Huang Zhuan. Huang Zhuan, I've decided on you. Xianxia planned to spend half a day watching the TV series. He rarely watched TV series because they often lacked logic and because they were too long. They were not as condensed and simple as movies. Therefore, it was easy to get tired of watching TV series and the acting skills of the actors. However, there would be 1 or 2 super exciting TV series every year. Only then would Xianxia force himself to watch them. Except for the female series. It was very difficult to get into the female series, even if it was really good and very popular. Now, he looked at the problem from a different perspective. Even if Huang Zhuan was very boring, the fact that it could get a high rating meant that the market response was good. Then, it was worth Xianxia's points to exchange for it. What he wanted was results. It didn't matter if it was a male or female series. As long as the ratings were high and it could make money, it was enough. All right, Xianxia said, sis, Does our company have any experts in TV series? Qin Baobao didn't even raise her head and answered directly, no. Scram. Qin Zhe. Can you speak properly? If you continue to be naughty, I'll spank you. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. We really don't have any. Before we bought Tianfang Entertainment, it was like a worm. Don't expect to have many talents. And after we bought it, we haven't made any TV series. The two small companies we bought before did have experience in TV series, but I don't think you'll like them. The drawbacks of Tianfang Entertainment's rapid development were immediately apparent. The talents couldn't keep up. It was like suddenly becoming rich. Their wealth kept up, but their quality couldn't match their wealth for a while. Then let's borrow some people. Qin Zhe directly called the experienced driver Huang Yizong. The call went through. Hello, Xiao Huang. You've been having fun at the clubhouse recently. The words came out of his mouth completely subconsciously. Huang Yizong had a kind of indecent charm. He didn't care that his sister was beside him, so he regretted it the moment he said it. Qin Baobao perked up her ears. Haha, this question is very much to my liking. As expected, Huang Yizong became excited. Qin Zhe coughed and didn't dare to say more. There's something I need your help with, bro. I know. Masterpieces are common, but talent scouts aren't. Bro, you can be this talent scout. What the hell do you know? Please stop talking. My sister's gaze is murderous. Be serious, bro. I'm such a decent person. How can you make such a joke with me? I understand now. Huang Yizong really understood this time. I was joking just now. Then, let's talk about business. I want to shoot a TV series, but the company doesn't have any talents in this field. Can you lend me a director? Qin Zhe asked. Sure. For a TV series, the scriptwriter is also very important. Do you have one? Huang Yizong agreed so readily because Qin Zhe had borrowed MOU from him last time. Although they were both directors, TV series directors and movie directors were different. In a movie, the director's position was the most important. But in a TV series, the scriptwriter's position was not lower than the director's. Because a TV series was long, there were relatively more small details and monologues. These were things that the scriptwriter had to figure out and fix. Movies, on the other hand, were more condensed and needed the director to coordinate. In addition, filming methods were different. If an inexperienced film director was to shoot a TV series, the results wouldn't be good. If one was more careful, they would realize that some famous directors either focused on movies or TV series for 20 years. It was rare for them to be in their element in both. I don't have one here, but I have a ready-made script. It's not enough even if you have a script. It's best if you have a professional scriptwriter on the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Although we're brothers, don't be pretentious with me. I'll pay you every cent. Who's being pretentious with you? It'd be a waste if I don't take advantage of this rich guy. The scriptwriter and the director were settled. Qin Zhe once again felt the importance of connections. The more friends one had, the more options one would have. The wisdom of the ancients was like his own. He was glad that he didn't completely fall out with star art in the heat of the moment. Sometimes, Qin Zhe was very puzzled. In some novels, the protagonists were impulsive, self-opinionated, and unforgiving. Whoever stepped on them, they would kill their entire family. How did they live for more than 1,000 chapters? Did they have a low-level system like him? I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The phone that he had just hung up rang again. Qin Baobao swallowed the line of questioning. The caller was Suyu. Qin Zhe answered, "What's the matter?" Suyu's voice was a little anxious, a little panicked, a little angry, and very complicated. She said, "Qin Zhe, something happened at the company." Chapter 5:33. What happened? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and did not stop her from eavesdropping. Zhen Yoxin, the manager of the billing department, ran away with 300 million yuan. Suyu gritted her teeth. What happened today? Qin Zhe's tone sank. Yes, he disappeared after the bank made the payment today. So you said? Qin Zhe was stunned for a while. I'll come over now. Just after hanging up the phone, Qin Bao eagerly asked, What's the matter? What do you mean he ran away with money? 300 million yuan? So much money and he just ran away? This old lady's heart hurts. Xianxia, Baoza's billing department, the industry is relatively special. 300 million yuan is not a small amount. I'll go and see it first. In the development and operation of a company, it is inevitable to encounter many inevitable troubles. The boss Huang he ran away with his sister-in-law, and the employees' wages were gone. This is one of the crises that employees don't want to face the most. If the previous sentence is slightly modified, the department manager ran away with hundreds of millions of yuan of funds and cheated the company and customers' money. This is definitely one of the crises that the boss and the company don't want to face. The company's senior executives take advantage of their positions and run away with the money. Whether it is at the beginning of the economic recovery or now that all aspects of control and supervision have been perfected, this kind of thing is common. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. Compared with the industry, doing finance is more convenient and has more opportunities in this regard. And one time, he ran away with a large amount of money. Xianxia, the manager of the billing department, cheated the bank when the bill was discounted and ran away with 300 million yuan of funds. Looking at the rise of the billing department to the dusk, in just a few years of history, there are too many such incidents. It is precisely because of the disorder and chaos of the market that the government intervenes and causes this industry to become a thing of the past. The huge profits are not there, but there is still a good profit space, so Baoza Investment has not given up. After Xianxia received the call, he immediately rushed to the company and happened to see Su Yu at the door of the company sending 2 policemen out. The 2 comrades greeted Xianxia kindly. When encountering this kind of thing, it is necessary to call the police and file a case. Xianxia and Su Yu walked side by side to the office. What's the situation at the bank? Did anyone participate? Xianxia asked. I don't know for the time being. It will be clear after the investigation. Su Yu said. The money was the company's money, and Baoza helped to discount it. The bank had the right to transfer the money. After going through a more complicated process, the bank transferred the money to the company, and Baoza took a certain commission. Baoza was equivalent to an intermediary, pulling the strings in the middle. He had acquaintances in both banks and enterprises. Xianxia might have used his acquaintance's relationship to manipulate and deceive, or he might have colluded with his acquaintance to scam money. How's the company doing? The phone is blowing up. Not only companies, but also other intermediaries. Many of the tickets we collect are from other small intermediaries. Su Yu sighed. 300 million is nothing, Xianxia said. We're already doing that, Su Yu said. Actually, she had already dealt with the things that needed to be dealt with. But now that Xianxia was here, she felt relieved. It was as if she had found her backbone. 300 million yuan was a big loss for Baoza Group. Although it was not enough to hurt them, it was still 300 million yuan. The whole company was shocked. Then, as early as this afternoon or as late as tomorrow, the whole industry would know about it. Because such things had happened before, the news would spread all over the industry the next day. This circle was actually not big. Financial fraud cases emerged one after another. Today's incident could also be classified as a financial fraud case. Xianxia, who came from the finance department of the University of Finance and Economics, had seen countless related cases in textbooks. Some money could be recovered and some could not. When he set up the investment company, he had considered this aspect in his heart. Later, he handed the company over to Su Yu. The two discussed it. In order to prevent the finance department from running away with the money, important things like the seal and stamp had been held in Su Yu's hands. Su Yu naturally had a way of doing things. For example, she let Xianxia manage the bill industry. Xianxia was one of the talents sent to Baoza by Nanman Pei. Based on the trust in Nanman Pei, that group of people could be said to be the confidants and mainstays of the company. Just as Xianxia and Su Yu entered the office, the employees whispered to each other. I guess the money can't be recovered. I don't know where it went. It's very troublesome. When the bank freezes the account, it will be too late. We lost 300 million yuan for nothing. This money is really easy to earn. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense. Manager Zhen has lost his mind. Where will he go with the money? He will be wanted. But this is 300 million yuan. He can't earn so much money in a lifetime. He can live a comfortable life abroad. Fortunately, our company has a strong foundation. If this was a small investment company, the boss would jump off a building. Xianxia muttered, "Where is Zhen Yoxin from?" Su Yu said, "He's from Huanan. Sister Man sent him here." Xianxia said, "Call Sister Man." Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I almost forgot to call Sister Man." Xianxia lit a cigarette and frowned. Zhen Yoxin, this old guy, even dared to cheat Hei's king's money. Looking back on the past year, Xianxia had always valued this group of old people who came from Nanman Pei. They had no shortage of benefits, wages, and bonuses. What an ungrateful person. Su Yu hung up the phone and turned his head. Sister Man said she knows. The loss is on her and will be deducted from her dividend. Xianxia ignored him. He knew that Su Yu would not agree. Sharing the risk was what every partner had to do. Summon all the managers for a meeting, Xianxia said. 10 minutes later, Xianxia held a simple meeting with the senior management and made a brief discussion about Zhen Yoxin's matter. Zhen Yoxin's matter makes me very sad and even angry. I don't think I've mistreated him or anyone here. Xianxia glanced at everyone. I don't believe that a person will change without warning. Something must have happened to him. But no matter what happened, what he did was digging his own grave. It's best to get the 300 million back. If not, he will spend the rest of his life in prison unless he doesn't come back to China. We are all wise people. If you need anything, you can tell me or Boss Su. But don't follow Zhen Yoxin's example. Boss Qin, Zhen Yoxin may have owed a loan shark outside, someone said. Gambling. Xianxia frowned. He seemed to know the truth about Zhen Yoxin running away with money. Yes, Boss Qin, a manager who came with Zhen Yoxin said, he's a gambling addict. He's a frequent customer of the gambling company. Last year he lost more than 1 million to buy balls outside. We tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Plus, his income is not bad. Then, at the beginning of the year, I heard that he went to AO Men with someone. When he came back, he was in a state of excitement. He told us that he won 2 million in 3 days. After that, he seemed to go to AO Men every weekend. Just like that, last month he suddenly asked to borrow money from us. He said that he lost a lot of money and was being chased by loan sharks. He even said that he would definitely make a comeback and return the money to us after he won. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Yu said angrily. We didn't borrow money. We tried to persuade him. He listened to us and thought that he would settle down. Now that she thought about it, Zhen Yoxin was probably possessed. He was planning to cheat the company so that he would have enough money to repay his debt or make a comeback. Among prostitution, gambling, and drugs, gambling was undoubtedly the most dangerous. It was not rare for a multimillionaire to go bankrupt overnight. How much could a prostitute earn? A few million was enough to take drugs until you died. However, millions or even tens of millions could disappear overnight on the gambling table. Did you say that when the police asked you? So you asked. That person nodded. Yes. Xianxia said, then that's it. Go back to your work. Until now, Xianxia still did not show much anger. He was calm and collected, which made people feel at ease. Li Linfeng and a few managers, including Wang Guqing and Jiang Jinghua, were on good terms. They closed the door and smoked in the office. Li Linfeng lowered his head and took one puff after another. Zhen Yoxin is such a person. Why didn't I see it before? Li Linfeng sighed. Maybe he lost too much money and got anxious, Wang Guqing said. Li Linfeng glanced at him and sneered. You think you can run away with the company's money if you're anxious? When you came to Baoza, how much did you earn each month? 20,000. It's below average in Shanghai. How much is your monthly salary, bonus, and annual income? Based on what we did, the executives of other investment companies would only do better. To be honest, half of the money was due to gratitude. Yes, Boss Qin is not short of money. He has a wide range of ways to make money and has the ability. But people cannot repay kindness, but they can't bite the hand that feeds them. 300 million, if it's another company or enterprise, the boss will be worried. Jiang Jingwa sneered. This son of a bitch will be a rat crossing the street in the future. When encountering this kind of thing, the anger and bad mood were far greater than the heartache of the loss of money. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa in the center of the office, smoking silently. Su Yu was next to him, with a cigarette in her red mouth, pretending to be depressed. You said that Brother Ao Tian's body shook and all parties bowed down to him. His followers are loyal. Why did he suddenly become realistic when it comes to me? Qin Zhe hugged Su Yu and sighed. I boast that I'm a dragon among men, not much worse than Brother Ao Tian. Why don't I have loyal followers? Su Yu said, maybe it's retribution. You poached so many hot stars these days, and then retribution came to Baoza Investment. Qin Zhe, you still have the nerve to say that? You have the biggest responsibility for the company's problems. Su Yu nodded and said, Your Majesty, don't treat me as a human tonight. The two of them found joy in the bitterness. In fact, they couldn't do anything else. They could only wait for the news from the police. But they knew in their hearts that if they really paid off the loan sharks or squandered money on the gambling table, they could catch the person, but the money, they probably couldn't get it back. Chapter 5:34. 3 days after the Zhen Yoxin incident, the culprit still hadn't been caught, and of course, the money couldn't be recovered. But life went on and work went on. Qin Zhe worked hard for 3 days, relying on the speed of his fingers that had been single for 23 years, and finally finished the script of True Adultery. Qin Zhe was looking forward to seeing how erotic this TV series was. Unfortunately, the script seriously affected the reading experience, and there was no satisfaction at all. Qin Zhe didn't plan to follow this series. After all, a TV series was not a movie, and it was time-consuming. Besides, his sister wouldn't participate, so there was no point for him to follow. In addition, he also asked Mou, a director, and 2 scriptwriters to learn from the crew. In these 3 days, the company had already started the auditions and casting. Qin Zhe showed a rare fatigue, and he couldn't find the energy to do anything. This morning at Baoza Investment, he fell asleep on the spacious sofa until Su Yu woke him up for breakfast. Su Yu accompanied Qin Zhe to eat. Seeing his poor appetite, she frowned slightly, holding chopsticks in one hand and the phone in the other. Qin Zhe, have you been feeling unwell recently? You look listless. 10 seconds later, in the group, Wang Zijin replied, a little bit, and he didn't have the energy to run in the morning. Maybe Tianfeng Entertainment has too many things to do. Didn't they say they were going to shoot a TV series? At Crossdresser, useless thing, you can't do anything. Qin Baobao was not convinced. It's not Tianfeng Entertainment's problem. He threw the task of shooting a TV series to the company. And his lack of appetite is not because of this. Su Yu, then why? Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao, you don't know, right? He has a very serious compulsive perfectionism. Wang Zijin, Su Yu, I'm more educated than you, who are you fooling? Is there such a disease? Qin Baobao, believe it or not. Su Yu, then tell me. Qin Baobao, it happened a few days ago. Ever since A's debut, he has always thought of himself as a little immortal who succeeds in everything he does. He has never tasted failure, so he is very proud of himself. This should be the biggest setback he has ever experienced in his life. Wang Zijin asked, that's all you've got after pocketing 300 million yuan? Qin Baobao, believe it or not, it's up to you. Wang Zijin. Go on. Qin Baobao, obsessive perfectionism is a combination of obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionism. My brother has been listless since he was young and has always been bad at everything. Because of this, he's a perfectionist at heart. That's why he especially admires me, his perfect sister. This is the best evidence. What he cared about was not the 300 million, but the damage to his perfect image in his heart. No matter what he did, he had to do it perfectly. Zhenji Air, that disgraceful fellow, had ruthlessly betrayed him. It was like a thorn in his heart. He was like, what did he do wrong? Not enough charisma? Was there a problem with the bonus distribution? In fact, he himself didn't have any weight in the hearts of the employees, so he didn't hesitate to betray him. Su Yu and Wang Zijin were stunned. Nan Man Pei suddenly jumped out. Actually, it's just a lack of confidence. It's a manifestation of inferiority. Qin Bao Bao, it's not inferiority. It's somewhat similar to the manifestation of inferiority, but his heart is different. His mood at the moment is already annoyed, angry, and trapped in his own alley. After all, he thinks he's a little immortal. He'll be fine after a while. Su Yu, don't impose such a disgusting name on him. Get out. Wang Zijin, ditto. Su Yu put down her phone, ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and said sweetly, "Little immortal, don't have a glass heart. Come rub your sister's chest." Qin Zhe. What the hell is a little immortal? Goosebumps rose all over his body. Don't give you a nickname. Qin Zhe frowned and rubbed his hand on Su Yu's soft river crab chest. Su Yu hit him with her palm. Rub your face. Qin Zhe said disdainfully, your breast capacity is not enough. What's the point of rubbing a facial cleanser that can't even suffocate him? He was indeed depressed these past few days. He became famous on the stage of singer, and then he achieved consecutive victories in the stock market. After that, whether it was in the entertainment industry or in business, everything was smooth sailing. He was not a thick-skinned person, so of course he was depressed in his heart. If it was an ordinary small boss, his hair would have turned white from worry. On the other hand, it also showed that his background was too shallow. He was just a big boss accompanied by a low-level system. Making money was not a problem. But he didn't mix in the underworld, and he didn't participate in politics. He was cheated of hundreds of millions. What else could he do besides calling the police? When Father Ma encountered this kind of thing, he could only call the police. Su Yu said, "Look at you sulking all day. I asked you to come to my house tonight, but you didn't come. Did Wang Zijin F***ck you? Why are you so reluctant to leave her?" Qin Zhe. He looked at her in surprise. Don't F***ck me. When did you speak so harshly? Where is your goddess-like style? Su Yu said blankly, it's funny. It's the same adjective. When I scolded F***ck, nothing happened to you. When I said F***ck, your reaction was so big. You looked down on this word. Qin Zhe's face was black. Believe it or not, I will tear up the Xinhua dictionary on the spot for you to see. When the two were alone, Su Yu didn't have much scruples about speaking, but she wouldn't be so vulgar. Qin Zhe understood that she wanted to attract his attention and not always think about that thing. Su Yu drank some water, stopped chopsticks, and took out a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth. We should set up a regulatory department to supervise the use of funds by the managers of various departments. The funds don't have to be directly passed through by the managers. As for the bill department, there is not much way. Zhen Yoshin used the company and the bank to have a good relationship. He didn't bring the bill to the bank and directly let the bank transfer the money first. There are many defects and loopholes in this industry, and it's impossible to guard against them. The loss is not only the company's money, but also the company's reputation. Whether customers or banks, they no longer believe in our company. To put it bluntly, it still damages your credibility. Su Yu said, I'm not going to make checks anymore. I'll concentrate on making electric bills. Even a mosquito has meat. The electric bill system is safer. Qin Zhe nodded. Okay. The two chatted for a long time. Su Yu saw that the depression on his face disappeared a little and was relieved. What is obsessive perfectionism? She suddenly said. Ah. Qin Zhe was at a loss. Look at your phone yourself, Su Yu said. Qin Zhe took out his phone and saw a series of conversations between his sisters. Su Yu came over excitedly. She didn't expect Qin Zhe's body to hide. What are you doing? I've seen it all. Su Yu said. Qin Zhe ignored her and changed the group note back. He would never change the group note again. He always felt that he would be found out. After reading the conversation in the group, Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, I admit, but perfectionism doesn't count. It's too shameful to be called a little immortal. Su Yu said, actually, I think Qin Bao Bao is right. You are a perfectionist. Maybe you don't realize it yourself. It's always hard for you to see yourself clearly, but the people around you know it clearly. Let's not talk about work. For example, when we have sex. Xianxia knocked her head hard. Don't talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Su Yu, what's the difference? Xianxia said, by the way, how are PE and VC doing recently? Especially PE. I remember that last year they were preparing for the listing of Feng Lin Animal Husbandry. Su Yu said, it's already in progress. The earliest is September, the latest is November. Feng Lin will be listed. At that time, we'll pull it up for a week and then ship it. After this, I want Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin to kneel down and call me daddy. Xianxia said, send me a report later. I'll try my best to help you this quarter. Private equity with potential mainly invested in PE and VC investments. Stock investments, wealth management, they were all just for fun. Risk investment and equity investment were the way to go. When it was almost time to get off work, Xianxia suddenly received a call from Nan Man Pei. Still investing in Baoza? He hadn't seen Sister Pei for a long time. He missed her voice. Yes, what's the matter? Xianxia said. Do you want to go to Chongming to have fun? Nan Man Pei smiled. Now. Not going. Nan Man Pei pretended not to hear and said, old Madame Li was not in good health some time ago. She was in the hospital for half a month. She was bored. Today is Friday. My brother-in-law took her to Chongming. It's not good to go to places far away. I thought that you were quite bored recently. Let's go together. Xianxia whispered, now? Nan Man Pei said, we'll be at your company in 10 minutes. Su Yu said, Sister Man? Xianxia nodded. She asked me to go to Chongming. The Li family is going too. The Li family from Shanghai. Xianxia had heard of them for a long time. They were Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's father. He had only seen them on TV but had never seen them in person. Ever since he became friends with Nan Man Pei, Xianxia had never revealed his intention to get close to the Li family. Firstly, it was too far away. Secondly, with Nan Man Pei and the Wang family's relationship in Shanghai, most problems could be easily solved. Furthermore, he was the son-in-law of the Wang family. He should be quite famous in some circles. Xianxia was confused about the relationship between the Wang and Li families. He didn't want to do anything unnecessary. Xianxia sent a message to Wang Zijin. I'm going to Chongming with Sister Man today. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's family are going too. Wang Zijin replied quickly. Have fun, but don't hook up with those flirtatious B*****s outside. These words had a double meaning. Xianxia smiled knowingly. Su Yu leaned into his arms and said, oh, I'm afraid you and Sister Man will be together. Xianxia said, are you afraid? Su Yu rolled her eyes. Sister Man is righteous. She won't bully her friend's wife. I believe in her. A few minutes later, downstairs, Su Yu said with a bitter face, Sister Man, I'm going too. I'm going to Chongming too. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, why are you going? There are too many outsiders. I'll be embarrassed too. Su Yu said angrily, he's not an outsider? We've been friends for so many years. How long have you known him? Nan Man Pei held the steering wheel with both hands and said, he's Donglai's master and Ziqi's crush. I invited him to play, but why would I invite you? You're my friend. You have nothing to do with the Li family. Pei Ziqi's crush. Sister Man also knew how to say witty things. But Xianxia patted Su Yu's shoulder and laughed. Didn't you say you were relieved? It's okay. I won't hook up with those flirtatious B*****s. Su Yu pursed her lips. Now I'm worried. Chapter 5:35. Xianxia was both amused and annoyed. Sister Man is joking. Pei Ziqi has no breasts and no buttocks. How can I like her? He thought that Su Yu had heard Pei Nanman's witty words and was worried. Su Yu curled her lips. Who's worried about a silly girl with breasts and buttocks in the car? Visual estimation is 32D, only a little smaller than your sister. Xianxia finally knew Nan Man Pei's size. He always thought it was the same as his sister. Was this mountain the tallest in the world? Or was there another mountain higher than the sky? Even if his sister was at the peak, there were still people in the world who were taller than her. Qin Zhe had met someone at Tianfang Entertainment, but he couldn't even remember which department she was from. There was one time when he went to the washroom, and a young woman in her 30s brushed past him. How broad-minded she was. Her scale was enough for all the heroes in Wulin to have a sword fight. Nan Man Pei's scale was also very good. Although she couldn't be Mount Hua, she could be Ouyang Feng. In the south, even the sisters who had children were not as big as her. Sister Man was a northeast pervert. The gift of northeast perverts was envied by the south perverts. Qin Zhe, you drive. When Qin Zhe was about to get into the passenger seat, Nan Man Pei suddenly said, I don't know the way to Chongming. Qin Zhe was reluctant. It would take at least 1.5 hours to get to Chongming. Plus the evening rush hour, it would take 2 to 3 hours. I've driven back from Hangzhou. Nan Man Pei must have known this, so she asked him to drive. Sure enough, women were the most vicious. If you don't know, look at the navigation. Can't you drive straight along the Yangtze River Bridge? Nan Man Pei said lightly and looked at him with disdain. Qin Zhe sighed and saw a bottle of chewing gum in the sink beside his seat. He unscrewed the cap and poured half a cup in one go. He chewed and said vaguely, Eat some bubble gum to refresh yourself. I like to eat big mouthfuls of sugar and drink big mouthfuls of wine. Pei Nan Man glanced at him but did not bother to reply. Sister Man, you didn't drive your Maserati? Qin Zhe asked. The car he was driving now was a BMW, but he wasn't sure what series it was. Speaking of cars, Qin Baobao seemed to have asked a celebrity friend to buy a dark blue Porsche overseas last month. She even selected a Bentley for Qin Zhe, but Wang Zijin joined in the fun and said that the car's appearance was too European and did not have the smooth curves of a shark, so she did not want it. The so-called appearance was too European, it was the kind of shape that looked like a square box. But Qin Baobao thought it was quite good. It was fashionable and domineering. Not only were they hipsters, but they were also a little bit angry. Some women looked like internet celebrities, and their personalities were also like internet celebrities. They worshipped foreign things. The sister with the sharp fox face was hit 10,000 times in the heart. She laughed and said, a certain walking steamed bun face, fight me if you dare. So the internet celebrity fought with the steamed bun. The internet celebrity won for the nth time, but Qin Zhe did not buy a sports car. Maybe she forgot after the fight. Qin Zhe, MP. Qin Zhe did not care much about sports cars. He was not a maverick. He hated anything that was too eye-catching in public. Because there were too many secrets and things that couldn't be exposed in his heart, he was used to moving silently in the shadows that were hard to see. But after becoming a celebrity, he paid more attention to the protection of privacy. He did not drive luxury cars, did not show off in public, did not participate in catfights, and did not let his family contact the media. Everything was to cover up the thoughts in his heart that he could not hide. After driving for about 15 minutes, a group of people gathered on the side of the road. Screams and noises came from the crowd. Qin Zhe looked over and saw 3 or 4 women fighting. They pushed a woman to the ground, scolded and hit her. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw that the woman who fell was dressed fashionably, young and beautiful. Nan Man Pei also saw it, but she did not care about it. She leaned lazily on the seat with her eyes half closed. Qin Zhe asked, Sister Man, are we in a hurry? Nan Man Pei said softly, just in time for dinner, 8 o'clock. Qin Zhe looked at the time. It was 5:40. He said, oh, and stopped the car by the side of the road. Nan Man Pei tilted her head slightly. Her dark and bright eyes stared at him calmly with some doubts. Qin Zhe explained, if we are not in a hurry, let's watch for a while before we go. I think they are about to take off their clothes. As he spoke, he turned on the video recording function and pointed the camera out of the window. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched a few times. She seemed to want to teach this fellow a lesson, but she thought of something and held back. In a place like Shanghai, one would notice a phenomenon. Small things were casual, but big things were urgent. If you called the police for petty theft, the police would be slow to respond. If you said that you were robbed in a certain place, the police would respond quickly. The urban enforcement officers, who could be seen everywhere in small cities, could not be seen in Shanghai. In the bustling crowd, the urban enforcement officers were not important. Therefore, the quarrel between the women could not be effectively stopped for a long time. This gave the majority of the men a chance to enjoy the benefits. Sure enough, they started to take off their clothes. It was not known when it started, but women fighting and taking off their clothes had become the same as gangsters fighting and reporting. It had become a necessary process. There was no supervision, and it was all about self-awareness. It was 100 times more serious than the relevant departments. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Nan Man Pei was speechless. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Is it good?" Qin Zhe said, "It's good. I have only seen it on the internet before. Today, I can see it in person. It is not a wasted trip." Nan Man Pei said lightly, "Qin Zhe, let me ask you a question." Qin Zhe said, "Sister Man, you are not from Shanghai. Don't speak in a Shanghai tone. I want you to say a few words in northeastern Chinese, such as, 'Oh my God.'" Nan Man Pei said, "When it comes to this kind of thing, there are more men than women watching. Why did no one go up to stop the fight? Why did they let the woman be stripped naked and humiliated?" Qin Zhe made an orchid gesture with his fingers. "This is a man's specialty in Allahu. Don't be too excited." Nan Man Pei suddenly wanted to hit him, but she was no match for him. Qin Zhe said seriously, "Usually, when it comes to this kind of thing, all the men will beat up the mistress. Why should others interfere? When women are fierce, they are very difficult to deal with. What if you go up to stop the fight and they hit you too? It's not that men don't hit women, but generally, men will not hit women in front of so many people. If I am harassed by a woman on the street, I will take a detour and not care about it. If a woman touches you in private, 90% of the men will slap her, and 10% of them are cowards." As soon as he said this, Qin Zhe was slapped in the face. Slap. It was not the same as the word slap. It was a literal slap in the face. Qin Zhe's face gradually stiffened. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at her. She was not on guard at all, and she did not have a trace of hesitation. "Can I take back what I said just now? Or change it slightly? 9% are cowards, and the last 1% are real gentlemen. For example, me." Nan Man Pei shook her hand. "Oh, you are quite thick-skinned." After that, she turned her face and put her white and beautiful left face close to him. "Do you want a big slap?" Qin Zhe was angry. "If a tiger does not show its power, do you think I am happy? I will King. Take out an 18-centimeter large artifact and slap you." Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Qin Zhe raised his hand. Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Evolution failed. Qin Zhe put down his hand and snorted. "I am too lazy to plan with a woman like you." Nan Man Pei was not angry at all. Her white face raised a charming smile unique to a young woman. "Tisk, coward. Suyu is right." Okay, I am a coward, okay?" Qin Zhe put away his phone and was ready to start the car. Nan Man Pei said, "Qin Zhe." He ignored her. Nan Man Pei raised her voice in anger. "Qin Zhe. Just say it." Nan Man Pei pursed her lips and said, "I haven't asked that question yet." Qin Zhe looked at her. "If these women outside, the one lying on the ground is called Su Yu, and the two standing are called Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin, what will you choose?" Nan Man Pei smiled. Qin Zhe's eyes widened. What a powerful woman. She said a more fatal question than, "Who should I save first if your mother and I fall into the water at the same time?" "My sister will not do this, and Wang Zijin will not do this," Qin Zhe said. "How do you know? A woman's heart should never be measured by common sense. No means no. With their upbringing and character, they will not do such a thing. Why don't you tell me what I should do if they fight with me in the future? I may think about it." "Then what will you do?" Nan Man Pei crossed her arms and dragged her plump 32D breasts. "Shake your body, smile with the air of a bastard, and frighten them with your unique charm." Slap. It was another slap, but it was much lighter than the previous one. Nan Man Pei smiled, but her eyes flashed with cold light. "Will it kill you to talk seriously? I am not Su Yu, and I am not your sister who can be easily coaxed with a few words, nor am I Wang Zijin who looks smart but is actually stupid in some aspects. Qin Zhe said angrily, Then you are my woman? What are you worrying about? Nan Man Pei smiled. Do you want to be my man? Qin Zhe. The noise outside the car window continued, and it was very lively. In the car, Nan Man Pei said in a half-joking and half-serious tone, I am very rich. If you hook up with me, I dare not say that you will struggle less for 10 years. After all, you make money too fast. 5 years is enough. Su Yu and I are like sisters. If you get together with me, isn't it exciting? Don't all men like this? I was married, yes, but that was many years ago. I can't compare to Su Yu. She gave you her virginity. Compared to those unmarried girls who have countless ex-boyfriends, I am much cleaner, right? And I won't have children. Being a mistress or a lover is the only choice. I don't have to worry about having illegitimate children outside. Anyway, I have been single for so many years. I am used to it and have never thought about marriage. Isn't it quite comfortable to be alone? Su Yu is much more clingy than me. Now she wants to drive Wang Zijin away and be the empress. Don't you think it is too much? She doesn't even look at her own status. She is not loved by her grandmother and uncle. How can she be compared to the daughter of the Wang family? Chapter 5:36. This kind of woman is stupid, a fool who lacks love. She would be so touched by a little warmth from others that she is willing to give everything. At least you have a little conscience and gave her most of the company's shares. If she meets a more scheming and cold-hearted man, I can see her ending with nothing. Sister Man is much smarter than her. You are single and I am also single. I will inevitably be lonely. If you want to find me, just come. I won't ask you for anything, and I won't ask you to take responsibility. Even if you get married in the future and want to continue the relationship, it's fine. If you want to break up, it's also fine. I can help you with your career far more than Su Yu. My experience in bed. Well, I shouldn't be as good as Su Yu. But don't you men like to conquer strong women? Qin Zhe was sweating profusely. Sister Man, let's talk nicely. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, I'm serious, I'm not joking. You are such an excellent man and young. I have been in Shanghai for 10 years, and I have never seen such an interesting and excellent man like you. Or are you a straight man who only wants virgins? Tisk, it's not like you are picking a wife. Why do you care if she is a virgin or not? Qin Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Did Sister Man take drugs today? Otherwise, how could he explain her nonsense? A woman like her who independently supported such a large industry was inevitably stressed and out of breath. It was very likely that she took some drugs to relax. Qin Zhe scratched his head. If I say that I hate dating and one-night stands, will you say that I am pretentious? Nan Man Pei said seriously, no, because as far as I know, you have no other woman except Su Yu. So I like you. I have seen a lot of men who are richer than you, and there are even more who are not as rich as you. Which man doesn't have a woman on his left and right? He has a few college students as his mistresses, white-collar women, and he goes out to eat snacks on weekends when he is free. Qin Zhe said, I have a good appetite. I have a bad stomach since I was a child. Sister Man, I may have something to do tonight and can't go to Chongming. You can go by yourself? Can you drive? Or I will call the company's driver. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt. At this moment, an auxiliary police officer came over from outside the car window and slapped a ticket. The middle-aged auxiliary policeman slammed on the window. Do you know that you've parked illegally? How long has it been? Look at how long it's been parked here. Hurry up and drive away. She scolded in a low voice, little red guy. Only then did Qin Zhe realize that the chaos had stopped. The 3 police officers were evacuating the crowd while detaining the perpetrators and victims. There was no parking space by the roadside, so it didn't matter if they stopped for a while. Qin Zhe stopped for about 10 minutes. Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows and said, Still not leaving? Qin Zhe had no choice but to open the window and pull the ticket in. He threw it under the windshield and stepped on the accelerator. The car sped away. The auxiliary police officer caught a glimpse of Nan Man Pei's face and was stunned. At this time, he recalled Qin Zhe's appearance and felt that he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. If he had looked at it carefully just now, he would have probably remembered it. Fortunately, the uncle did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise, he would have to think about it before he slept tonight. Just like Qin Zhe, who had obsessive-compulsive perfectionism. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, his thoughts would wander and he would suddenly feel that he couldn't remember anything. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. It was very annoying. He scolded himself 10,000 times in his heart. He should have gone to bed earlier. What nonsense was he thinking about? The car drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge and completely bid farewell to the serious traffic jam. However, the car was not fast. After all, there was a lot of traffic. There were also more trucks. He got a driver's license in his senior high school exams, but in fact, he didn't have much driving experience and didn't exchange for advanced driving proficiency. He was most afraid of running into trucks. Every time he drove side by side with a truck, he would feel nervous. The reputation of the high-speed killer was like thunder in his ears. Rear end with an ordinary car. The winner was Reuben. Friction with a big truck. The next one was Brother Snake. It was over. The scenery under the Yangtze River Bridge eased Qin Zhe's nervousness very well. Having lived in Shanghai for 24 years, it was Qin Zhe's first time crossing the Yangtze River Bridge. He had never been to Chongming, so of course, he had never been to the Yangtze River Bridge. For the locals of Shanghai, there was actually nothing fun in Shanghai. Just like the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund, and some other small tourist attractions, the locals of Shanghai were too lazy to go there. It was the same for the people in other places with famous scenery. There were many places that Qin Zhe had never been to. He had never been to Chongming. This place was not part of Shanghai at that time. There was also nothing worth visiting. A long time ago, this place was mostly rural and the construction was poor. But now, there were many vacation villas here. The scenery was good, the air was good, and the greenery was good. Many people liked to come here for a vacation to pass the weekend. The Yangtze River flowed quietly. Fishing boats were scattered here and there, leaving a rippling course behind. Qin Zhe's first impression was that it was big. It was so spacious that it seemed to have no borders. It didn't look like a river, but like the sea. His second impression was that the water quality was poor. If he didn't know that this thing was called the Yangtze River, he would have thought that he was looking at the Yellow River. The yellow water was surging, and the turbid flow stirred up white bubbles. When I was young, I knew that the Yellow River was yellow. But I thought that the Yangtze River should be a white river. Now I know that it's a yellow river. Qin Zhe lamented. Nan Man Pei leaned on the chair and closed his eyes. He said impatiently, "Shut up. Do you believe that I'll throw you into the Huangpu River?" "You've said that many times." Qin Zhe muttered. "Just now," Nan Man Pei said faintly, "if you had nodded, we wouldn't be going to Chongming now. You would be in a sack and thrown into the Huangpu River." "Really?" Qin Zhe was speechless. "Just now? So what you said just now was just to test me?" "Humph. Fortunately, I didn't move and wasn't tempted by beauty. After all, I was born in China, grew up under the red flag, and tried my best to kill me before I was even born, but failed. Sister Man is indeed deeply dissatisfied with me. By the way, Sister Man, if those women on the street were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and my sister, what would I choose? But I said that they wouldn't do that, but you didn't believe me." Qin Zhe said, "Then I want to ask you. Back then, when my ex-husband cheated on the daughter of an official, why did you strip her clothes?" Nan Man Pei didn't respond to this question. Qin Zhe said, "Oh, I forgot. There was no such tradition at that time." Nan Man Pei seemed to be asleep. At this time, it was already dark. The fishing boats at the estuary of the Yangtze River came and went like light boats. The fishing boats were brightly lit. Nan Man Pei didn't sleep. She was looking for her boat. At this time, it was about to cross the Yangtze River Bridge. The fishing boat. After breaking through the turbid waves and entering the sea, it gradually drifted away from other boats. Under the cover of darkness, it disappeared from sight. In the cabin, there were 7 or 8 men who were not tall, but burly and strong, wearing vests, revealing explosive muscles. Some of them had cigarettes in their mouths, some held steel pipes in their hands, and some crossed their arms in front of their chests, laughing and watching the fun. A man in a suit was lying on the ground. His expensive suit was stained with blood. His face and hair were dirty with blood. His face was unrecognizable. It was vaguely seen that he was a gentle middle-aged man. The money is gone, the money is really gone. The man's voice was like a worn-out blower. Every time he said a word, his chest rose and fell violently. Damn, this son of a bitch is really fast. In 2 days, the money disappeared. I can't find it. A man with a scar on his face spat out a mouthful of phlegm and beat him with a steel pipe. The man was beaten until he let out a hoarse wail, like a desperate wild dog. I washed the money away from the underground money house. AO Men has a special place to do this, River Crab, so I don't use the real name, don't say I made a mistake. Blood with white foam flowed out of the man's mouth. He said with difficulty, I owe a lot of money. If I don't pay it back, I will be killed. The scarred man kicked him. Where is the rest of the money? Xianxia laughed. Brother, do you want a cigarette first? The scarred man snorted and took the cigarette from one of his men and lit it for him. Xianxia said, That's right. After paying back 40 million, I still have more than 200 million. It is enough for me to make a comeback. If not, I can still do well overseas. After he took the money, the police opened a case on the afternoon of the same day. Such a big case could not be delayed. Actually, he did not have much time left. He could only transfer the money through some channels. Before he decided to do this, he had already prepared a backup plan and contacted the channels. However, he could not leave Shanghai as fast as he could. In those television dramas, the bad guys broke the law and sat calmly in the airport, waiting for their flight. The police rushed over like crazy, but they were too late. The flight had already taken off. Or there was a chase on the highway. In fact, it was all nonsense. It was about the country's eggs. Flights were not a natural rule. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The operation was very simple. He just had to make a call to the airline company. We are XX Public Security Bureau. Long Outyin has been blacklisted. Immediately check which flight he bought. With just a call, any flight could be delayed. Petty thieves did not need to escape overseas. Basically, those that needed to escape overseas were not small matters. In the face of such a big matter, the airline company would not dare to say, "Get lost. I want to fly." Moreover, flight delays were common. There were even simpler ones. They could directly enter the blacklist system and the airline company would receive the information. The ticket would be automatically screened during the ticket inspection. After committing a crime, it was like a joke to escape on a flight. Did the country not care about its reputation? Therefore, it was very impractical to escape on a flight. Either they had flown away before the case was opened, or they were caught directly. There was no third possibility. From morning to noon, Xianxia still had to convince the bank. Xianxia, will transfer the money. The process of discounting the bill determined that he could not leave in advance. This is related to the complicated process of discounting, so I will not go into details. According to Xianxia's plan, he would hide in Shanghai for now. He would leave by fishing boat or hire a black car. He would take the national highway and not the highway. He would head west to Myanmar. Chapter 537. Myanmar has the largest casino in Asia, second to none. There, the gambling industry was the leading economic industry designated by the government. Every year, it brought in more than 30% of the government's tax revenue. At its peak, it even exceeded 50%. The game was a combination of Chinese and Western games, and there were as many as 50,000 employees. It was a paradise for gamblers. The gambling industry provided important conditions for the government to implement low tax and duty-free policies, attract foreign investment, and develop the export processing industry. This wasn't a joke on the news broadcast, it was real. Compared to that, the scale of AO Men was just a small matter. Furthermore, the lottery industry was responsible for most of the traffic in Hong Kong and Macau. As long as they reached Myanmar, It wouldn't be difficult for Zhen Yoxin to go to AO Men. The plan was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. He was caught the day after the incident. In the middle of the night he was directly unlocked, put in a sack, and knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was locked in a small dark room. A group of burly men forced him to return the money. He didn't know how these guys found him. Was Qin Zhe really that resourceful? Zhen Yoxin choked on the cigarette and coughed. His face turned red. This cigarette is so King lousy. I only smoke big cock. No one answered him. Zhen Yoxin curled his lips. In the end, he couldn't bear to throw it away. He took a small puff and held it in his mouth for a moment before spitting it out. He said leisurely, "That's right. We're all working for others. Why do we have to work so hard? Are you going to take the money back and send me to the police station? I still haven't received a call from Qin Zhe. I've been wondering why the big boss didn't show up. It's all you minions." He continued, "Now I understand. He probably doesn't know about this. You guys did it yourself, right? Damn it, you beat me up for so long. You just want money, right? Brothers, how about this? There are 7 of you here, I will give each of you 1 million yuan. If you let me go or send me to Myanmar, I will give each of you another 500,000 yuan. How many years would you have to work for him for one? 5 million? 1.5 million? The scar-faced man gave Zhen Yoxin a similar look as the other men and kicked him in the face. 5 million. Zhen Yoxin covered his head and said in a voice that sounded like an old blower, 5 million each. After a while, the expected blow did not come, and he calmed down a little. No one could resist the temptation of 5 million yuan. Zhen Yoxin picked up the remaining half of the cigarette and sucked it hard. If I give you more, you can kill me. Leave some leeway when you do things. I still need to rely on that bit of money to make a comeback. Otherwise, I would have risked my life to become a wanted criminal to scam such a huge sum of money. It's impossible for me to lose everything. If you push me too far, I'll just break up." The scarred man chuckled. "Interesting." A certain burly man frowned and said, "I don't have time to talk nonsense. Where's the money?" Zhen Yoxin rolled his eyes and ignored him. The man was furious and raised his foot to kick. The scar-faced man blocked it and stared at Zhen Yoxin. "You won't spit it out?" Zhen Yoxin sneered. 6 million. 6 million each. The scarred man shook his head. Zhen Yoxin's mouth twitched. 7 million. 7 million at most. He carefully observed the expressions of the men, trying to see the struggle and desire in their eyes. But it seemed like there was none. At this moment, the scarred man clapped his hands. "Brothers, let's get to work." "Work? What kind of work? Are they going to beat me up again?" Zhen Yoxin saw a man walk to the corner of the cabin and lift a dark green tarpaulin. Under the tarpaulin was an iron cage. It looked like a dog cage, but it was bigger and sturdier than a dog cage. It was also heavier. Zhen Yoxin's heart sank for some reason. 2 men escorted him to the iron cage, opened the door, and pushed him in. "What are you doing?" Zhen Yoxin's voice trembled. Other than the scarred man, 6 other men carried the cage out of the cabin and onto the deck. At the same time, the lights outside the deck were turned off. The light in the cabin shone through and the men's faces were hidden in the darkness. "Let me out, let me out." Zhen Yoxin's voice was filled with fear and agitation. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and played with a dagger in his hand. The dagger hit the iron cage and made a crisp sound. Zhen Yoxin shouted, "Murder is against the law, against the law. Send me to the police station. I want to turn myself in, I want to turn myself in." He laughed sinisterly. "If I throw you down from here, you'll be eaten alive in 7 days at most, leaving only a pile of bones. When the waves come, the scattered bones will roll out of the cage and disappear into the boundless sea. You'll never be found. Your 170 pounds of meat will only be used to feed the fish." The men pushed the iron cage to the side of the deck. In the darkness, the dark waves hit the boat and made splashing sounds. Zhen Yoxin's last bit of rationality turned into fear. Endless fear, like the moonlight and the waves. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and finished his cigarette in silence. He dialed a number. "Boss, I'm done here." A cold female voice came. Give him the phone. Zhen Yoxin heard an unfamiliar voice, but the wind and waves were so strong that he couldn't hear it clearly. The scarred man passed the phone into the cage. Boss wants to talk to you. Zhen Yoxin was like a hopeless person who saw a ray of light. He trembled and quickly took the phone, put it to his ear, and cried, President Qin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will pay you back. I will definitely pay you back. Please forgive me and give me a chance to live. Qin Zai's voice didn't come from the phone. Instead, it was a cold and textured female voice. It was pleasant to the ears but cold and emotionless. It's me, the woman said. Zhen Yoxin stopped crying. He was a little confused. He didn't know the woman on the phone. Even though he was arranged by Pei Nanman to invest in Baozi, he had never met Pei Nanman in person. He was only a senior executive of a small company under Pei Nanman's management. He had a master's degree in finance and was outstanding in his abilities. Hence, he was assigned to Baozi Investment. It was the general manager of the company who arranged for him to come. Nanman Pei, the woman said. Zhen Yoxin felt like he was struck by lightning. He remembered. He remembered who the woman on the phone was. She should be his real boss, the other major shareholder of Baozi Investment besides Qin Zai and Su Yu. With his status, it was impossible for him to know about this. But last year, he met Nanman Pei at the annual meeting. He had the same feeling as many men when they met Nanman Pei. I might have seen this sister somewhere before. He liked her and had a strong curiosity about her. So after that he beat around the bush. Su Yu had replied to them like this, Your big boss. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhen Yoxin cried. I'll pay you back. Please let me go. Please, it's not him, the woman said. Zhen Yoxin didn't understand what she meant. It's me who wants you to go, not him. It's not his fault, the woman repeated and then hung up. The scarred man smiled and waved his hand. Push him down. Under the cover of darkness, the iron cage was moved out of the deck inch by inch and slid into the deep abyss. During the process, Zhen Yoxin screamed, wailed, and begged for mercy. In the loud splash, the scarred man had a cigarette in his mouth and watched Zhen Yoxin's ferocious and twisted face drown in the sea. Fine bubbles appeared on the turbulent sea and then disappeared completely. The scarred man's dagger flew between his fingers. He looked in the direction of Shanghai and sighed. Sigh, I haven't worked for many years. Back then, it was the Huangpu River. Now, I can only take people out to sea. The BMW finally left the Yangtze River Bridge and drove into the street. Qin Zai's ears moved and he smiled faintly. Sister Man, who's calling? Nanman Pei hung up and closed her eyes. Qin Zai asked, Sister Man? Nanman Pei shouted, It's none of your business. Qin Zai said indifferently, I'm just curious. Nanman Pei opened her eyes and stared at him. You heard it? Qin Zai looked innocent. What did I hear? You have such a big reaction. Yo, did you just call your mistress? Nanman Pei closed her eyes again. You talk too much. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River. She closed her eyes, so she didn't see Qin Zai's fingers on the steering wheel tremble slightly. Chapter 5:38. Shoot for wisdom, shoot for wisdom. RBQ. Along the way, Qin Zai became silent and occasionally glanced at Nanman Pei. She was lying on the semi-reclined seat, resting with her eyes closed. Her facial features were three-dimensional and very beautiful. She should be 31 years old this year. She was mature, elegant, and fierce. Young men with little social experience would probably feel a sense of pressure when facing her. When Qin Zai first saw her by the Huangpu River, he felt that kind of pressure. She was like the female head teacher in high school. He couldn't help but want to bow his head. At that time, he felt that such a woman could only be matched by a successful, elegant, handsome man in his early 30s. Qin Zai couldn't help but imagine the budding Nanman Pei. She was more pure with a pair of rippling eyes. When she saw the roses in the corner of the wall, the corners of her mouth would rise with a brilliant and pure smile. In her era, she might even have 2 braids. His ideal literary girl with a sense of the times should be someone like Nanman Pei, in his imagination, And definitely not a walking bun Wang Zijin. The female student uniform of the Republic of China period, blue shirt, black skirt, a pair of embroidered shoes and 2 braids. It would be best if she could hold a book in her arms. Su Yu, his sister, and Wang Zijin couldn't do it. The modern atmosphere was too strong. The only one who could make Qin Zhe fantasize was a big sister, like Nan Man Pei. Although she was born in the era where the Confucian shirt and skirt had long been a thing of the past, lost in the long river of history. If it could be like Japan, where girls would wear Han Chinese clothes on a certain festival, it would definitely be a rare scene. Chongming had a lot of rural tourism, and it was very well done. There was also a forest park with excellent scenery. There were also countless fun entertainment facilities. When they arrived at the hotel, it was almost 8 o'clock. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei stopped the car and got out. He stood in the night and looked around. He didn't see any super luxury cars. However, he left behind a few economy cars with unusual license plates. The destination was a very grand hotel that covered a very large area. In addition to providing accommodation, it could also be used for company tours, meetings, and other activities. A white ferry stopped at the entrance and the staff greeted, "Please get on." Dinner was held on the 2nd floor. The dome was high, and small lights decorated the ceiling like stars, clustered around a huge crystal chandelier in the middle. The large private room on the 2nd floor was not spacious, but it was exquisitely decorated with 3 tables. The adults sat at 1 table, while the children and women sat at 2 tables. The Li family wasn't the only family that came to the forest park to play. There were a few other families that were of high status and had good relationships with each other. Using the words of ancient times to describe it, they were friends of aristocratic families. In modern terms, political alliance. Nan Man Pei said that old Madam Li had recovered and wanted to go out for a walk. This was one of the reasons. But this time, they came out to play not just to relax. You could think of it as reminiscing between friends. However, those who were qualified to sit were not ordinary people. At the table on the left, in addition to Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, there were a few boys and girls that Qin Zhe was familiar with, but he didn't know their names. He knew at least 2 of them, the little fangirl Chen Qingyun, and the sister, I have milk sickness, Bai Guowei. There were also a few boys who appeared at Pei Ziki's birthday party. However, Yang Lingdong, who had been pursuing Chen Qingyuan, was not there. He or his family was not qualified to be here. Chen Qingyuan's mother was in business. Her father was in the government, but his position was not high. The real boss was Chen Qingyuan's grandfather. Bai Guowei took a sip of juice and whispered, "Dong Lai, let's drive out tonight. What's so fun about Chongming? We can't even find a bar." Half of the young people at the table were underage. Juice and coconut juice were the standard. Although they had learned to smoke and drink, no one dared to drink, not even beer. No one dared to smoke. As soon as Bai Guowei finished speaking, her sister knocked her on the head and said, "Don't you dare sneak out." Li Donglai said, "Qin Gu and I agreed that we won't go to bars before our sophomore year. But we can play cards together at night to satisfy our cravings. Don't come if you don't have enough money." Bai Guowei's sister, Bai Fang, laughed and said, "You're not allowed to go to bars, but you're allowed to play cards? This brother Qin of yours must be a retard." "You're the retarded one." Bai Guowei, Li Donglai, and Pei Ziki were in the middle, but Chen Qingyuan heard it clearly and retorted faintly. "Little girl, who are you talking about?" Bai Fang glared at her. "It doesn't matter who I'm talking about. It'll be awkward for whoever answers." Chen Qingyuan ate her meat expressionlessly. Chen Qingyuan and Bai Fang knew each other, but they were not very close. Bai Fang had seen Chen Qingyuan a few times. At that time, she was still a pure girl, but she learned how to put on makeup and nails like a woman. She was full of pride and arrogance from head to toe. In the eyes of Bai Fang, who was born in the 90s, she hated it so much that she wanted to destroy it humanely and be reborn. In the process of social development, there was a very interesting phenomenon. The people born in the 70s criticized the people born in the 80s. The people born in the 80s thought that the people born in the 90s were retarded. The people born in the 90s thought that the people born in the 90s were incurable. The rule was that the previous generation criticized the next generation. The next generation's children were not the children of the previous generation. Have you ever seen parents criticize their children's generation for being retarded and incurable? Why was it like this? In fact, it was a kind of shame and disgust that saw themselves in the past. It was just like when people did things that they thought were cool and awesome when they were young. Many years later, when they thought about it, they were so ashamed that they wanted to roll on the ground. When people born in the 80s saw the retarded people born in the 90s, they felt that they had seen themselves in the past. It was especially shameful, and then there was the envy, jealousy, and hatred of aging. It was the same when people born in the 90s looked at the Queen of Balls. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. 10 years later, the Queen of Balls would criticize the people born in the 90s for being retarded and incurable. But the people born in the 90s would not, because they were born in the 90s. Li Donglai coughed and mediated in the middle. He explained, Qin Gu said that it's meaningless to hang out in bars. It's useless except for wasting one's youth and time. But playing cards is different. It's a test of memory, card skills, and logic. It's just like those children who seem to have bad grades but are actually very good at playing. They're very smart. Chen Qingyuan said, that's what Qin Gu said. Then let's add one more thing. I want to play tonight. Whose room should I go to? Pei Ziki said, let's go to my room. Bai Guowei said, I suggest we play a werewolf game or a killing game. It's more interesting and tests one's logic and reasoning ability. The other boys and girls agreed. Excluding those who drove expensive cars and hung out in bars, as well as some parties that children of the same age dared not even think about, this group of children was actually no different from ordinary teenagers. Bai Feng had never met Qin Zhe, but she knew that the Qin Gu they were talking about was the famous fast shooter in the entertainment circle. Her attitude towards Qin Zhe was more complicated. She admired and was curious, but also angry and resentful. Because last year, Bai Guowei said to her in a deranged manner, Sister, I have milk sickness. What hurt her the most was that when Bai Guowei glanced at her chest, she revealed a blank and confused expression. At that time, when Qin Zhe demonstrated to her, Qin Baobao's full chest was indeed worth fainting. When it came to his sister, it seemed a little difficult to make her faint. But in order to ease the relationship between the siblings, Bai Guowei forced herself to faint. Later, Bai Guowei told her that it was Qin Zhe who taught him to say that. It could be imagined that Qin Zhe taught her brother with an extremely bad attitude. It was like when a delinquent taught a child, go lift up your sister's skirt, and I'll give you a lollipop. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why you had such a devilish brother. Pei Ziki looked at her phone and frowned. Auntie is not here yet. Li Donglai, give her a call. Li Donglai laughed and said, Why should I? You don't have a phone. Chen Qingyuan said weakly, Ziki, your auntie is not sitting at our table, right? Pei Ziki nodded. Of course, she's sitting at my grandma's table. The boys and girls at the table breathed a sigh of relief. The younger sister-in-law of the Li family was very famous in their small circle. She was very beautiful and elegant, but the boys who had seen Nan Man Pei felt pressured and couldn't speak clearly. It was the same as how they felt when facing their dignified parents. The table on the right. The silver-haired old lady smiled kindly under the sympathy of the table full of madams. The women at the table were gossiping about trivial matters of the family. Man is not here yet? The old lady asked. Beside her, a gentle and delicate woman laughed softly and said, Mom, not yet. Maybe she's stuck in a traffic jam. The old lady nodded and complained, This girl is always busy. She doesn't even bring Donglai and Ziki home. Man is 31 this year, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. The woman agreed absent-mindedly and said that the Li family's sister-in-law was not good. She also had a younger sister, but her younger sister and brother only had the chance to visit the Li family during festivals. They were both the Li family's sisters-in-law, but the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Nan Man Pei was really treated like a daughter by the old lady. The old lady had a daughter in her early years, but she died before she finished junior high school. She was about the same age as Nan Man Pei. The friendship between the Li family and the Pei family was a thing of the past, But the old lady said that it was a friendship formed during the revolution. How funny. A rainbow army soldier and a bandit. Where did the revolutionary friendship come from? I'm full. I want to go play. Beside the woman, a 10-year-old child put down his bowl and chopsticks. As he spoke, he jumped down from the chair. Stay inside. Don't run out, okay? The woman said. Outside the private room, the hotel manager and a dozen waiters were waiting. Naturally, the child would be followed closely when he went out. The child walked around the tables, looking left and right. There were no children around his age, so he was very bored. He strolled to Pei-Ziki's side and mumbled, Pei-Ziki, I want to eat meat. Pei-Ziki turned her head and glanced at him coldly. She ignored him. Bai Feng waved her hand. Xiao Hao, come here. I'll get some for you. She gave him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Hey, open your mouth. Don't use your hands, Bai Feng said. The child had already reached out and grabbed the meat. He didn't eat it. Instead, he slapped Pei-Ziki's back and touched her a few times, wiping the grease from his hands on her body. Little girl, huh? The child stuck out his tongue at his sister. Pei-Ziki was furious. She slapped him to the ground with the great monument smashing hand. She learned this move from Qin Zhe. During the tutoring period, Qin Zhe taught Li Donglai fighting skills. He always used the great monument smashing hand to knock down the fierce and aggressive Li Donglai. It was domineering and direct. Pei-Ziki watched from the side a few times. She had to admit that it was indeed very cool. At this moment, he subconsciously used it. The child fell to the ground and cried loudly. The loud and shrill cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. Numerous gazes fell upon him. Chapter 539. The people who heard the commotion looked over. They looked at the child on the ground, then at Pei-Ziki. Their expressions varied. Some were mocking, some were helpless, some were contemplating. The children of the two ex-wives of the Li family did not return home all year round. They lived with their aunt, as if there was a huge conflict between them and their father. They were all family friends, so they knew about this. The root of the conflict was the stepmother and the son. There was a show to watch. How, what's wrong? The woman hurried over. She bullied me, sob. The child clutched his mother's sleeve tightly. Snot and tears were running down his face. He looked miserable. The woman frowned and looked at Pei-Ziki. The two women, one old and one young, looked at each other silently. The old lady of the Li family stood up shakily. At the main table, a handsome middle-aged man with glasses hurried over to help his mother. The mother and son walked over. The old lady was not old. She was not even 70, but she had just recovered from a long illness. Her body was a little weak. What's wrong now? The old lady looked at her granddaughter, then at her daughter-in-law. The woman did not speak. She hugged her son and looked at Pei-Ziki with deep hatred. Grandma, she bullied me. The grandson pointed at Pei-Ziki and wailed. The old lady heard and said unhappily, Ziki, you bullied your brother again. Pei-Ziki was not convinced. He was the one who started it. My clothes were dirted by him. The old lady was even angrier. He's still a child. How old are you? What kind of sister are you? It's fine if you make a scene at home, but don't you know where you are? Pei-Ziki looked at her father. As usual, the man ignored her coldly. Pei-Ziki's eyes reddened. Boys and girls of the same age would look down on other people's family matters. Moreover, it was the Li family's family matter. They had no right to interfere. Perhaps because he had his mother's support, Li Hao, who was young but sensible and hated his half-brothers and sisters since he was young, suddenly broke free from his mother's arms. He clenched his fist and punched Pei-Ziki's waist. A 10-year-old child was actually quite strong. He did not know when to stop. Pei-Ziki frowned in pain. She slapped him with the back of her hand. The child wailed loudly. It was heart-wrenching. The girl hurriedly hugged her son as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at the old lady and sobbed, Mother, old Madame Li was furious. The Li family was located in Shanghai. In ancient times, they were considered wealthy. Face was the most important thing. The older generation was particular about family harmony and prosperity. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Behind closed doors, No matter how much Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quarreled with her stepmother, she didn't really like to pay attention to them. What kind of occasion was this now? Furthermore, she had always doted on her little grandson and was usually reluctant to hit him. This slap was a little too heavy. Damn girl, damn girl. The old lady hit her son a few times and said hatefully, "How did you teach your daughter? How did you teach your daughter?" Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. The hotel manager led Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe in. Everyone looked over. Nan Man Pei was quite famous in Shanghai. There were many young men who coveted her. If they married her, not only would they be able to connect with the Li family, but they would also be able to form a powerful alliance. However, the young man beside her was a bit unfamiliar. When they got closer, someone immediately recognized Qin Zhe, the rising star of the entertainment industry. In terms of popularity, almost no one in the room was more famous than Qin Zhe. Nan Man Pei's gigolo? That was the thought in everyone's mind. Rich people liked to keep young models and actresses. It was not strange for rich women to keep young men. Women weren't fairies who didn't belong to the mortal world. A few young men who thought they had the ability to hook up with Nan Man Pei suddenly felt jealous. Seeing the lively scene in the private room, Qin Zhe was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a family dinner? There were 3 tables full of people. Pei Ziki burst into tears. She choked and said, "Annie." Nan Man Pei patted her head and smiled. "Old lady." The old lady put away her anger and waved at her. She complained, "You're too late." Nan Man Pei automatically took Big Brother Li's place and held the old lady's arm. "I went to pick up a friend." She looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately said, "Old lady, Mayor Li." The old lady nodded reservedly. Big Brother Li also smiled. Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki and then looked at the crying child in his mother's arms. He smiled and said, "What's going on?" The old lady had a headache. "What's going on?" "They're making trouble again." Li Donglai was expressionless. Xiao Hao smeared his meat on Ziki's body, and Ziki pushed him. Then Xiao Hao punched Ziki, and Ziki slapped him. This round, the siblings are tied. There are all kinds of highlights. 1-1. Shall we continue with the second half? Qin Zhe. He looked at his disciple seriously. After not seeing him for a long time, his disciple had become even more outstanding. The old lady was furious. She grabbed Nan Man Pei's arm tightly. "Look, my Li family has given birth to 3 evil children in this generation. I'm so angry." Nan Man Pei said apologetically, "I didn't teach them well." The old lady glared at her son. "Some people don't know how to give birth." Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. "You're right." Big Brother Li was a little embarrassed. He frowned. "Stop crying." Li Hao was suddenly enlightened. He had always been afraid of his father. He looked at his mother carefully and felt relieved. He didn't care and continued crying. Nan Man Pei saw this and smiled. It's not all brother-in-law's fault. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son well. Isn't there a saying that goes, "A loving mother will spoil the son"? My sister left early and didn't have time to teach him. But as his mother, she can't spoil him too much. He's always causing trouble. He's still young now. What can he do when he grows up? She looked at the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, is what I said reasonable?" The woman secretly gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "It's my fault." Nan Man Pei said unhappily, "Ziki, your mother has apologized. What are you doing?" The woman, Nan Man Pei said again, "Xiao Hao, have you finished your summer homework?" Li Hao ignored her. Nan Man Pei turned to the old lady and said, "Auntie, education should be done early. Send Xiao Hao back tomorrow. He can come out to play when he finishes his homework." The old lady nodded. "That makes sense." Li Hao cried even harder. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei with admiration. It was said that birds of a feather flock together. Su Yu was Sister Man's best friend. Why didn't she learn her palace skills from Sister Man? Nan Man Pei said, "Qin Zhe is Donglai's tutor. Donglai's college entrance examination results are so good this year because of his teaching." The old lady looked at Qin Zhe in surprise and said, "He's Donglai's tutor? He's so young? Good." If Dong Lai had met you earlier, he would have been able to get into Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. Nan Man Pei was particularly talkative today and interrupted. Why don't you ask him to be Xiao Hao's tutor? Or let sister-in-law ask him for advice on how to teach children to improve their grades. Qin Zhe answered truthfully, there's no good way. If the child cries and doesn't study hard, just beat him up. Li Hao cried even harder. The woman said lightly, you don't have to worry about my family's affairs. Nan Man Pei looked sad and said, old lady, I'll try not to talk too much in the future and try not to come to Li's house. The old lady frowned and said angrily, how can you say that? Is Man an outsider? The woman defended herself, Mom, that's not what I meant. The old lady said impatiently, don't just stand there. Take him back. Qin Zhe felt a fiery gaze on him. Looking in the direction of that gaze, he saw a young girl with bright eyes, Qin Qingyuan. She had a delicate oval face, and her skin was fair and supple. When he first met her, he remembered that there was still some baby fat on her chin. Qin Qingyuan looked at him silently. She was happy, excited, and tender. Bai Feng saw this scene and curled his lips. This girl was hopeless. Man, my family is full of troublesome people. If only you could come here more often. With you here, no one would dare to make a scene. The old lady muttered. Nan Man Pei smiled and agreed. To the old lady, both of them were her flesh and blood. If there was a conflict, the most she would do was to punish them 50 times and then continue to make a scene. But what could she do? A stepmother was a stepmother after all. Could you ask her to treat her ex's child as her own son? Could you ask the child to be filial to her like his own mother? There were many things that could not be resolved, especially family matters. Why else would it be difficult for an honest official to resolve family matters? Her son was very tactful and had always been a bystander. No matter which side he sided with, the other side would be bitterly disappointed. Moreover, the relationship between Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's father was already very cold. When her youngest son was bullied by her eldest son or daughter, as a father, she had no choice but to stand up as a grandmother. Of course, she would side with her youngest grandson. After all, he was too young and could be easily beaten. Her daughter-in-law was also not easy to deal with. Without her secret instigation, would her grandson be able to stir up trouble like this? She had used emotional violence against her ex's son and daughter all these years. Therefore, the old lady especially liked Nan Man Pei because Nan Man Pei was generous and capable. Even her sister was not as good as her. In the past, a woman like this could stabilize the house and make the house peaceful. Nan Man Pei would stay at the Li family for a few days every year. She would also bring Li Donglai and Pei Ziki home. That was one of the rare times when the Li family was able to reunite and live in harmony. The daughter-in-law of a humble family knew that she could not win against the other party, so she would be very obedient. Her grandson was also afraid of this aunt and did not dare to be too arrogant. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei, who followed the old lady, then at the group of familiar juniors. After thinking for a while, he asked the waiter to add a chair for the juniors. There were rich ladies and old ladies everywhere. He felt that it was not appropriate to sit there. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. She patted the empty seat beside her with her small hands and asked the waiter to add a chair there. Qin Zhe had just sat down when 8 or 9 young boys and girls shouted in unison, Qin Gu. Qin Gu, Qin Gu. It was as if some big brother was attending a banquet and the underlings were greeting him respectfully. It attracted the attention of the adults on both sides. Qin Zhe, Bai Feng said, hello, I'm Bai Feng, Bai Guowei's sister. Qin Zhe was stunned. He looked at this unfamiliar girl and was stunned by the name. Hello, you can call me Hei's King. Bai Feng. Chapter 540. Qin Zhe felt that he might have offended this girl named Bai Feng. Not only was she glaring at him, but her face was also full of displeasure. It was just an ordinary joke. Could this girl not take a joke? Or was she sensitive to her name and hated being joked about? There were such people, such as Chen Ergu, Li Erden, Du Ziding, Hao Nyobi, Lu Yifa, Ren Buchin, especially the latter. However, the name Bai Feng was still okay. It was quite ferocious. If the other party was a die-hard fan of the Great Desolate Era novels, he might be able to gain the respect of the other party by announcing his name. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not a fan of the prehistoric novels. He wanted to tease her when he heard the name. He read all kinds of books, especially Liu Bei. After going to university, his worldview matured. He understood that he was just a salted fish. A salted fish would be a salted fish no matter where he went. Just like a loser in society, even if he traveled back in time 20 years ago, he would only remember that housing prices were going up, the stock market was going down, and the newspaper seller was going to become a supreme figure. That was all. Don't expect him to become the richest man in the world. If he had this ability, he would not be a loser. Therefore, Xianxia learned from his painful experience and bade farewell to the king of the jungle, Liu Bei. Chen Qingyun saw him in a daze and thought that he was embarrassed. She glared at Bai Feng fiercely and blamed her for making her unparalleled hero lose face. Master Hai King, this soup is delicious. Chen Qingyun leaned over and scooped a bowl of soup for Xianxia. Thank you. Xianxia received it politely. Oh, you don't have to be so polite with me. Chen Qingyun frowned and looked unhappy. Xianxia was silent for a moment and frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Pour the wine. Chen Qingyun immediately beamed with joy. She poured wine for Xianxia, picked up food, and sat obediently beside him like a beautiful wife. Xianxia was speechless. Suyu, I have found your successor. She's actually your long-lost sister, right? This scene inevitably made the boys and girls of the same age at the same table cry. After all, there were still many boys who were thinking about the little cabbage Chen Qingyun, and there were probably even more girls who had a good impression of Xianxia. Xianxia had been impatient at the beginning. Later on, he was distressed by the fact that it was the hardest for him to bear the beauty's favor. Now, he was indifferent. His mental journey had changed a lot. It was not that he liked Chen Qingyun. Perhaps he had a good impression of her. After all, she was a soft and cute girl. Even if he had a sister complex, it was hard for him to dislike her. However, it was still too early for him to like her, let alone love. He felt that when Chen Qingyun was older, more sensible and more sophisticated, this immature love would gradually be forgotten. After a few years, it would be great if they could meet, laugh, and chat. However, Xianxia didn't know Chen Qingyun very well, so he didn't know how stubborn she was. She was actually a silly girl who was stubborn. Xianxia had unknowingly become the center of attention of the young boys and girls. The topic of conversation always revolved around him. The girls were curious about this and that, inadvertently bringing up the topic of conversation about him or bringing up all kinds of troubles. Then, they blinked their eyes and asked Xianxia what they should do. For example, people don't want to fall in love, but there are many boys chasing them. Xianxia, you men are so annoying. Xianxia said, No, we men don't hate you. We men just have a desire for knowledge and like to explore the depths of people. Another example, Qingge, you write songs so fast, it's amazing. People admire you so much. The internet says that you are a fast shooter, but I think you are a machine gunner. Xianxia said, as long as it's not a sniper, I don't care. Would I ever be able to get rid of this title in this lifetime? I want to wash my hands and never write songs again. Some people were more concerned about his private life and asked him if he had a girlfriend. Xianxia didn't answer. After all, this kind of thing was more sensitive. He glanced at Chen Qingyun. The latter understood. She helped Xianxia peel the mantis shrimp and said crisply, Don't worry, I will strive to be your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Pei Ziki glanced at Chen Qingyun secretly. Donglai, are you interested in working in my company during the summer vacation? Xianxia asked. Qingge, we are not in the same profession. Li Donglai scratched his head. Xianxia slapped his scalp. You got into a second-rate university and you are so proud. You have passed the 2 biggest exams in your life. But your life hasn't started yet. Before you step into society, you should never be complacent about your insignificant achievements. Facing Xianxia's nagging, Li Donglai didn't dare to be impatient. First, he respected Xianxia. Second, he was afraid that Xianxia would slap him to death. Li Donglai smiled and said, Yes. Study hard. I want to go to college every day. I will remember your teachings, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Li Donglai would remember the flirtatious words he said occasionally when he was chatting with others. In the future, he had to try to control himself in front of his students and not talk flirtatiously. Otherwise, when they met in the future, it would be a big scandal. One flirtatious words, and the other flirtatious words. Qin Zhe drank and ate under the service of Chen Qingyuan. He chatted with the teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. They got along quite well. Except for the big boss named Bai Fang, who didn't like to talk to him. Occasionally, he would talk to him, but it was to secretly stab him with a few words. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What's the meaning of this? We don't have any enmity, and we don't have any grudges. Why are you always at odds with me? Pei Ziki said, Sister Bai, help me turn the soybean stewed pig trotters over. I will get a bowl. Bai Fang turned the dishes and said, There are no more pig trotters. There are only soybeans. Pei Ziki said, Soybeans are delicious too. They are especially fragrant when stewed. Suddenly she stuck out her tongue and laughed. It's just that it's easy to fart when you eat too much. Bai Fang heard and laughed. You guys fart when you eat too much. I don't. I just burp. What it meant was, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. Qin Bao Bao often said, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. I am a little fairy. I don't have I shit. I am a little fairy. I don't have leaks in my teeth. Qin Zhe thought that the opportunity had come. He coughed and pretended to be inquisitive. Maybe it's the fart that got lost. Pei Ziki, Bai Fang, the table was filled with low laughter. Ding. His phone rang. Qin Zhe took out his phone to check the message. It was from Nan Man Pei. Go and propose a toast to my brother-in-law. Did I ask you to come over to eat and drink? You don't have any sense at all. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei from afar. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Queen Bei glared at him. This will make me look snobbish and arrogant. But since Sister Man said so, I will reluctantly do it, Qin Zhe replied. Chen Qingyuan secretly leaned over to take a look. Qin Zhe gently lifted her crystal earlobe and laughed. Where did you learn the bad habit of peeping at such a young age? Chen Qingyuan said righteously, My mother used to look at my father's phone like this. Qin Zhe laughed. Your parents must have a bad relationship. Chen Qingyuan's face darkened. She bit her lip. Qin Zhe whispered, I'm sorry. Chen Qingyuan never got angry with him. She shook her head. Qin Gu is right. My parents have a bad relationship. Qin Zhe patted her head like a brother caressing his sister. Then he poured the half-drunk snowball into Chen Qingyuan's glass. Ask the waiter to change your glass. He poured himself a glass of white snowball, picked it up, and walked to the main table. Chen Qingyuan looked at the glass in front of her. It was filled with transparent snowball. She licked her lips. Should she have a sip? No, she was too infatuated. However, she really wanted to drink it. Should she have a sip? At this moment, she caught sight of Pei Ziki's helpless gaze, which was filled with sorrow and hatred for her incompetence. She immediately blushed. She waved her hand and said, Waiter, change my glass. Pei Ziki curled her lips and said, Keep it. Secretly put it in your thermos. Quick, when no one is looking. Chen Qingyuan's face turned redder. She stared at her and said guiltily, Don't talk nonsense. Pei Ziki snorted. What do you like about him? You're so infatuated. He doesn't even like you. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to be infatuated with him? Chen Qingyuan said, That's strange. It's my business that I like him. What does it have to do with you? Pei Ziki said, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Stop it. I'm not your only best friend. Why don't you persuade others? You're always interfering with my freedom to love. Pei Ziki, do you need me to tell you what's on your mind? Qin Gu is handsome and charming. I'm a woman. I like men. Why wouldn't I like him? Pei Ziki said angrily, I know I can't stand you being so stupid. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But you're still talking nonsense. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Chen Qingyuan spat and said, Bye-bye. The two pinched each other under the table a few times. Both of them grimaced in pain. Li Donglai said, Qin Gu is asking for a toast from an old man. Don't. How can Qin Gu bow to evil? Pei Ziki said, you're the evil one. Your whole family is evil. Li Donglai was stunned. Yes, my whole family is evil. Pei Ziki was speechless. Bai Feng chuckled. Your father is famous for not giving face. When others propose a toast, the most he will do is nod. He won't touch glasses. Taking a sip of wine is already giving face. Let's guess. Did Qin Zhe ask your father to take a sip of wine? The others were deep in thought. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were silent. With their father's personality, a nod was the most he could do. On the other side, Qin Zhe walked to the main table with a wine glass. His actions attracted the attention of many people. For example, the juniors at Li Donglai's table and a few uncles at the main table. Qin Zhe took a sip. Mayor Li, let me toast you. The burning sensation was like a burning knife. First, the taste buds exploded. Since the throat was burning. The wine was delicious, but it was also terrible. Let's see if you can drink it. Of course, it was like what the advertisement said, soft in the mouth, a thin line in the throat. It didn't exist. If it was soft in the mouth, it was something else. For example, yogurt. A thin line in the throat was even better. Ordinary people couldn't do it. The juniors looked over. The middle-aged man who looked like an uncle watched with great interest. Chapter 541. Unexpectedly, Big Boss Li had a kind smile on his face. He picked up his glass and drank all the wine in it. The uncles at the table looked normal on the surface, but they were very surprised in their hearts. Mayor Li had given him a lot of face. Was this young man Nan Pei's boyfriend or what? Normally, a junior like Qin Zhe could be ignored. At most, he was an excellent entrepreneur or an outstanding young man. It was already a blessing for such a person to be able to join the table. The act of toasting was actually very abrupt, because with his status alone, he did not have the right to do so. For example, if you were a small employee under Jack Ma's father and had no position or power, you would come with a glass of wine at the annual meeting and say, Old Ma, I'll drink this bowl of hot sh*tea, you can do whatever you want, who the f*ck are you? With the big boss's self-restraint, he would nod slightly and smile at you. But not only did the big boss smile at you, but he also drank it. If he was Nan Pei's boyfriend, it would make sense. Li Donglai said in surprise, the old man seems to value our Qin Gu a lot. Pei Ziki looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. Chen Qingyuan was proud. Her expression said, the man I like is of course excellent. Qin Zhe finished his toast and was about to return to his seat when an uncle suddenly pulled him and laughed. Don't go, sit down and chat with us. Then he asked the waiter to add a chair. Qin Zhe sat down blankly and was pulled by the enthusiastic uncle to chat. This unfamiliar uncle claimed to be Qin Zhe's fan and liked his exaggerated and borrow 500 years from the heavens the most. Moreover, he even shouted loudly on the spot, causing the other uncles to clap and raise their cups to drink. Qin Zhe felt that he was like a fire in winter that ignited the enthusiasm of the uncles. Uncle, how should I address you? Qin Zhe asked awkwardly. Hey, you don't know me? The passionate uncle looked unhappy. Oh, you're whispering sweet nothings to my daughter. I'm right in front of you. Don't you recognize me? Qin Zhe said in his heart, dare I ask, what is the relationship between your beloved daughter's name and me? The enthusiastic uncle said, you can call me Uncle Chen. My daughter is Qin Qingyuan. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the table. Qin Qingyuan was looking at him with bright eyes. She seemed to be very happy that he got along well with her father. Qin Zhe was speechless. When he looked at Uncle Chen again, he was a little reserved. In his eyes, was he the pig who had taken his family's cabbage? So passionate. Are you trying to set me up? I finally caught you. I asked Qing Yuan to bring you home for us to meet, but you refused. Uncle Chen poured Qin Zhe a full glass of wine. Drink 1 glass as punishment. After Qin Zhe finished drinking, he said to everyone, my daughter didn't learn well in the past. She fooled around outside every day. We couldn't bear to hit her, And she wouldn't listen to us. Mom and I have been worried about this. Everyone chuckled. They were all from families that knew each other very well. They all knew that there was a problem girl in the Chen family. In fact, the children in their family might not be very sensible, but they were more restrained. They were not like Chen Qingyuan, who unscrupulously put on smoky makeup, went to bars, karaoke, and went out with the teenagers they were familiar with on motorcycles. Chen Fuxing patted Qin Zhe and gave him a thumbs up. It's all thanks to little Qin. Ever since I met little Qin, my daughter has stopped fooling around. She comes home on time every day and goes to bed at 10 o'clock sharp. Her grades have also improved steadily. As he spoke, he sighed. But there's a new problem. I don't know what kind of magic potion you fed her. The hint was obvious, so everyone laughed. They understood. The problem girl of the Chen family liked this young man. Big Boss Li nodded and said, after Fuxing said this, I also have to thank little Qin. Dong Lai's results will depend on you in the future. Qin Zhe immediately said, I'll do my best. Dong Lai's aptitude is actually not bad. It's just that she didn't focus on her studies in the past. Chen Fuxing asked, what's going on? Big Boss Li smiled and said, little Qin is Dong Lai's tutor. According to Li Donglai's original results, it was hard to say if he could go to university. Of course, he would definitely go to university in the end. How could the mayor's son not go to university? However, getting into university with one's own ability and getting in through connections were two completely different things. Whether it was in terms of face or long-term vision, one had to consider the whole life. Everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Qin Zhe with a hint of admiration. Qin Zhe said humbly, it's all because of Sister Man's hard work. When he mentioned Pei Nan Man, there was a natural intimacy in his tone. This kid can't really have an affair with Nan Man Pei, right? If it was just a tutor, Big Boss Li wouldn't give him so much face. It was very likely that he had an intimate relationship with Nan Man Pei. Everyone knew that kind of relationship. Actually, it wasn't. Big Boss Li gave him so much face only because of Qin Zhe's identity, the son-in-law of the Wang family. Nan Man Pei told him. As for the inside story that the Wang family didn't like Qin Zhe, not many people knew. Even Nan Man Pei didn't know. The uncles at this table were the heads of various organizations in Shanghai. They were definitely not nobodies. However, they didn't know about the Wang family. There were so many rich families in Beijing. Unless they were sitting in a certain position, who would pay attention to their daughter's marriage? Little Qin, are you a singer, an actor, an entrepreneur, or a teacher? A square-faced, burly and rough man smiled. Qin Zhe was stunned and didn't answer this question. Those who sang and acted were all celebrities, and celebrities were all entertainers. And this table was full of big bosses. Entrepreneurs were people who did business. And this table was full of big bosses. Teacher of the people? To hell with teacher of the people. He knew that he was just a tutor, but he still said the words, teacher of the people. Was he mocking him? Qin Zhe was no longer the salted fish he had been in the past. He was able to discern who was speaking with hidden wisdom and who was speaking with sincerity and enthusiasm. For example, Uncle Chen, who might have been taken advantage of by him, actually admired him. Who was this person? His words were sarcastic. Had he offended him? Qin Zhe pondered and said, I'm just a successor of communism. The square-faced man, the uncles at the table were all stunned. Such an answer was very intelligent. The square-faced man smiled insincerely. Little Qin is quite humorous. You're very good at joking. Qin Zhe looked at Big Boss Li in shock and said, Uncle Li, so the country has been joking with us? Such a meaningful question made everyone at the table fall silent. The square-faced man's mouth twitched. Qin Zhe smiled. Who cares if you're the son of a rich family or an official? In front of the successor of communism, you're all scum. That famous person on the internet, the son of the richest man, is called Wang Shirtsong. At most, he will be the successor of Wanda. I'm the successor of the party and the country. What's there to be proud of with a mere Wanda? It's not low-key at all. I'm the successor of a country. I'm the successor of socialism. Am I proud? Am I showing off everywhere? Idiot. Chen Fuxing laughed and joked. Little Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Zhe answered honestly, yes. Chen Fuxing was a little disappointed. The others looked enlightened. That's right, there was really something going on. Especially the square-faced man, his expression turned ugly. On the other side, old Madame Li asked curiously, Man, which family is this young man from? She felt that Qin Zhe might have an extraordinary identity. Nan Man Pei sat elegantly beside old Madame Li. She smiled more often than before and was gentler. She had restrained her cold and domineering manner. He's my business partner. He runs a few companies. They're not bad and have the potential to be listed. Nan Man Pei said, he's not from any family. He's from an ordinary family. She looked at Qin Zhe's table. At this moment, that guy was taking turns to play in circles. Then he was competing with the square-faced man in drinking, one glass after another. Nan Man Pei didn't expect Qin Zhe to be so good at drinking. She didn't remember seeing him drunk. Of course, they didn't spend much time together. Instead, when he was a tutor, he ate at her house every few days as a tutor and cook. Nan Man Pei liked Qin Zhe's dishes very much, but she never praised him. Old Madame Li frowned. Is he your lover? The group of aunties laughed. Nan Man Pei's face stiffened slightly. She said awkwardly, Old Madam, no, he's a friend. Old Madame Li had an I understand look on her face. She leaned in and whispered, You brought your friend here? Xianxia will drink with him? Nan Man Pei smiled faintly. He really isn't. Old Madame Li said, It's best if he isn't. You're in your 30s and still not willing to get married. Are you still thinking about your ex-husband? Nan Man Pei shook her head. No. Old Madame Li said, Well, I don't think so. I'm going to introduce you to someone today. Look, do you see that young man? He's handsome and his family is from Nanjing. His grandfather just retired from the military and he's not married. He's quite a match for you. Nan Man Pei was speechless. She felt like she had been tricked. She followed old Madame Li's gaze but couldn't find the handsome man. That one, the one wearing a camouflage vest and a military green jacket. Old Madame Li pointed to her. Oh, that was a very strong man with a square face. He looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't really fit the word handsome. He was the kind of person that Nan Man Pei would blacklist at a glance. Why would an ugly man marry a wife? Generally speaking, beautiful people wouldn't find a partner who was too average-looking unless it was for money. Nan Man Pei was also a woman. She wasn't a VIP member of the Appearance Association, but she was a little obsessed with looks. Su Yu and Wang Zijin were also obsessed with looks, but their taste wasn't limited to superficial appearance. They valued feelings more. But if you were too ugly, they didn't care about feelings. Qin Baobao was probably the one who didn't care about looks the most. As long as he was good-looking, it was fine. Since puberty, she had decided to hang herself on a somewhat good-looking crooked tree. Those stunning beauties just had to fall head over heels in love with an arrogant but average-looking man. They would never change until death. They were all made up by average-looking writers. It was just like the ancient writers who wrote about beautiful and enchanting fox immortals who liked to entangle with penniless and poor scholars. They were all poor scholars. At this moment, old Madame Li suddenly frowned and trembled as she covered her upper left abdomen. Nan Man Pei was shocked. What's wrong? Old Madame Li showed a pained expression. It hurts a little. Man, help me. Nan Man Pei was shocked and said, You're sick again? I'll call the doctor right away. Then she shouted at the flustered woman, Why are you sitting there like a fool? Call your husband over. How old are you? Don't you know how to behave? Chapter 542. Qin Zhe was chatting with Chen Qingyuan's father. Chen Fuxing was actually a little mischievous. He set a trap for Qin Zhe and coaxed him into toasting the elders at the table. And he couldn't use beer, he had to use white wine. Qin Zhe thought to himself, as expected, he still has some opinions about me. Chen Qingyuan's pursuit of Qin Zhe was a hot topic in a certain small circle. Even when chatting with outsiders, when they talked about Qin Zhe, who was a hot topic in the entertainment industry, they would say, In our circle, there's a little girl who likes him very much and wants to throw herself at him, but he doesn't care about her at all. Chen Fuxing only had one daughter, and he treasured her dearly. Even if Qin Qingyuan made a fuss, he couldn't bear to hit her. Because of his concern for his daughter, he naturally heard a lot of rumors. Therefore, while he was grateful to Qin Zhe, he also felt resentment. This idiot, my daughter is so cute, but he turns a blind eye to it. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you're not Chen Fuxing, you're a holy paladin. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Even if there were 10 Qin Zhe at the table, he still wouldn't be a match for the other party. He had no choice but to beat them one by one. Starting from Big Boss Li and a big fat uncle, the fat uncle praised, Little Qin, you're good at drinking. You're comparable to me in the past. I like young people like you who can drink and are forthright. I'll drink too. He drank half a glass of white wine and let out a long breath. I'm old and my alcohol tolerance isn't as good as before. When I was in Shenzhen, I could drink 8 ounces per person. This was a very talkative uncle. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Uncle used to drink a lot of Cantonese. I'm impressed. He drank another mouthful. Everyone cheered, and the scene was very lively. When the circle hit the square-faced guy, he reached out and pressed the rim of the glass. He glanced at Qin Zhe and said leisurely, I like to drink, and I'm also a drinker. I admire your alcohol tolerance. At this point he paused. So, Qin Zhe stared at him, waiting for him to continue. It's not easy to drink with me. You have to drink me well before you can continue to circle. The square-faced man laughed. The uncles burst into laughter. This was the advantage of a wine table. It was suitable for bickering. Others might not think that you were insensible and might even kick up a fuss. They wouldn't kick up a fuss. They were all people of status. But if Qin Zhe didn't answer, it would seem too cowardly. Since the square-faced man dared to say so, it proved that he was very confident in his alcohol tolerance. Then he bullied Qin Zhe and drank several glasses of white wine in a row. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. How do you drink it? He straightforwardly accepted the challenge and received a wave of kind applause. Let's drink 1 cup each. We can't go to the toilet during this period. Whoever surrenders first will stop, the square-faced man said. No problem. Qin Zhe was like a young boy full of fighting spirit. The square-faced man laughed. Great. He let go of the cup and used his eyes to signal Qin Zhe to pour wine for him. Boss, I'll pour wine for you. Qin Zhe poured wine for him and himself. The two clinked glasses gently and drank it in 1 gulp. The white wine was spicy and strong. The two of them sighed at the same time. It was the 2nd cup. When they drank the 3rd cup, the uncles couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. Pei Ziki pouted and said, Idiot, being coaxed like a monkey. Li Donglai frowned and said, Don't be so arrogant. You're worried about him, aren't you? Pei Ziki was furious. Who's worried about him? Li Donglai, are you a dog? Li Donglai was confused. Why do you say I'm a dog? Pei Ziki, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Li Donglai, he and Pei Ziki had always had a small argument every day and a big one every 3 days. The relationship between siblings was the most difficult in the brothers and sisters series. The relationship between siblings was usually good. The elder sister would do makeup for the younger sister and help her dress up. If the elder brother really loved the younger brother, he would bring the younger brother to the big sword and personally open the door to a new world for the younger brother. The relationship between siblings was also easy to manage. The elder sister usually doted on the younger brother more. Occasionally, they would even kiss and sob, just like Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. The relationship between siblings was very tricky. They either had an average relationship or quarreled all day. Even if it was the elder brother, it would be fine as long as there was love. Such a sister only existed in Japan. The soft and cute sister who called out Oni-ai-chan all day also only existed in Japan. Chen Qingyuan said worriedly, What if Qin Gu drinks too much later? Pei Ziki glanced at her. Isn't that good? You can sneak into his room and sleep with him. Chen Qingyuan touched her chin and seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Over there, it should be the 5th cup. The square-faced man drank the 5th cup, which was longer than the previous 4 cups combined. After he endured the nausea and finished drinking, Xianxia immediately poured wine for him. I'll do it myself. He was tongue-tied. No, 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 I'll do it. Xianxia insisted on filling his cup. Come, cheers. Xianxia picked up the cup and drank again. The square-faced man was speechless. His face was red and he looked at Xianxia unwillingly. If looks could speak, he would say, "Why aren't you drunk? Are we drinking the same wine?" Seeing that Xianxia was about to pour wine for him again, he quickly covered the mouth of the cup. I'll do it myself, Xianxia said righteously. No, I have to do it. The square-faced man said, You don't have to be so polite. Xianxia said, I'm not being polite. What if you cheat and don't fill it up? The square-faced man was speechless. Sigh, forget it. We've drunk enough. Someone advised. That's at least half a kilo, right? Someone mumbled. At this point they were all shocked. Everyone was an experienced drinker. The number of banquets they had drunk together was enough to circle the earth. They had never seen someone who could drink so much. From the beginning until now, he had drunk one cup after another. There were more than 10 cups and all of them were full. The scariest thing was that his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He did not look like he was going to vomit at all. That was very scary. Xianxia shook his head and said, Fill it up. I have to drink you up first. There are still a few uncles waiting for me to play circles behind. The square-faced man said, Let's stop here. You can go play circles. Xianxia said, So you admit defeat? He suddenly stopped talking. Xianxia said, Fill it up. The square-faced man was speechless. His mind was not very clear now. He thought to himself, Why is this kid so insensible? He looked at Mayor Li in a daze. The mayor pretended to look at the scenery around him. Xianxia finished his 6th cup and looked at him provocatively. Old Tai, double tap 666. Bah, hurry up and drink, Old Tai. We can still drink one cup after another. A weakling dares to provoke me? Don't you know that I'm the liver emperor? A real man should put his life on the line and drink directly. The square-faced man probably could not stand his provocative gaze. This time, he became a man and drank directly. Then he rushed in the direction of the bathroom. Xianxia shouted behind him, Come back and continue drinking. Chen Qingyuan's father tugged at Xianxia's arm and said, Why are you two fighting so fiercely? Xianxia said in a low voice, He competed with me first. Chen Fuxing said unhappily, Even so, you can't be so stubborn. His family is a big boss in Nanjing. You should be more careful. Xianxia said, Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'm not going to Nanjing to earn money. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I didn't offend him. Why did he stab me? Chen Fuxing was stunned. Yeah, why did he pick a fight? This was a difficult question. Xianxia thought for a while. Maybe he's jealous of my good looks? Chen Fuxing was speechless. Xianxia said, I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom and vomit. My stomach hurts. His body was extraordinary now. After being tempered and nourished by the times are calling, his stomach felt a little uncomfortable after drinking so much white wine. Ding. Show your divinity, 13/15. Help Su Chunfeng relieve her pain and achieve the effect of shocking everyone. 500 points will be rewarded for success. Points will be deducted for failure. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Xianxia? What's wrong with this mission? Is there a bug in the system? Why did it give me a mission without warning? Who is Su Chunfeng? Xianxia said in his mind, System, you finally got a bug. You lowlife, hurry up and fix it. The system did not ignore him. It replied, It's not a bug. The system caught your desire to show your divinity in front of people. Since there's a chance now, I'll help you trigger it manually. Xianxia was speechless. This mission was triggered as if it was a joke. It shocked everyone again. There were 1 billion people in China, and they did nothing all day. They were either shocked or silent. Right, speaking of which, he had not done the Divinity Show series mission for a long time. The first mission in his life was the Divinity Show series. Then, after a year, he still had not finished this series of missions. Qinzhe was a little ashamed. Qinzhe said, "Who is Su Chunfeng? Do I know her? Let me see the mission details." The system said, Su Chunfeng, originally known as Su Chunfeng, is the owner of the devil fruit. She once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Later, she turned over a new leaf and gave birth to 7 children with a snake demon. This is the origin of the Dragon Ball. Qinzhe said, "You're so happy just from being naughty?" At this moment, Pei Ziqi's stepmother hurried over and said, "Honey, Mom's stomach hurts. Maybe it's her old illness." Big Brother Li was shocked. He quickly got up and followed his wife to check. "Mom, how are you?" Li Xianxia asked with concern. It hurts here." The old lady pressed her right abdomen. "If it hurts here, it should be pancreatitis again?" Li Xianxia frowned. "Quick, call the doctor and send her to the hospital." "I've already called," Nan Man Pei said. The right thing to do at this time was to call an ambulance. However, the old lady had a small team to take care of her life, including a private doctor, life assistant, and nutrition consultant. Since the old lady had just fallen ill, the doctor also came over. They were in the hotel room. When the doctor came over to check on the situation, they would send her to the hospital. It was always reassuring to have a professional by her side. "Old lady, do you want to vomit?" Qinzhe came over and asked. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was nervous and asked about the old lady's well-being. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai also ran over and stood by the side. No one cared about this kid who was just here to join in the fun. "Old lady, do you want to vomit?" Qinzhe asked again. Still, no one paid attention to him. Chapter 543. Nan Man Pei said gently, "Old madam, do you want to throw up?" The old lady shook her head. "It just hurts." Big Brother Li comforted her. "The doctor will be here soon. Mum, bear with it." Qinzhe squeezed through the aunties in front of him and pushed Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai back. "Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. It's time to show off my real skills of showing off in front of the masses. Can you call it showing off when you're a scholar? If she didn't vomit, then it's not a relapse. Maybe she didn't control her diet and ate too much?" Qinzhe said, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. How do you know it's not a relapse?" One of the aunties who was pushed by Qinzhe reprimanded. "A relapse of pancreatitis is serious," Qinzhe said. "The symptoms are vomiting and abdominal pain. If it's just abdominal pain, is it acute or chronic?" This time, it was Pei Ziqi who answered him. "It seems to be acute." Qinzhe came to a realization. He leaned closer to the old lady and said seriously, "It's okay. It's just that she's old and her organs are recovering slowly. She has intermittent pain, but it's okay." Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, everyone looked anxious and concerned, waiting for the doctor to come and check on the situation. However, this kid was self-righteous and talkative. He had some common sense and wanted to be in the limelight. That was the stupidest thing. Li Donglai quietly tugged at him with an awkward expression. The old lady was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Li Xianxia frowned and said, "The doctor isn't here yet?" Nan Man Pei said, "He was outside just now. He's not in the hotel room. He's already on his way back." "Should we send her to the hospital first?" someone asked. Li Xianxia nodded. "No, wait. Send her to the hospital." They wanted to wait for the doctor to come, but the old lady was in great pain and the doctor was outside. No one present was a medical student, so they were afraid that it would delay the treatment. "Why don't I take a look?" Qinzhe moved closer to Nan Man Pei. This person, was he crazy about being in the limelight? The aunties and uncles frowned. Li Xianxia looked displeased. Qinzhe immediately said, "I've studied medicine before. Sister Man knows." Nan Man Pei was dumbfounded. The others were stunned and looked at Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei put away his blank expression and remained silent. Qinzhe took the opportunity to squeeze to Nan Man Pei's side and nudged her to the side. "Elder Sister Man didn't expose me. Elder Sister Man really loved me." Qinzhe gently pressed his finger on the old lady's upper left abdomen. "Does it hurt here?" The old lady nodded. He moved his hand to the side of his waist and gently pressed for a moment. "Does it still hurt?" The pain on the old lady's face did not change. Qin Zhe pressed her lower right abdomen for a moment. Does it still hurt? The author made a mistake in the previous chapter due to carelessness. He didn't expect to be immediately pointed out. The pain was in his upper left abdomen. Comrade Mao Zedong, please sit down. Mao Zedong's eyes are very dangerous. The old lady frowned. It hurts. Qin Zhe massaged her arms and back for a moment. How about now? The old lady's eyebrows relaxed. Are you feeling better? Qin Zhe replied with an "oh," and continued to massage various acupoints. Everyone looked at him with confusion, doubt, and surprise. The old lady sat on the chair and slowly relaxed from frowning to enduring the pain. A few minutes later, she didn't look like she was in pain anymore. In fact, she even felt a little refreshed. Xianxia stood on her left. His anxious expression slowly changed from half-squatting to relaxed and surprised. He also stood up. Nan Man Pei and Pei Ziqi's stepmother were on the right. Nan Man Pei looked a little dazed and looked a little cute. Qin Zhe followed the liver meridian to the gallbladder meridian and massaged it back and forth. Pancreatitis caused pain in the liver and gallbladder. Since the person was old and their organs were weak, Qin Zhe could help them sort out their qi and blood. It would have an immediate effect. Pancreatitis itself was a disease that required rest. Therefore, it was very effective to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques to nurse it. If it was any other disease, the patient would have been sent to the hospital. Treating pancreatitis was simple and troublesome. The real medicine was just an injection to suppress the secretion of the pancreas. However, the later recuperation was very troublesome. The patient couldn't eat or drink and had to rely on an foredrip to maintain nutrition. This disease was caused by eating. It was commonly known as the disease of the rich and the elderly. Pancreatitis would turn into pancreatic cancer, which was one of the most painful cancers known to medicine. Qin Zhe said, "Old lady, you have to be careful when you eat. You haven't recovered from your illness." The old lady said, "I didn't eat much. I followed the menu." Qin Zhe said, "Did you eat meat? You can't eat meat. You're old, so the recovery period is slower than young people." The old lady said, "I ate a little." Qin Zhe nodded. "That's why you're in pain. Eat porridge for a month." The old lady replied, "Oh, young man, how did you treat me just now?" She asked the question that everyone present was wondering. Qin Zhe said, "The acupoint pushing technique in Chinese medicine is very simple." As he said this, he received a system prompt in his mind. Mission completed. Reward, 500 points. How wonderful. Li Donglai wondered, "Qin Go, how do you know Chinese medicine? You're from the finance department." This, he was accidentally exposed by his disciple. Qin Zhe looked at everyone and reprimanded, "We're the successors of communism. We have to know everything. If you don't have a few skills, how can you take over? By the way, I've been waiting for 24 years. When will I take over? Waiting online, urgent." Li Donglai was speechless. The doctor finally rushed back with a first aid kit. He pushed the crowd aside and asked, "How is the old lady?" Seeing that the old lady was safe and sound, the doctor was stunned. He pushed the frame of his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "There was a sudden pain in the upper left abdomen just now, but it's fine now. Doctor, can you take another look?" The doctor was experienced. After hearing this, he knew what was going on. It's normal to have pain after recovering from pancreatitis, but if you don't recuperate well and have similar pain often, acute pancreatitis will worsen and become chronic. Everyone was relieved when they heard what the professional said. The doctor then briefly checked the old lady's body. There was nothing serious. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see if there would be any follow-up pain. Chen Fuxing laughed and pulled Qin Zhe to continue drinking. Xianxia said, "Little Qin drank a lot. It's about time." There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. "By the way, why didn't Nihong come back?" Xianxia asked. The middle-aged man said, "I'll go and take a look. He just wanted to go to the toilet." The doctor expressed his interest in Qin Zhe's Chinese medicine. He felt that he had met someone of the same kind, so he casually chatted with him. After realizing that he didn't know anything about Western medicine, he only talked about Chinese medicine. As expected of a private doctor, he was very knowledgeable and actually had a lot of knowledge about Chinese medicine. When Xianxia said that Chinese medicine relied on experience and took a long time to accumulate. Moreover, the background of the existence of Chinese medicine was an era when medical equipment was not developed. Therefore, it was inevitable that Chinese medicine would be overtaken by Western medicine. However, it was too much to say that Chinese medicine was a lie. The essence and magic of Chinese medicine couldn't be denied. The two of them agreed. Take pancreatitis for example. It was a terminal illness decades ago, but with the development of the medical industry, it can be cured. Times are improving, and medicine has also entered a new era, the doctor said. In the current medical industry, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have long been combined. However, serious diseases still have to be treated with Western medicine. For example, Chinese medicine can't do surgery, Xianxia said. They chatted happily. The doctor and Xianxia exchanged business cards. Orthopedics? Xianxia was stunned. The doctor's business card had many departments, and he was a well-rounded doctor. As a private doctor, you can't be limited to a single department. Otherwise, you won't be able to do well in this industry, the doctor said with a smile. I studied orthopedics in Germany and got a doctorate. Xianxia's small hand trembled. The doctor joked, in the future, if you have a serious injury, you can come to me. I'll give you a 50% discount. Xianxia's small hand trembled again. He tore it off. He would tear the business card off later. As the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man came back with a funny expression. He passed out in the toilet and vomited all over the floor. He was lying on his own vomit. I asked the waiter to send him back to his room. Everyone immediately looked at Xianxia. How much alcohol could this guy hold? It seemed that he was fine. Chapter 544. Xianxia said disappointedly, he can't drink after just a few glasses of white wine? He hasn't admitted defeat yet. Everyone was speechless. They suddenly felt that this young man was quite interesting. He was forthright when he drank and wasn't restrained or anxious. Combined with what he had shown just now, he was bold. Chen Fuxing thought to himself, no wonder Yuan likes him. However, although he admired Xianxia even more, Father Chen secretly dispelled the idea of supporting his daughter. This man was a little too outstanding. He didn't give his daughter a chance to speak at all. If his daughter got together with him, she would be bullied. Moreover, his relationship with Nan Man Pei was questionable. A father was a very complicated and changeable person. To his son, what? You changed girlfriends again? Not bad, little brat. You're much more charming than I was back then. Keep up the good work. Try to sleep with more women. To his daughter, what? Your husband went to the brothel? Damn it, bring me my 40-meter-long broadsword. I'm going to chop that kid into pieces. Therefore, from the perspective of an elder, Father Chen admired Xianxia very much. From the perspective of a father, he refused. My little cabbage can't become a little vegetable. However, Father Chen didn't dare to talk to his daughter. It wasn't easy for his daughter to turn over a new leaf. What if she fell again? Father Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xianxia. He heard from the little guys in his daughter's circle that this guy had rejected his daughter several times. However, when he was drinking and eating with her just now, he didn't show too much resistance. Did he have the same concerns as him? At this thought, Father Chen once again felt that Xianxia's character was good. During this time, Xianxia went to the toilet to vomit once. He vomited out the alcohol in his stomach, but he was still not drunk. Xianxia drank so much white wine in one go. If it were in the past, he would have collapsed on the ground and passed out. Unknowingly, he became the focus of the young boys and girls. A capable and handsome young man was always able to gain the favor of many young girls. They were just a group of minors. No matter how powerful their fathers were, their own age and experience limited them. When they saw a successful man like Xianxia, their eyes couldn't help but shine with stars. Just like when we were young, we especially admired and liked the big brothers and sisters next door. Qin Xingyuan, can you do it? If you can't catch up to him, I won't hold back. Someone said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Let's compete fairly. Didn't the netizens say that if you're capable, you should do it? We're going. Many young girls smiled and agreed. Chen Qingyan said with a straight face, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. You are all flowers of the motherland. Don't learn from me. I am a man-eating flower of the motherland." Li Donglai was stunned. Chen Qingyuan's tone was becoming more and more like Qin Ji's. One is marked by the company one keeps. Was this the latter or the former? Dinner lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock. Qin Zhe noticed that the total price of the dishes did not exceed 5,000 yuan. The wine was also ordinary wine. There was no noble wine, like Maodai, which was more gimmick than content. As expected, the details of politics were impeccable. Moreover, there was no discussion of politics at the dinner. It was all chatting and bragging. He originally wanted to use the river crab on his head to explore the general trend of Shanghai. After the dinner, Qin Zhe was dragged by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai, and the other teenagers to play a killing game. "Qin Gu, are you drunk? Do you want to go back to your room to rest?" Qin Qingyuan was not reconciled. Pei Ziki kicked her from behind. "Brainless woman. In his state, you don't even have a chance to go back to your room to rest." Qin Zhe was sandwiched in a group of teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. Listening to their chatter, laughter, and anger, he inexplicably felt emotional. He missed his youth. Born in a big city, it was hard to keep friends. Those friends who were close to him when he was young, or classmates, went their separate ways after graduation. Or they moved away inexplicably and never saw each other again. And those children in Shujia town, if they met now, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. No one would remember him as a city boy who used to run under the sun and laugh in the fields. Thinking back, when Runta grew up, he probably wouldn't remember Brother Sun. One day, Lu Sun, who had grown up, saw a teenager. The teenager said, "Brother Sun, it's me. Do you still remember the mistake I made in the melon field?" Lu Sun pondered for a long time and suddenly realized, "Oh, you are Runtu." He was moved and felt that he saw his lost youth. The teenager said, "No, I am Runtu." The story tells us two truths. First, people really get lonelier as they grow up. Second, Runtu also has dignity. Qin Zhe didn't have a good time playing. He should always be the first to be killed. At dawn he died. At dawn he died. At dawn he was voted to death. This F*** game experience was extremely bad. In the past, when he played killing games with his sister, Qin Baobao would always be the first to kill him, and Qin Zhe would fight back and kill his sister first. Either he died or his sister died. But my sister and I loved each other and hated each other. What do you brats mean? I can kill my sister to prove my Tao, but I can't be bothered to kill you passers-by. These days, there were many people who killed their sisters to prove their Tao. The road had been taken. If one wanted to prove his Tao, he had to find another way and kill his sister to prove his Tao. He was a celebrity, a handsome guy, and the object of worship of boys and girls. The idol effect caused him to always be picked on everywhere. After playing for about an hour, Pei Ziki chased them away. The teenagers who didn't have enough fun mumbled and left unhappily. What, play for a while more? It's only 10 o'clock. Yes, I haven't killed Qin Zhe yet. Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki pushed them. Go, we are going to sleep. You can continue to play by yourselves. After chasing them away, Pei Ziki and Qin Qingyuan tacitly took out cards and said that they wanted to play double buckles. Qin Zhe didn't really want to play. He drank so much white wine that his brain was a little dull. He wanted to rest. But Qin Qingyuan and Pei Ziki seemed to have made an agreement. They hugged his arms on both sides and refused to let him go. They said that they wanted to play cards and play money. They wanted to gamble all their belongings and rip him off. After all, they were outsiders. The way they asked for money was very subtle. Unlike his Yingying monster, who said, "Brother, you are using your wife's money." Qin Zhe, "How about 100,000? Yingying monster waved a knife over. "Is your future wife only worth 100,000? Even Wang Zijin could only pinch her nose and accept it. 100,000 was too little. His sister always tried to squeeze him dry. Oh, she was squeezing his little treasury dry. Qin Zhe had a lot of money at his disposal. Tens of billions. But the money he could spend was very little. The balance of his private bank card was controlled by his sister to within 1 million. Qin Zhe, who pretended that he was very rich, smiled and said, "Up to you. How much you can win depends on your ability." The rules of Fight the Landlord were starting from 200 yuan. Extra points for bombs. Qin Zhe and Li Donglai sat opposite each other. They were in one group. Pei Ziki and Qin Qingyuan were in the other group. They couldn't play cards for more than an hour. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki's little treasury was emptied by Qin Zhe and Li Donglai. The two girls held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They were speechless. "Brother Qinge, can you give me back my money? This month has just started. My living expenses are gone." Chen Qingyuan pouted. Not only was her living expenses gone, but she also lost all her savings. "You drank fake wine. Why are you still so good at cards when you are drunk?" Pei Ziki complained tearfully. "But," Qin Zhe muttered, "maybe the two of you are slacking off on the path of evolution." Li Donglai couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Look at how much she likes you. How can you be so heartless?" Pei Ziki said, "I won't pay her back. Not in this lifetime," Qin Zhe said. "You heartless thing. Qingyan loves you so much." Pei Ziki said loudly. The Queen of Balls was so scary. She talked about love so easily. Qin Zhe was unmoved. Pei Ziki saw that it was difficult to get the money back. She pushed Qin Qingyuan and said, "What are you doing? You should say something too." Qin Qingyuan gathered her courage and stared at Qin Zhe. "Hey Qin Gu, if you don't cherish me now after this village?" Qin Zhe looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's courage was gone. She said weakly, "I'll wait for you in the next village." "Useless thing." Pei Ziki slapped her onto the bed with a great stone-smashing hand. Girls had shallow eyes. They lost tens of thousands in one go. Their hearts were bleeding. They had to get the money back even if they had to make a scene. In the end, Qin Zhe gave each of them 1,000 yuan. The two little girls smiled through their tears. It was a game of cards. One had to admit defeat. Qin Zhe was a man of principle. He insisted on equality between men and women. In the room, Qin Qingyuan and Pei Ziki were whispering. They were probably discussing how to swindle some money from Qin Zhe to recoup their losses. On the balcony, Qin Zhe and Li Donglai were smoking. They sat on soft chairs, facing the window with their backs to the room. They looked at the dark night sky and talked about men's topics. They talked about life, dreams, and careers. "What are your plans in the future? Do you want to follow your father's path or be self-reliant?" Qin Zhe exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's see how it goes first. I'll probably follow the path he planned for me. The premise is that I have to work hard." Li Donglai said. After being hammered and sculpted by Qin Zhe, he had changed a lot in the past year. He had slowly lost his Chunibu aura. Occasionally, he would look forward to his future. He was still angry with his father, but he was much more rational. However, it might take a few years to untie the knot in his heart. People would always grow up. No one would always be Chunibu. "I'm not as good as you, Qingu. You know how to plan for yourself and set goals. You have achieved so much at such a young age." Li Donglai did not hide his admiration and worship. Qin Zhe laughed until he coughed. After laughing, he felt a little sad. Where did the planning come from? The biggest plan in my life is to successfully complete my studies, get a good certificate, find a stable job, save enough money to get married, and then continue to save money to have children. It won't be too hard because I have my own house. However, I won't be too rich either. I'll have a big meal every weekend and travel during festivals. I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Because of his birth, he was born and lived in Shanghai. The people around him mostly talked about various kinds of security, social welfare, demolition, and finding a stable and profitable job through his relatives and friends. They did not talk about how he should work hard to become a millionaire or a billionaire. The richer the area, the less wolfish the people were. That's why the rich people in Shanghai were all foreigners. They had a secure life, good social welfare, and a house. They had not suffered much in their lives. Where did the wolfish nature come from? None at all. Moreover, how many people could succeed if they worked hard? Most people in Shanghai lived by the principle of being content with the small fortune. Then how did you get to where you are today? Li Donglai was puzzled. People are forced. Oh, it's this force, not that force, Qinzhe said. Li Donglai chuckled and said, I know. People are forced. At the same time, they have to work hard for it. Qinzhe was speechless. Comrade Mao Zedong, why are you so naughty? Li Donglai said again, Master, have you found the one who will work hard for you for your whole life? Qinzhe said in annoyance, you talk too much. Li Donglai egged him on and said, the one inside is really not bad. She's pretty and smart, but she's also quite stupid. In the future, you can have a wife outside, but at home, you can have a wife. Qinzhe sighed sadly. I might not be able to have a stupid woman in my life. Li Donglai obviously did not understand why he sighed, or perhaps he misunderstood. He said sympathetically, I know. What's so good about a girl? She doesn't understand romance. She's not as charming as the big sisters. Qingge, I understand your taste, but I don't understand why a girl's first boyfriend can take everything away from her so easily. It's the same for the second and third boyfriend, but the man who marries her has to buy a house and give a betrothal gift? Qinzhe said in annoyance, don't read the messy things on the internet. That's not how marriage is calculated. Li Donglai straightened his neck and said, but I think it's quite reasonable. Of course you think it's reasonable. It's because you haven't had a king girlfriend before. You won't think so after you've had a few girlfriends. Facing his disciples' misunderstanding, Qinzhe felt that it was necessary to enlighten him, lest this guy become cynical. Love doesn't care about the past. Li Donglai would definitely not understand such an answer. It would be useless to say anything. This was the difference between having sex for a period of time and having sex for a lifetime. Such an answer was too vulgar and not conducive to his master's image. Qinzhe pondered for a moment and said, facts have proven the importance of work experience. Li Donglai. After they finished smoking, Li Donglai put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and suddenly asked a question that surprised Qinzhe. Master, what do you think of my aunt? Was the next sentence going to be my aunt's husband? Qinzhe answered truthfully, your aunt is very good. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and is very feminine. It's just that she's a little old. If he answered this question from a rational point of view, his parents would definitely not agree to him marrying a 31-year-old woman. The age difference was too big. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzhe felt a murderous aura coming at him. He was stunned and did not dare to look back. Li Donglai turned his head in a daze and trembled in fear. He stuttered, Aunt, Qinzhe, it was over. He was going to be drowned in the Huangpu River. Qinzhe felt that he was going to die if he talked about a woman's age at the most sensitive stage of her life. He looked at Li Donglai for help. Li Donglai himself was scared to death. He did not know when his aunt was standing behind him. He heard footsteps, but they all thought it was Pei Ziki or Chen Qingyuan. Even so, he did not give up on Qingge. Li Donglai looked at Nanman Pei, who was as calm as water, and then at Pei Ziki, who was gloating. He swallowed and said, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after burning some incense. He meant that he wanted to stay. After all, there were more people, and Qinzhe could still be saved. Pei Ziki looked back at her brother and thought of the despair of emptying her little treasury. She sneered, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after spitting. Li Donglai. Qinzhe. Chapter 545. What an ungrateful woman. She was so young, but she had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Qinzhe turned his head with difficulty and looked at Pei Ziki. Please return my 1,000 yuan. Bastard. He was looking at Pei Nanman. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She was rarely angry. Qinzhe looked at Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she could help him resolve the awkwardness. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Nanman Pei. She was scared to death. Her eyes darted around and she stammered, Qinggu, I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. I'll play with you tomorrow. Xianxia was speechless. What a pompous woman. Just a moment ago, she said that she loved him. Love after Egyi was indeed cheap. Old Master Qin was a respectable man when he was alive. Why didn't anyone save him? The three of them retreated without any sense of loyalty. Before they left, they even pretended to be sensible and said that they shouldn't disturb Xianxia and Pei Nanman's discussion. Nanman Pei sat where Li Donglai was and stared at him coldly. Xianxia felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was not afraid that Nanman Pei would beat him up. He was just embarrassed that he was caught gossiping behind someone's back. Sister man, it's so late. Why are you still awake? Xianxia laughed dryly. Nanman Pei glared at him. Shut up. Go boil some water and make some tea. Xianxia ran to boil the water. After boiling the water, Xianxia took out 2 disposable cups from the cabinet and made 2 cups with the cheap tea from the hotel. Nanman Pei looked at him for a while and asked curiously, "You drank so much. Aren't you drunk?" Xianxia waved his hand. Drunk doesn't exist. I can even drink a bottle of white wine. Do you believe me? Nanman Pei sneered. Show off. Xianxia grinned. Nanman Pei sipped his tea and frowned slightly. For someone who loved tea, it was hard for him to swallow inferior tea. Spend more time with them tomorrow. Remember to perform well during the meal. It's easy to get familiar with one's social network. Even if you can't make friends with them, you should at least be able to get acquainted with them. If you have any problems, you should be able to find a way to deal with them. Of course, it's up to you how far you can run it. Your brother-in-law is quite satisfied with me. If it's a small matter, don't look for him. If it's a big matter, don't look for him. What's the use of you befriending my brother-in-law? Nanman Pei snapped. What he said made sense. They couldn't possibly go to him every time they encountered some trivial matters. After all, he was a big shot who dealt with thousands of things every day. Therefore, Nanman Pei's intention was to make friends with people who were powerful but not so prominent. Chen Qingyuan's father is quite fond of me, Xianxia said. Do you really want to be his son-in-law? Nanman Pei had a half-smile on her face. Of course not. I'm a loyal person. Xianxia finished speaking and saw Nanman Pei's hand tighten around the cup. The disposable cup was deformed by her grip. He quickly corrected himself. 3rd class. It wouldn't be fun if she splashed hot water on him. His somewhat handsome face would be ruined. He really didn't have the right to say the word 3rd class in front of Nanman Pei. Nanman Pei was stunned at first. Then, with a strange expression, she raised her eyebrows and said, 3rd class? She remembered that except for a nominal girlfriend, Wang Zijin, and a real girlfriend, Suyu, Xianxia had no ambiguous relationship with that woman. Although she and Xianxia didn't have much interaction in life, she was confident that she still knew and was familiar with Xianxia because Suyu would tell her everything. She was so detailed that she complained to her that Xianxia's needs were getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't handle it alone. She would say this kind of thing. Then why was it 3rd class? Nanman Pei thought about it and realized that something was wrong. If Xianxia had a special intersection with any woman in his life, she might be one of them. She seemed to have shares in all the industries under the name of the little red guy. He also helped her to fight against her ex-husband. So, has this guy been coveting me? Otherwise, why did the little red guy's face change slightly? Nanman Pei's face darkened. She wanted to curse him 1,000 times in her heart. Xianxia's face changed slightly. He felt that he had said something wrong. In a moment of carelessness, he had included the wailing monster at home. It was a technical mistake. Just kidding. I don't like 2nd class. I prefer 3rd class. Xianxia casually said, if you can't win the 3rd class, 3 lives, 3 days and 2 sleeps, 1 day and 3 days, Nanman Pei was stunned. What do you mean by no more than 3? Xianxia, you can't win the 3rd class. Maybe I drank too much and spoke too much. However, it's difficult to integrate into their small circle. Xianxia sighed with a serious face. I was inexplicably insulted by a guy today. The one who competed with you in drinking? Nanman Pei smiled. Yes, fortunately I have some skills. He couldn't beat me in drinking. Xianxia was proud. If he didn't have some skills, how could he be the successor of communism? Nan Man Pei showed a sly smile. That man is called Zhang Yihong from Nanjing. The old lady was going to introduce him to me. He may think that we have something to do with each other, so he made things difficult for you. I didn't expect him to fall. It saved me a lot of trouble. Xianxia said angrily, "That's it? Insulting me?" Nan Man Pei took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Isn't it enough? If a man hooked up with Suyu, would you insult him?" Her family arranged a blind date for him. Although Suyu and he didn't know each other, would you insult him? Xianxia was speechless. Of course, I'll fight back. I'll kill him. Sister Man was really a woman with great wisdom. With a simple sentence, she stabilized the brainless supporting role in the mouth of countless haters. If someone hooked up with Suyu, Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao, and Xianxia would definitely insult them. If I met the host of the cheating system, then I may become a brainless supporting role. I hope there are no cheats in the world. I know he's from Nanjing, so I insulted him. Anyway, I'm in Shanghai, and he's in Nanjing. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. Xianxia said, "Even if he did, you're a son-in-law of the Wang family. Are you afraid of him?" Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Actually, I'm a fake son-in-law." Xianxia mumbled, "Why do you say that?" Nan Man Pei looked at him curiously. Xianxia's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The Wang family doesn't like me very much. Although they didn't say anything to me, I can feel the Wang family's cold attitude. Maybe it's because I'm a commoner whose ancestors have been bumpkins for 8 generations, so I'm not suitable for them. Nan Man Pei analyzed, "They didn't mock you in front of you. Maybe it's because of their family upbringing and self-restraint. But they didn't make things difficult for you behind your back and didn't find a chance to make you retreat. It means that the Wang family doesn't completely reject you. They probably feel that you need to wait and see for a while. As long as you develop wretchedly and don't act recklessly, it won't be difficult." Xianxia was puzzled. "Big sister man, why aren't you gloating?" Nan Man Pei said lightly, "I can't interfere with whether Suyu can be with you or not. She's quite content now, knowing that you won't abandon her. If you have feelings, the marriage certificate isn't important. If you don't have feelings, the marriage certificate is just a decoration. I feel that you're better than my brother-in-law." Xianxia was silent. Nan Man Pei egged him on. "Don't you want to hear about the Li family's gossip? Don't you want to know why Ziki and Donglai are so prejudiced against their father?" Xianxia shook his head. "Every family has its own difficulties. I'm too lazy to worry about other people's trivial matters. My own feelings are a mess. By the way, how's the acquisition of your VR equipment factory going?" Nan Man Pei asked. Looking at his face, Nan Man Pei knew what was going on. "Do you know that the industry is difficult? Do you have a feeling that you don't know where to start?" Nan Man Pei said in a vengeful tone, "Sure enough, you can't do anything without hair on your mouth. I wasted 100 million. Xianxia was not convinced and retorted, "I don't have hair on my mouth, but I have hair down there. I'm much older." Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows and kicked him hard. "I gave you face, didn't I?" Nan Man Pei said coldly, "Do I look like an old woman who's easy to bully?" Xianxia, Omega winky face flirtatious words are a disease that needs to be corrected. Xianxia rubbed his calf and looked at Nan Man Pei's women's leather shoes. It hurt so damn much. He actually had a little plan in mind when he gave the task of acquiring the factory to his uncle. Or rather, a little scheme. As for what kind of scheme, he couldn't tell Nan Man Pei. Next door in Li Donglai's room, Chen Qingyuan had just been summoned away by her father, leaving only the siblings in the room. Pei Ziki wore a pair of hot pants and sat cross-legged on the bed with her fair and tender legs. Li Donglai sat at the desk and smoked. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Li Donglai, can you stop smoking?" Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "Why can't I smoke in my room? Auntie already said that smoking is fine as long as it's controlled. Besides, I'm already an adult, not a minor like you. It's fine even if I have a girlfriend, but you haven't even graduated from high school. How dare you have a boyfriend? Auntie will break your legs." Pei Ziki laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. You want a girlfriend, you dummy. Li Donglai was furious. Who are you calling a dummy? Do you believe that I'll beat you up? Pei Ziki raised her small face. Come on, whoever doesn't dare is a dog. Li Donglai chuckled. Yes. If I'm a dog, then you're a little bitch. Pei Ziki was choked speechless. She was sad and angry. Ever since Qin Zhe came, she couldn't win an argument against Li Donglai. The old Li Donglai was stunned and didn't dare to say vulgar words for fear of being beaten up by Auntie. He had always been at a disadvantage when it came to arguing. Now, Li Donglai was really good at arguing. His words were like needles, and he didn't use any dirty words when scolding people. It was as if someone had opened the door to a new world for him. Pei Ziki jumped off the bed and kicked Li Donglai with her bare feet. Li Donglai let her kick him. At most, he just rolled his eyes. In this respect, he was more gentlemanly than Qin Zhe. If it were Qin Zhe, he wouldn't say a word. He would first hit his sister with the stone-smashing hand, and then ride her. Qin Bao Bao was like a plump mermaid, struggling under her brother's crotch. But her brother had the sea-stabilizing needle. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any waves. Seeing that his sister's anger had subsided after kicking him, Li Donglai threw himself on the bed, muted the TV, pricked up his ears, and listened for a while. Then he ran to the balcony and looked next door with a puzzled face. Auntie didn't beat Qinggu. She must have tolerated him for a long time. I once overheard her talking to Auntie Suyu on the phone. Auntie said, "That guy is asking for a beating. I've tolerated him for a long time. If it weren't for your face, I would have beaten him to death." Pei Ziki was shocked. Qin Zhe and Auntie Suyu. Chapter 546. You don't know. Li Donglai laughed and said, "Look at your long hair and short knowledge, my silly sister." Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, "You say it clearly." She also tolerated Li Donglai for a long time. He said a few words and then he would be eccentric, or there were hidden needles in his words, or his mouth was flowery. People couldn't help but want to beat him. It was all learned from Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki secretly thought. The good-for-nothing Li Donglai, trying to build himself into Qin Zhe? Whether a boy or a girl, it was worth celebrating to meet a good role model in adolescence that was worth imitating and learning. Unfortunately, Pei Ziki felt that the way he imitated was a bit off. He imitated Qin Zhe's flowery mouth and occasionally cheap bad habits vividly, but he imitated Qin Zhe's talent and ability. For example, some time ago, her aunt urged Li Donglai to study. She bought a lot of university textbooks and asked him to read a textbook in half a month. She wanted to check the content. As a result, Li Donglai finished reading in a week. Nan Man Pei said with relief and surprise, "So fast." Li Donglai was arrogant at that time, with his nose in the air, and a very manly tone. Qinggu said that if a man is not happy, how can there be a happy life? The beating was miserable. From the living room to the room, the whole villa echoed with Li Donglai's wailing. Pei Ziki could remember, the number of times her aunt beat her brother like this can be counted with one hand. The most recent time was in junior high school. Under the instigation of his bad friends, he lifted the skirt of the female head teacher. In those years, Li Donglai was a rebellious young man who was undisciplined and sulking at his father. He was a rebellious young man who was willing to degenerate. Li Donglai didn't know his sister's rich inner drama. He reviewed his dark history and said, Aunt Suyu used to work in her own family's investment company. Later, she went out with Qinggu to set up her own company. The relationship between the two of them was unusual. Suyu used to ask his aunt out to play every weekend. Now his aunt spent more time at home on weekends, which meant that someone occupied Suyu's aunt's weekend time. Coupled with Auntie's phone call, even a fool can figure it out. I've already told you that Qinggu isn't interested in a silly girl like Qin Qingyuan. He's only interested in mature big sisters. Qin Qingyuan doesn't stand a chance. When she grows up to be a mature lady, Qinggu might even have a child. Pei Ziki's expression kept changing. If Qin Zhe really got together with Suyu, then Qin Qingyuan would have no hope at all. Although Qin Qingyuan was very beautiful, Suyu was more delicate and mature. Even Pei Ziki was envious of her long legs. Moreover, Qin Qingyuan is just an ordinary high school student. Her studies are not bad. Su Yu is an overseas returnee. She is a strong woman who manages a company. There is no comparison at all. It's a G. Auntie is soft-hearted? Li Donglai muttered. I still want to see Qin Gu get beaten up. Pei Ziki stared at him and curled her lips. Auntie can't beat Qin Zhe. Li Donglai looked at her in surprise. You don't know how good our auntie is. As the closest relatives, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki have heard about Nan Man Pei's background. Because that's also their mother's background, Nan Man Pei won't hide it. Li Donglai has seen Nan Man Pei's skills with his own eyes. Nan Man Pei has a fighting club under her name, which teaches taekwondo, sanda, and other training classes. Li Donglai once went to play with her and saw with his own eyes that in a competition his auntie beat the 3 coaches in the club. They were all coaches who had learned a few skills. One of them could beat several ordinary people. Li Donglai's young heart was suddenly shocked. He vowed to learn a lot of skills like his auntie, laugh proudly on campus, and be chivalrous. But his auntie didn't allow it. This was the reason why he had been beaten into submission by Qin Zhe. He wanted to learn a few skills from Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe did teach him a few skills. Li Donglai can usually beat 2 or 3 people of the same age. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Li Donglai didn't believe it. Although Qin Gu is very powerful, he can't compare with his auntie, the goddess of war, in his heart. Pei Ziki laughed and said, You don't know this? My stupid brother, your knowledge is as short as your hair. Li Donglai, after Pei Ziki retorted, she said proudly, It was my birthday. You were drunk and unconscious, and Qin Zhe carried you back to your room. I asked him to go upstairs to help Auntie put away the clothes while I lay on the sofa and fell asleep. When Auntie came back, I went upstairs. Not long after, I heard banging sounds. I went upstairs to take a look. They were fighting fiercely. Auntie's skirt was torn apart, and he was wantonly humiliating her on the sofa. Wantonly humiliating her? Are you sure it's wantonly humiliating? Li Donglai was shocked. Of course. Pei Ziki recalled the scene that night and blushed slightly. She gestured with her hands. He pressed Auntie down on the sofa like this and even carried one of Auntie's legs. Auntie's skirt was torn and exposed. But Auntie couldn't beat him and could only endure his defilement. Defilement? Li Donglai, degree, your rhetorical skills are really climax after climax. I saw Auntie being bullied, so I rushed up to help. I scratched and bit. Pei Ziki said hatefully, Auntie said it was a competition, but I think Qin Zhe took the opportunity to take advantage of Auntie. Otherwise, why would he carry Auntie's leg? He could have just beaten Auntie to the ground. Li Donglai was shocked. Auntie really lost? Pei Ziki nodded. Oh my, so Qin Gu had held back when he taught me. After waiting for another half an hour, Nan Man Pei still hadn't come. Pei Ziki felt sleepy and yawned. Why isn't Auntie out yet? I want to go back to sleep, Pei Ziki said. Li Donglai hesitated. Why don't you sleep here? I'm not sleepy. I can still wait. After Auntie comes out, I'll sleep in your room. Pei Ziki thought for a while and nodded. She lifted the blanket and crawled under it, curling up into a small ball. By the way, do you like Qin Gu? Li Donglai asked inexplicably. Pei Ziki was stunned and said, Do you want to die? Li Donglai lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Looking at the smoke rising slowly in the light, his eyes were in a trance. Actually, I like him. Qin Gu is handsome and has no lack of ability and talent. Isn't he the Prince Charming in a girl's heart? Just like Qin Yuan, you can't help but like him. Speaking of which, you and Qin Gu met earlier than her. Oh, I'm not an albino scientist. All albino scientists in the world deserve to die. I don't believe that you really don't care about him. It's because of your disdain that I understand that you might like him. It's no big deal. Who doesn't look forward to a certain big brother or big sister in adolescence? I also look forward to Auntie Suyu. I want to marry a beautiful and cold wife like her in the future. But I know that it's just a longing. But don't fall so deep like Qin Yuan. I don't like her because her love is too humble. The last time we worked together to check the box office of A Journey to the West, when I came out of the toilet, I saw her crying on the sink outside, crying miserably. She's stubborn. She's stubborn when she's angry with her parents. She's also stubborn when she likes Qinggu. But liking a person is uncontrollable. Not liking a person is also uncontrollable. You can't think that Qinggu is heartless and indifferent just because he doesn't like her. Qinggu has already made it very clear to her, but she's like a moth to the flame. Who's to blame for crying so miserably? Li Donglai sighed faintly, but I don't want you to cry so miserably. You're my sister. I'd rather you betray others than let others betray you. Pei Ziki looked at him blankly. Li Donglai said, Do you think Qinggu is poisonous? Why do all the little girls like him so much? I'm not as handsome as him, not as talented as him, not as smart as him, not as good as him, not as good as him in singing, not as good as him in earning money, not as strong as him in aura, not as good as him in fighting. Besides these, what's the difference between me and him? Where am I inferior to him? But I'm still a virgin. Damn it, what do I need this iron bar for? Psycho. Pei Ziki lifted the quilt and covered her head. She said with a slightly choked voice, Who likes him? I won't like him. The room was completely quiet. Li Donglai was alone in a daze. Listening to Pei Ziki's slight snoring, his thoughts drifted. In the luxurious parent-child room at the end of the corridor, the family of 3 should be asleep at this time. He imagined the scene inside. The naughty child, who was always looking for trouble, was sleeping happily. The stepmother, who had always disliked him and his sister, was gently patting his son's back. Beside him was his dignified and silent father, who was leaning on the bed, reading magazines or government news. His mother passed away when he was in primary school. His father remarried half a year later. It was a shotgun marriage. Because of this, Li Donglai could not forgive his father. His father said that it was for the good of you and Ziki. You are too young and cannot live without your mother's care. Li Donglai said loudly at that time, You are fickle, and you might even have an affair. Otherwise, what's with the bastard in that woman's belly? You scum. His father slapped him on the spot. His aunt said that his father cheated his mother. His mother abandoned her huge family business and followed him to Shanghai. She was unfamiliar with the place and people, and they almost broke up. His mother loved him so much, but what did he do? Did he lack women? Couldn't he live without women? How long had it been since his mother passed away? Half a year later, that woman was already 3 months pregnant. Therefore, after his stepmother married into the family, Li Donglai made all kinds of trouble and looked for trouble. Looking at her wronged appearance, he was proud, like a little lion defending its territory. He was angry with his father in this way. But after so many years, he was just constantly exhausting his father and grandmother's patience. Over the years, Li Donglai had come to understand that this woman was really a scheming bitch. She was not like other stepmothers who were harsh with their words and even abused their stepson and stepdaughter. She had created the image of a weak stepmother for herself and silently endured the difficulties and willfulness of her stepson. She even never spoke ill of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. But after her son was born and gradually grew up, the little brat gradually found trouble to take revenge on Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Whether he was at a disadvantage or not, he would cry in the end. His father looked on coldly. He did not care about his younger son's bad deeds, nor did he care about his elder son beating his younger son. In the end, Li Donglai or Pei Ziki would definitely be scolded by his grandmother. In a family, if the elder bullied the younger, no matter what the reason was, the parents would definitely scold the elder. Because you were the elder brother and the elder sister, you had to act like an elder brother and an elder sister. Li Donglai did not hate his stepmother, only disdain. He and Pei Ziki were not born by a woman. No stepmother would like to make things difficult for her stepson. She was not a saint. He just could not forgive his father. In this world, there were 2 kinds of knots that were the most difficult to untie. The knots between father and son. The knots between lovers. Although he and Pei Ziki often quarreled and bickered, and both of them were very angry, their relationship was actually very good. Just like when he was beaten like a dog at the KTV, Pei Ziki would scream and be the first to rush up. And if Pei Ziki was hurt, he would fight with the other party without caring about anything. In a pretentious way of saying, this world is very cold, We hug each other for warmth. Chapter 547. In a secluded part of the forest park, Nan Man Pei said in a cool and pleasant voice, "Qin Zhe, I don't want you to wear a condom." Qin Zhe said in a distressed tone, "No, Sister Man. It's safe to wear a condom. If I don't, I'll die." Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves and scattered spots of light on the ground. Nan Man Pei wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "Don't wear a condom. It's not exciting." Qin Zhe said firmly, "No, it's too exciting. If I don't wear one, I won't last a minute." Nan Man Pei sneered, "You promised me that you'd listen to everything I say. I don't want you to wear a condom." Qin Zhe refused, "If you don't let me wear one, I won't stab you." Nan Man Pei hit him and said angrily, "Do you men talk like farts?" Qin Zhe was silent. He had to wear a condom for this kind of thing. Otherwise, someone would die. He didn't want to die so early. His sister wouldn't agree. Sister Ziwei wouldn't agree. His little Teddy wouldn't agree either. Nan Man Pei said disdainfully, "Useless. Coward." The park staff looked at them in confusion and said unhappily, "Do you two need help? If you want to argue, don't disturb our work." 20 to 30 meters in front of them, between the green branches of a tall tree, there was a hornet's nest. Recently, a tourist had been stung by a hornet in the forest park. The park staff investigated and found the hornet's nest here. This thing was very harmful and aggressive. Moreover, a sting could cause a person to feel pain for half a day. The emergency response was to apply soap water. Because the wasp's venom was acidic, alkaline soap water could neutralize the venom and reduce the pain. Qin Zhe said angrily, "You're not the one doing it. Don't be sarcastic." Coincidentally, Qin Zhe, Pei Nan Man, and the others who were passing by saw this scene. Nan Man Pei pointed at the hornet's nest and said, "If you stab it down, this old woman will forget about what happened last night. Poking a hornet's nest or sinking into the Huangpu River, you choose." Qin Zhe patted his chest and said no problem, so easy. Nan Man Pei did not insist. He watched as Qin Zhe put on cotton gloves, a hood with a cotton net hanging down, and a military coat with the help of the staff. Then, he carried the ladder and walked valiantly towards Hornet's Nest. Nan Man Pei was not only accompanied by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai and his sister, Chen Qingyuan, but also Zhang Yihong. They had just parted ways with their elders. After all, it was not fun to wander around the forest park with the elders. Young people preferred to play by themselves. Nan Man Pei was forcefully pushed out by old Madam Li. Mrs. Li said, "You young people should play together and improve your relationship." Nan Man Pei could not refuse, so he played alone with a group of juniors and brought Qin Zhe along. Qin Zhe was having a good time with a group of big shots. He was not reserved at all. After all, he was a young man who had talked to old Master Wang and said flirtatious words. This kind of scene could definitely be handled. Salted Fish Zhe was no longer the salted fish he used to be. In the past year, he had cultivated unparalleled confidence. No one said that his temperament was not worthy of his handsomeness. He was like a person who played games with cheats. He was not afraid of anyone. Zhang Yihong was of average height, but he was very burly and had a valiant temperament. However, his slightly pale face ruined his masculine image. Zhang Yihong accompanied Nan Man Pei and looked at Qin Zhe's back. He smiled and said, "This young man is very interesting." Nan Man Pei replied politely, "Yes, he can drink better." Zhang Yihong suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he woke up this morning, his head was so painful that it felt like it was going to split open. It took him a long time to remember who he was and why he was sleeping in a hotel. He recalled last night. He choked on a glass of erguotu and cried. It was all because of this young man. When he woke up this morning and had breakfast in the hotel, he found a few people who sat at the same table as him last night and asked them a few questions. He was right. Nan Man Pei had a special relationship with this young man. As for the extent of their relationship, he knew better than those guys. His old man had a good relationship with Li Jianya. This time, he came to Shanghai for a blind date. Old Madam Li took the lead. At that time, she sent a photo of Nan Man Pei a few years ago. Zhang Yihong liked him at first glance. Even though he knew that he was divorced, he did not mind at all. In this day and age, it really did not matter whether he was divorced or not. Which young people nowadays did not have a few exes? What was the difference between getting married and doing all the things that a married couple should do? Zhang Yihang was divorced himself. He had a son who was not in primary school yet. After the divorce, he lived with him. Therefore, he did not care whether Nan Man Pei could bear children or not. In fact, he even felt relieved. If she did not have children, even if she was a stepmother, she would not be too bad to her stepson. When he saw Nan Man Pei last night, Zhang Yihang was stunned by her. She was more beautiful and mature than in the photo. She had a unique temperament. This kind of woman was not an ordinary pretty girl from a humble family. Only this kind of woman was worthy of his family background. At his level, he needed a woman with a strong aura to set him off. If he married a pretty girl who was shy and self-abased wherever she went, it would be embarrassing no matter how beautiful she was. Probably because of old Madame Li, Nan Man Pei was always very polite to him. She smiled a lot, but there was a faint sense of alienation. It did not seem like she was going for a blind date. Zhang Yihang thought for a long time. When he heard the conversation just now, he felt that it might be because of that young man. Just then, something happened in front of him. Qin Zhe finally reached the top of the ladder and reached the hornet's nest. But when he took the hornet's nest, perhaps because his gloves were too thick, he used too much strength. Pei Nan Man and the group of people not far away could only watch helplessly as the hornet's nest was crushed by Qin Zhe's hand. The hornet's nest was made of mud, so it was fragile. In an instant, it splashed Qin Zhe's face. He had poked the hornet's nest. He felt that this figure of speech was weird. In the blink of an eye, the hornet's nest was boiling and buzzing. Qin Zhe screamed and jumped down from the 2-meter-high ladder. He covered his head and ran toward Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei's expression changed. The staff not far away cursed, "What the F***CK," and ran away. The enemy would arrive in 5 seconds. If they did not run, they would not be crushed. Pei Ziki and the other young men and women were scared out of their wits. They screamed and ran in all directions. Zhang Yihang thought to himself, "It's time for me to show off." He grabbed Nan Man Pei's hand and said manfully, "Run with me." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. He did not manage to hold her hand. In his line of sight, he saw Pei Nan Man galloping away, her low-heeled shoes clicking loudly. She was fast. Was this woman a sprinter in the past? The thought rose in Zhang Yihang's mind. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound. A hornet landed on his head, and then he felt a stinging pain on his scalp. The enemy was here. If he did not run, he would be crushed. Zhang Yihang covered his head and caught up with Nan Man Pei. 10 minutes later, a group of people stood or sat in the pavilion outside the racecourse. They looked scared. The park staff brought soap water. Not many people were stung by the hornet's nest, but Qin Zhe was one of them. The rest were 2 young men, a girl, the previous staff, and Zhang Yihang. The staff wanted to curse, but he knew that this group of people was not ordinary, so he held back. "Why did you join in the fun? Was it fun?" "It was not fun at all. My head is hurting." Qin Zhe sat in the pavilion and took off his short-sleeved shirt. His well-proportioned body attracted the attention of the girls. They kept looking in and out of his body. There was a big bump on his left chest. It did not look very harmonious. Chen Qingyuan stood at the side. Her heart ached. She wished that the hornet had stung her own chest. Chen Qingyuan was supposed to help her sweetheart apply soap water, but Nan Man Pei beat her to it. She was very unhappy, but she did not dare to say anything. Aunt Pei was an adult. How could she not know how to behave? How could she touch a man's chest so casually? Nan Man Pei helped him apply the soap water. "Does it still hurt?" Qin Zhe was flattered. "Much better." Nan Man Pei frowned. "Why is it so swollen?" Wild hornets were very venomous. Although he was wearing a military coat, there were still gaps. Hornets were more terrifying than eels. They could enter any opening. When Qin Zhe was escaping, the hornet had entered his body. He only managed to kill it when he escaped to the pavilion. During this period of time, the hornet had injected Qin Zhe crazily. The injection volume was very scary. Otherwise, why would there be such a big bump? Pei Ziki mocked. Your chest looks like a woman's. Xianxia looked at her and retorted. Do you feel inferior? Your chest looks like a man's. Pei Ziki was furious. She kicked her little leg. Xianxia blocked it with his leg. The brat staggered and almost fell. Auntie, he bullied me. Auntie, he bullied me. Nan Man Pei glared at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned and touched the bump on his left chest. It still hurt a little. Was the hornet's venom so strong? He glanced at his crotch. I suddenly had a bold idea. No, 18 centimeters is scary enough. This idea is still very immature and can't be implemented. Otherwise, Suyu will cry. Xianxia saw the staff with a bitter look. He walked to the edge of the pavilion, sat on the steps, and handed him a cigarette. I'm sorry I screwed up. Although I'm Heiai's king, I'm not an all-around player, and I occasionally make mistakes. The staff was very young, in his 20s, and he said insincerely. I understand, I'm just playing with my girlfriend. Nan Man Pei is very well maintained. She is mature and beautiful, fashionable and young. You can't see that she is 30 years old. In fact, a woman in her 30s is the most beautiful stage in her life. The most attractive age in a woman's life is 6 to 10 years old, 25 to 35 years old. Otherwise, how can there be two camps of lolicon and big sis? Young women are beautiful, but they are not seductive. In this world, only lolicon and big sis are eternal. Things like siscon are crooked. After a few simple words, the staff found that Xianxia was very gentle and easy to get along with, without the attitude of a big star. He had long since recognized Xianxia's identity. He was slightly agitated, cross it out and start over. But he didn't chase stars, so he didn't show too much fuss. Unless his sister is Qin Bao Bao, he will be very excited to ask for an autograph, and then show off in his circle of friends that he got the signature of the goddess. Maybe he will take a photo or something. Everyone is a man. What is there to be excited about? The same world, the same dream. The same gender, the same JJ. Xianxia said helplessly, yes, don't look at her very serious. Occasionally she is not serious, I mean more willful. The staff smoked gloomily, but I'm unlucky. I'll be scolded by the manager later, and my head will be blue. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Sichuan lewd? I always like the Sichuan version of Mandarin. I think it's very Western. What's so Western about it? It's really Western. It's the first time I heard the effect of a talk show in Mandarin. Brother, what's your surname? Perhaps he felt that Xianxia was too down to earth. The staff threw him a little wink and laughed. The north wind blows, the autumn wind is cold. Whose wife is staying in an empty room? If you have trouble, I'll help. I live next door, my surname is Wang. Xianxia laughed. The staff also laughed. Xianxia lightly slapped his scalp. Speak properly. I don't live next door, but my wife's surname is Wang. Chapter 548. Zhang Yihong frowned. There was a big bump on his head and a bite on his neck. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that he had suffered an unexpected misfortune. If not for this rascal's naughtiness and insistence on poking the hornet's nest, such a terrible thing would not have happened. The hateful thing was that he only had a bump on his chest. If it had been a woman, she might have been happy for a while. She did not need to spend money on treatment and was confident of being a woman. Why did he get stung on the head? Why did he have a horn on his head? Zhang Yihong was full of anger. He said unhappily, if you have time to chat, think about how to deal with the hornet's nest. Xianxia replied, the park staff has already done it. The staff member surnamed Wang nodded. My colleague will do it. Xianxia shrugged. That's right. By the way, can you teach me some Sichuan Mandarin? I'll go home and tease my sister. She'll definitely laugh like a mantis shrimp. It's so cute. When old Wang heard this, he was also interested. Sure, what do you want to translate? Xianxia said, I'll kill you with one punch. Old Wang was speechless. How am I supposed to translate this? Where are the people from Sichuan? Give me some pointers. Zhang Yihong hated two kinds of people the most in his life. 1. Self-righteous people who felt that they were invincible just because they had some small achievements. They looked down on everything and looked up at the sky. 2. People who commented all day long, The first post makes sense, the first post is the truth, the first post is so F***king correct, and then the number of comments was ridiculously high. He had painstakingly climbed to the first post, but the first post did not even say anything. His mentality exploded. Qin Zhe was the former. After earning some money, he felt that he was the most powerful person in the world. In fact, he knew nothing about power. Moreover, Qin Zhe had an ambiguous relationship with the woman he had taken a fancy to. Nan Man Pei did not even soap him. He only did it for Qin Zhe. He even had to show off when he was wiping soap. "If I threw a piece of soap, would you dare to pick it up?" Zhang Yihang said sarcastically, "If you don't have any skills, then don't do unnecessary things. You don't even know how to poke a hornet's nest. If you cause others to be stung by a hornet, don't you know how to apologize?" Qin Zhe scratched his head. "Didn't I say that? Hey, didn't I apologize to you guys?" The boys and girls replied, "He did. They are all my men." Qin Zhe shrugged at Zhang Yihang. "He did." Zhang Yihang was furious. He could see that Qin Zhe was deliberately looking for trouble. He was the only one who didn't apologize to him. He was clearly looking down on him. Understood. Sure enough, he had an unusual relationship with Nan Man Pei. This kind of person, who always went against him, was the legendary brain-dead villain. Watch me find a chance to smack him in the face. You're just a kid with no background and no power. What are you trying to do with me? Let you understand the horror of the world in minutes. Li Donglai interrupted, "Qin Gu is good at martial arts. He's doomed this time." "Amazing skills?" Zhang Yihang snorted. His laughter was full of disdain. He didn't hide his disdain. Qin Zhe said, "It's my fault. It's so hot today. How about I buy some oranges for Brother Zhang as an apology?" All of a sudden, she became sensible. Zhang Yihang was stunned for a moment. Old Wang snorted. His laughter did not stop, and scattered laughter followed closely behind. The few little fellows could not hold it in and laughed out loud as well. Only Nan Man Pei and Zhang Yihang were a little confused. What was so funny? Kids these days really didn't understand. Although they didn't understand what was so funny about buying oranges, there was definitely a hidden meaning. Zhang Yihang's face darkened. He felt that his intelligence was insulted and he was being played like a monkey. However, Nan Man Pei was sitting next to him. He couldn't act too ignorant. In his mind, he sent Qin Zhe to the death row and prepared to execute him after autumn. So boring. Chen Qingyuan walked lightly like a deer and came to Qin Zhe's side. "Qin Gu, let's go horseback riding." There were many fun things in the forest park, such as horseback riding, go-karting, kayaking, Easter egg shooting, and so on. There were also many scenic areas. Qin Zhe turned to look at her. The deer was very beautiful, and it didn't have its hair done. Qin Zhe had never ridden a horse before. He felt that he could give it a try and was about to nod. "Su Jian, let's practice." Li Donglai suddenly pushed a boy next to him. It was a boy wearing glasses. He shook his head. "No." Li Donglai sneered. "Trash, I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" He was so aggressive that the boy's face turned ugly. "Li Donglai, do you want to hit people again? You're so annoying. You never stop." The boys and girls were either persuading or complaining. Nan Man Pei frowned. "Donglai." Li Donglai didn't care. He straightened his neck. "Coward, are you coming or not?" The boy wearing glasses didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Yihang for help. The Zhang family was not only close to the Li family, but also had many allies in Shanghai. The boy wearing glasses' uncle and Zhang Yihang's father were comrades. That was why Zhang Yihang could mingle in the Li family's circle of friends. Seeing this, Zhang Yihang smiled and came forward to warm up the atmosphere. "Speak nicely. You're all friends, right?" Li Donglai retorted. "It's none of your business." This was awkward. Li Donglai didn't give up. The boy wearing glasses didn't dare to practice with him. Li Donglai was famous for being a troublemaker. He was especially good at fighting. Zhang Yihang looked at Nan Man Pei. She was unhappy. She was worried that the naughty boy was hard to take care of. In fact, Nan Man Pei didn't want to beat Li Donglai because there were outsiders present. It was like when a child was disobedient outside, The parents would at most scold them. They would rarely beat the child in front of outsiders. Well, if you want to practice, I'll come with you, Zhang Yihang said. I've practiced before. Li Donglai ignored him. Zhang Yihang laughed. Forget it. I don't bully children. Li Donglai couldn't stand provocation. He glanced at the disdain in Zhang Yihang's eyes and nodded. Okay. The two left the pavilion and confronted each other on the side of the road. Pei Ziki pulled Nan Man Pei's arm. Auntie, what's wrong with him? Nan Man Pei patted her hand. Don't mind him. He's itching for a beating. The boys and girls in the pavilion played the role of onlookers. They were excited to watch the show. If Li Donglai's provocation was seen as a fight, then this was pure entertainment. Li Donglai lowered his waist. This was the most basic horse stance that Qin Zhe had taught him. The first thing to do in a fight was to stabilize the lower body. Only when the stance was stable could the punch be stable. After he stabilized his lower body, he threw a straight punch at Zhang Yihang's chest. As Zhang Yihang dodged to the side, he grabbed Li Donglai's wrist and pulled. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Li Donglai staggered and was tripped by Zhang Yihang's outstretched leg. He fell flat on his face. Li Donglai was not convinced. He got up and fought again, but he was knocked down again after a few moves. It was a one-sided beating. The last time he fell, he was kicked in the stomach. Li Donglai couldn't get up for a while. Are you okay? Zhang Yihang's kick was a punishment for this brat's arrogance. He pretended to slip up and reached out to help him up. But a hand was faster than him. It helped Li Donglai up first. You've been slacking these days. Qin Zhe patted the dust off him. What's wrong? Li Donglai said softly, that little bastard said that my aunt's butt is big. It'll be great to touch it. Li Donglai overheard the conversation between the young man with glasses and one of his good buddies. He said that Li Donglai's aunt was beautiful. Her butt was big and it would be great to touch it. Everyone had talked about the flirtatious words between young men. Everyone had commented on the beauties that they met by chance or by their side. It was normal. But if the families of the people involved heard it, it would be awkward. They would quarrel and fight. Li Donglai said angrily, this guy is so meddlesome. I really want to beat him up, but I can't beat him. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder and smiled at Zhang Yihang. Impressive. You've really practiced. Then, how about we spar a few times? The surprise came too quickly. It was like a tornado. Zhang Yihang was excited. I've already put you on death row, and now you're jumping out on your own. Well, I'll take it as interest. That's not good. I don't know how to control my strength. Man, he said. He turned around and asked Nan Man Pei with an intimate tone and expression. Pei Nan Man sat there calmly. Her face did not show the slightest hint of anxiousness. He even grinned at Zhang Yihang. Zhang Yihang breathed a sigh of relief. He confirmed one thing. The relationship between this young man and Nan Man Pei was not that good. Maybe they were just two friends who liked each other a little. They were more than friends, but not yet in love. I can fight 10 of them. Zhang Yihang had joined the army before, and he was not a volunteer. The training he received was incomparable to that of a regular volunteer. Moreover, he was a troublemaker in high school. He used to follow Ho Longtao, the boss of his grade. In the words of the underworld, boss Ho Longtao was charismatic and loyal. He was a good boss. The 6 brothers under his command were all dauntless. They were invincible in the whole school. Zhang Yihang was not outstanding back then. When he saw Boss Ho dominating the school, he thought enviously, when can I be as good as him? So he joined Boss Ho and became his henchman. As for now, he was still in the limelight, but Boss Ho was gone. It turned out that without a good father, one should not waste time in school. If one did not work hard when he was young, he would be a delivery boy when he grew up. Fighting had always been Zhang Yihang's specialty. It was time to show off his real skills. Not far from the pavilion, a fashionably dressed girl was holding a selfie stick. The camera was aimed at the pavilion. On the screen of the phone was a live broadcast. The comment section was flooded with all kinds of gifs. Hey, Qin Zhe seems to be fighting with that guy. Let's not go over and secretly take pictures. The girl's sweet voice said, I have to go further away. Otherwise, he might rush up and smash my phone. Or I can pretend to be a tourist taking a selfie and sneak up. The girl looked at the screen. I've decided to risk my life to get closer. Can everyone send gifts? But when she saw the almost identical comments on the screen, she was stunned.